acknowledge the
Senator Pia is also with us. I see her. Good morning, ma'am.
Chief Implementer of the COVID Response.
Morning.
And okay na, and Yusek Isidro Purisima. Next, we have Police General Archie Gamboa, Chief of the Philippine National Police. Then we have Governor Presbitero Velasco, Chairman of the Union of Local Authorities of the Philippines, together with President Aquila Carlo Cua. We also have the Honorable Vince Dizon, President of the Bases Conversion Development Authority, and the Mr. Simon Paterno, Foundation for Economic Freedom, together with Bong Montes. Then we have Professor Milwida Guevara, Sinergia. We have Dean Ronald Mendoza, Ateneo School of Government. We have Congresswoman Stella Luis Kimbo, District Representative, Marikina City. Then we have Mr. Sunny Africa, Executive Director, Ibon Foundation. Next, we have the Honorable Sharon Almanza, Deputy Treasurer, Bureau of Treasury, together with Director Dominic Mariano. Next, we have the Honorable Francisco Daquila, Deputy Governor, Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, together with Assistant Governor Elmore Capule. We have the Honorable Cecilia Borromeo, President and CEO, Land Bank of the Philippines. We also have Attorney Cristina Villaroya Moreno, likewise Loreline Alegre, and Mr. Christian Oliver Valdiavilla. Then we have Maria Jocelyn Pobre, Senior Assistant Vice President, the Philippines. Cesar Consing, President of the Workers Association of the Philippines. And then Ms. Milot Riquillo, Director. Manager, Federation of Free Farmers Cooperative. Then we have Roger Navarro, Philippine Maize Federation. Then Mr. Danilo Ramos, National Chairperson, Kilusan ng Magbubukid ng Pilipinas. Then we have Cathy Estavillo, Secretary General, Amihan and Bantay.
Kasi hindi namin na-consider, ma'am, yung
Can you ask the resource persons to turn off their microphones first while they're not yet been called, please?
training.
And we have Rodolfo Diesta Sartin, Chairman, Fisheries and Aquatic Resources Management Council of Cavite. For industry, we have the Honorable Seferino Rodolfo, Undersecretary, Board of Investments.
Thank you, sir.
Brigadier General Charito Plaza, Director General, Philippine Economic Zone Authority. together with Deputy Director General for Operations, Mary Harriet Abordo, um, and also Tereso Panga, Deputy Director General for Policy and Planning, as well as Vincent C., Enterprise Registration Support Services Group Manager. We also have Zone Manager Alim Siddique Guiapal. Then we have the Maria Lourdes Ribueno, General Manager, National Development Company. We also have Alberto Pascual, President and Chief Executive Officer, Vice Chairperson of Philippine Guarantee Corporation. Then Mr. Frank Lloyd Gonzaga, Vice President of Small Business Corporation. Mr. Dan Lechica, President of Semiconductors and Electronics Industries of the Philippines, together with Jen Bautista. We also have Sergio Ortiz Luis Jr., Philippine Exporters Confederation Incorporation. For labor, we have Ms. Aurora Ignacio, President and CEO of Social Security System, together with SVP Edgar Cruz and Attorney Joseph Isunia, Head of the Legal Department. Then we have Rolando Macasaet, President and General Manager, Government Service Insurance System. Next, we have Eduardo Del Rosario, Secretary, Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, together with Ahmad Rizaldi Moti of the Pag-ibig. Then we have the Honorable Hans Leo Kakdang, Overseas Workers Welfare Administration, and the Honorable Arlene, as representative of Gabriela Portillos. Next, we have Jerome Alcantara, Executive Director, Blas.
Can we speed it up a little, Comsec? Can we speed it up a little, please?
The Policy Center and Training Institute. Then we have Susanita Tesornia, President of the Alliance of Workers in the Informal Economy. We have Teodius Ifurong, Spokesperson, Defend Jobs Philippines. We have Undersecretary Tonicito Umali of DEX. We have the Honorable Prospero de Vera, Chairperson of CHED. We have Rosana Ordaneta, Deputy Director for General for Policies and Planning of TESDA. Then we have Attorney Joseph Noel Estrada, Coordinating Council of Private Educational Associations. We have Elisardo Casila, President of Federation of Associations of Private School Administrations. We have Captain Jim Sidonco, Director General of the Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines. We have Manager General Ricardo Banayat, Deputy Director General for Administration. We have Brigadier General Ernesto Milo, Chief Administration and Finance Service, and Ms. Jocelyn Ching, Chief Finance Department. We also have Attorney Martin Delgra, Chairman of the Land Transportation Franchising Regulatory Board. We have Pedro Aguilar, Executive Director of Philippine Inter-Island Shipping Association, together with Rona Gadula. We also have Matthew Parco, Philippine Liner Shipping Association. We have Mr. Sunny Sevilla, Coalition on Public Transport. We also have Jose Clemente III, President of the Tourism Congress of the Philippines. We have the Honorable Al Ryan Alejandra, Executive Director of the National Commission for Culture and Arts, together with the Deputy Executive Director Marichu Teliano. We also have Marie Lisa Dino, Chairperson of the Philippine Development Council of the Philippines. And OIC Executive Director, as well as Emelita Altisa, Chief Finance and Administrative Officer. We also have Paulo Mercado, Chief and Founder of Creative Economic Council of the Philippines. We also have Paulo Villaluna, President and Directors Guild of the Philippines. We also have Shakira Villa Symes, National Life Events Coalition, and together with Dennis Marasigan. We have Paul Manood, President of the Bistro Corporate Group. We also have Willie Marshall, Commissioner of the Philippine Basketball Association, together with Attorney Melvin Mendoza, Board Secretary and Legal Counsel as well. And then we have Mark Velasco, National Training Director of the Philippine Sports Commission. We also have the Honorable Catalina Cabral, Undersecretary, Department of Public Works and Highways, together with ASEC Marie Palafox. We have the Honorable Gringo Hinosan, Secretary, Department of Information and Communications Technology, together with ASEC Manny Kainte. That's all.
Thank you. We'd like to acknowledge Senator Poe, who's also here with us, and greet good morning to all our resource persons, secretaries, governors, mayors, department heads. Salamat po sa inyong pagpunta. I'll turn it over to Co-Chair Amy for her initial remarks. Ma'am, would you like to say anything?
Maraming salamat, Sunny, and para sa ating lahat, magandang umaga. At ito nga, sabay-sabay tayo na nag-iisip ng para-paraan upang makatulong sa ating mamamayan sa napakahirap na panahon ng pandemyang ito. So, dalawa yung bill ko, napakaaga ko mag-file, kaya maraming nadagdagan na, napaltan na, at suriin natin ang lahat ng mga iba't ibang panukala ng ating mga kasamahan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Amy. Thank you for agreeing to have this hearing jointly. For the information of the guests, we have 8 bills on the agenda. We have Senate Bill 1542 of Senator Soto, Senate Bill 1558 from Majority Leader Zubiri, 1474 from Senate Pro Temp Recto, 3 from Co-Chair Marcos, and 2 from this representation, which is basically are the versions filed by Congresswoman Kimbo in the House in the early days. I understand, as Chair Marcos has said, the bills have changed over time and as the requirements have changed. So let's hear, maybe do our senators want to make any initial remarks? Kasi marami ho tayong guests. So it might be a while before you get to ask your questions. We'll give the senators a chance first to say a few things if they wish. Any senators who wish to say anything, you have the floor. Senator Recto, you're an author of the bills. Would you like to say anything?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to find out if the bill that I filed with regard to the extension of Bayanihan is also for consideration in the committee right now.
It hasn't been referred formally, but we can discuss it. There's no, I think it's okay to discuss it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Minority Leader Drilon, you were, I think, the earliest one. You want to say anything before we start, sir?
No, I just take my slot when it comes to no preliminary statement. I just ask the questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Majority Leader Migs, you're a sponsor of the bill. You want to say anything?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson Sunny and Chairperson Amy. We will just listen to the resource persons and maybe, if it's possible, ask maybe clarificatory questions as we go along.
Yeah, if it's just 1 or 2 questions that anyone can really, we'll leave it a little, we'll be a little liberal about that, given the number of baka makalimutan na yung question by the time we finish the round of resource persons. So we'll allow a few questions along the way.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Co-Chair Amy, yeah, you're raising your hand.
Yeah, San. Mr. Chair, can we request from either the committee secretaries or the staff of Senator Recto copies of at least the amendment regarding the flexibility in his Bayanihan version?
Okay.
Because it's probably very useful to take it together with the rest of the bills.
Sure. Comsec, can you email that to Chair Marcos, please? So any of our colleagues want to say anything before we give the floor to our... we'd like to say that we called this hearing primarily for the private sector because we had 4 long hearings or 3 or 4 long sessions last week where we heard the government, the public sector. So I think it's time to hear from the private sector and how they are coping because they say this... the economic effects of this pandemic will be as bad as the Great Depression, probably, no? And it took us 4 years to recover from that. Although I think we've learned a few lessons since then, so hopefully it won't take 4 years. So any other senators who want to say anything before we
Mr.
turn it over?
Chair?
Senator Risa, please. Senator Risa, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hear the guidance of the chair about focusing in today's hearing largely on the concerns of the private sector. So I just make of record that I was going to raise 2 points of clarification just for us to keep at the back of our minds as they may become useful in the course of the hearing. So first, are we discussing first is what is the available fiscal space and what's the recommended fiscal deficit for 2021 and even 2022. And if it comes up again, I will make a set of related motions for the consideration of our two committees, including proposing that we reach resolution with the help of our economic managers and with the inputs of also from private sector on what the appropriate size of a stimulus budget should be. And then lastly, Mr. Chair, my second point of clarification that I was going to raise is that one, are we discussing a supplemental budget? So I'll return to these points as the hearing goes on, Mr. Chair, if they become relevant again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Risa. Is the DBM here to answer the questions of Senator Risa? I'm not sure if they're here, Senator Risa. That's the thing. Comsec, is the DBM here to answer the question about fiscal space?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator Risa.
Well, Mr. Chair, if they're not yet here or they will not arrive during the hearing, then maybe I could rephrase the question that is that part of the power of the purse? Like can Congress, by way of our budgets, propose at least a floor or a ceiling of the budget deficit, especially for stimulus spending? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, while we're waiting now, let's hear from some of our any other senators who want to say anything? Senator Lapid, sir. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Magandang umaga sa inyo lahat, mga kasama. Concern ko lang dito, ewan ko kung sinong dapat sumagot. Tungkol dito sa, dahil natin naririnig ang mga natin, tungkol dito sa RORO, yan ay napakalaking tulong sa ating mga kababayan, lalong-lalo na yung mga isolated na walang mga airport, mga island, ganyan. Anong may tutulong natin sa kanila dahil apektado rin sila dito sa COVID-19. Lang at sino ba nang dapat sumagot mamaya? Yun ang tanong ko. Salamat, Mr.
Sige po. Sa RORO siguro, if DOTR is here, no? So first, let's turn, if no other senators wish to say anything. Senator Poe, Senator Grace, yes, go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to thank the chairs of this committee hearing for inviting also representatives of the arts. I see that Lisa Dino is here. Importante na huwag makalimutan ng sektor na yan, lalong-lalo na ngayon na yung nakaraang 2 buwan ang dami ng kulong. Importante rin yan. I just had to manifest that because I support that sector and I think that it's vital also for our economy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that, Senator Grace. Medyo tinamaan ng mga sinehan. Walang nanonood ng sine ngayon. Anyway, sige, let's hear from the government agencies. Some of them are here, so we don't take up. They're busy, so let's hear maybe a short response. General Galvez, would you like to say anything? Is he here? General Galvez?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yusek Purisima. Yeah, go ahead, sir. Let's just keep it short. Maybe let's just keep it short.
Mr. Chair, honorable members of the Senate, at the outset, let me state that we support the different bills as presented, and we'd like to say that the National Action Plan is being implemented right now, particularly balancing between health and the economy, so that we can pursue the objective of the National Action Plan of preventing the spread of COVID-19, at the same time mitigate the impact, its economic, social, and security impact, Mr. Chair. So actually our recommendation is later on adoption of the strategic framework and the structure of the National Action Plan considering that it's not only the interagency task force, but also the national task force under Secretary Lorenzana, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yusek. We would ask our resource persons who don't represent a particular sector to maybe if they feel that any sector is suffering or needs assistance from the government, i-identify na lang po nila. Like our secretaries, our local government officials, no? Just so we keep the discussion focused. We also have the Chief PNP, General Archie Gamboa, sir. Anything to say? Is General Gamboa here? I heard him acknowledged a while ago. If not, yeah, General Gamboa, no? Okay. So we'll go to ULAP. We have the chair, Governor Velasco of Marinduque. Sir, you have the floor. I saw Governor Dax. Perhaps Governor Dax is here. He wants to say anything. We were together yesterday. Governor Dax, yeah?
Good morning, senators, especially to our good chairman, the good-looking Senator Angara.
Morning, sir.
Morning, sir. So I have a brief prepared position paper here, but I will not take too much of your time. But we'd like to support all the economic stimulus packages and bills of the honorable senators and authors in this chamber. And am I supposed to go specifics na ba, Mr. Chair, or later na lang as we go through the bills?
No, you can go. You can already. We won't go through the bill line by line because there are too many, no. And
okay.
I think given the 3 session days left, we really want just the doable. What are the doables and what are the urgent matters we can address? So go ahead with your specifics if you have any, sir.
Oh, yes, Mr. Chair. So in response to the pending measures, the proposed Senate bills talk about economic relief and recovery measures. At this point, amid the COVID crisis, any intervention by the national government to save local economy is generally and very welcome by the LGUs. We strongly support the pending proposals, but we'd like to make a special mention of the following provisions. The grant of 1-month ERA share for LGUs alongside the authority to utilize unexpended balance of public trusts. In cash transfers to workers who are residing within ECQ and whose livelihood remains shut down from the bill of Senator Marcos and yourself, Senator Angara, and Senator Recto again. So we support that as well, Mr. Chair. And then the relaxed regulatory policies such as zero tariff on essential imported raw materials from the bill 1431. And then suspension of all tax payments and reportorial requirement from the bill 1431 and 1474. The simplified application processing for new business entrants from the bill 1431, 1449, and 1474. And the reactivation of the special purpose vehicle 1414, 1474, or even better yet, in the enrollment of a new law which will perform the purpose of an SPV. And such other ways to incentivize fresh investments in rural areas. I'd like to stress that, Mr. Chair, so that we can absorb incoming locators in the ecozones, not only ecozones, but also in the countryside. However, we wish to point out that the proposed relief packages if possible, prioritize aside from the supply chain for essential industries, strategic industries whose resumption of operations will make the most value impact on employment and revenue generation. And then another item, Mr. Chair, is we support the flexible labor laws such as unconventional work arrangements, monetization of leave credits, retooling and apprenticeship programs to assist workers in difficult situations, and anticipate incoming investors opening new industries in the bills 1431, 1417, 1449, and 1474. We also support the build, health facilities and digital infrastructure development, particularly the adoption of PPP schemes to rush completion of high-impact, big-ticket projects that project business confidence. And also resources and efforts be shared by the national with the local so that there are parallel efforts in developing infrastructure in ICT-related investments. Kasi po, para pong DPWH na may local roads, LGU po ang gumagawa, meron din mga national roads na DPWH. Maybe this kind of a symbiotic arrangement as hindi lang DICT ang nag-i-invest sa ICT infra. And then finally, last few comments, Mr. Chair. The loans for MSMEs is a priority measure to infuse lifeblood to small-funded entrepreneurs and restore a sense of confidence in the community. According to bills 1414, 1449, and 1474. In regard to assistance to MSMEs, we wish to underscore the need for government communications plan to improve its strategic messaging to ensure that the proper information is cascaded to the intended beneficiaries at the grassroots level para wala pong confusion at issues along the way. And lastly, availment requirements must be streamlined to enable more compliant applicants to benefit from the program. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Chair, we will also submit an electronic and copy to your honorable committee.
Thank you, President Governor Dax Cua, President of the ULAP. Can we hear from, since you mentioned the ICT, perhaps we could take advantage of the presence of our former colleague, Manong Greg, Secretary Greg Honasan, if he's around. Comsec, is he around? Well, apparently not, no? So we'll go to League of Provinces. Is Governor Yap here, the president of the League of Provinces? Governor Art Yap? Well, he's confirmed here. Mayor Leonardia, president of the League of Cities? Mayor Bing, is he here?
Yes, I'm Mayor Madel Alfalor, and I'm representing Mayor Bing Leonardia of the League of Cities of the Philippines.
Okay, Mayor, go ahead. Yeah.
Yes, is this about the entire bills of the respective senators? Actually, I have a suggestion. Hopefully,
you have to comment on each provision. No? Just give us an overview of what the position of the league is.
Yes, Senator. Your Honor, I just want to propose and suggest, hopefully, that you can come up with one consolidated package, and then hopefully all of you will come up with one possible good proposal or proposal that are really responsive and reactive to all the problems that we are experiencing right now. So hopefully you can come up with one consolidated package.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Sunny. Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Chair Amy.
Yes, I'd just like to support Dax Kuwa's statement doon sa national broadband dahil hirap na hirap na yung mga LGU at sa kabila ng kagustuhan ng lahat na ma-improve yung wifi natin, minsan kasing simple yung mga problema as kung saan ilalagay yung mga telco towers. Tinuturo yung LGU na pinagbabawalan, but at the same time, the LGU is very seldom consulted, less even is it given any funding. Thank you.
Okay,
Your
good
Honor.
point. Thank you, Chair.
Your Honor, may be recognized again. I just want to agree to Senator Amy Marcos. Totoo po yun, we are seldom consulted. So hopefully, there will be a law or something that at least to oblige all the servers providers to at least consult it first to all the local government units. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry. Can we hear from President of the League of Municipalities, Mayor Chavit Singson? Manong Chavit?
Good morning at maraming salamat po Senator Sani Angara sa pag-ibig. At sa lahat po na mga senators na nandyan, magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat. So magaganda po lahat ng mga na-file sa Senate. We just received it this morning. We just started disseminating to all the municipalities. I'm sure all the mayors, local LGUs will support this. Maganda po lahat to. Kaya we'll just wait for the command and recommendations of other mayors. And the meantime, ang hiningi ko lang po ngayon, i-member sana kami sa interagency task force para lahat ng mga plano at ginagawa niyo ma-disseminate namin kagad. So yun lang po. Maraming salamat po, Senator Sani.
Salamat, Manong Chavit, President of the League of Municipalities. We have Mayor Benji Magalong of Baguio City, which is doing well with a number of initiatives like contact tracing. Mayor Benji, are you here, sir? Mayor Benji Magalong? Your fellow Cavalier, Senator Bato, is smiling. Wala si Mayor Magalong. Okay, we'll go to the next. Dr. Jimenez of the FAP or the Private Hospitals Association of the Philippines. Rustico Jimenez. Dr. Jimenez, are you here? Wala. Okay. Secretary Dizon, Presidential Advisor Vince Dizon of the BCDA. Perhaps he could give us some updates. He's very much active. Vince, are you here? Vince? Secretary Vince? Secretary Vince Dizon? No? Okay. We'll go to Mr. Simon Paterno of the Foundation for Economic Freedom along with Mr. Bong Montes. Here, sirs. No? Simon Paterno. No? Go back to you. Professor Nene Guevara. I met her a while ago, so I know she's here. She's a former DOF USEC, since Cory Time, long-standing official. Ma'am Nene, now with Synergia. Ma'am Nene. Wala.
She was there. Really?
Yeah, we saw her. She was one of the early birds. We saw her a while ago. Anyway, let's call the ones we see na lang. Yun para sigurado. We see FDC Chair Liza Dino Segura. Ma'am, kayo na po. Kasi at least nandito ko kayo. Ay, nakamute ma'am. Nakamute po. Nakamute.
Is that okay? Naririnig niyo po ako, sir?
Okay.
Yes, okay.
I heard.
Ay, sige.
Ayun. Good morning, Your Honors. Maraming salamat po for giving me the opportunity to represent my agency and the film audiovisual industry in this hearing. Alam naman po natin, the audiovisual culture and the industry have always been ingrained in the Filipino experience, from the movies we watch, the teleseries we see on TV, the hottest premiere on Netflix, or the next Jollibee viral story. In fact, during these times of isolation, these contents kept us sane and pretty much entertained. Alam kong ang tagal na pong na-cancel at nakalimutan na po natin siguro, but a lot of us swoon and fall in love when we watch live concerts of our favorite artists. It's special when we eat dinner with a family while being serenaded by a quartet. A hard day at work seems a lot manageable when we get to spend time with friends, to catch a late-night comedy show, dance club, or you go to resto bars. Whether it's through consumption of film and audiovisual content, to witnessing live events and performances, these expressions of our narratives are a way of appreciation and keeping our arts and culture alive. Kaya salamat po dahil hindi niyo po kami nakalimutan. Because it seems like it's a distant memory now that when COVID hit the world, and not only our audiences affected, but more so the thousands of workers po in this industry. While the social distancing measures that the government put in place was the right call to protect us from the virus, inevitably, thousands of our workers who are part of these social scenes are now unemployed. This industry, while we consider now as non-essential, has been integral in our daily lives. And now we are in a danger of significant collapse without government aid and support. In our recent study, and we submitted po a position paper to give you data summary on the income of this industry, mapping of this industry. According to IPOFIL, we are worth 689 billion pesos, which accounts to around 6.52% of our GDP. This includes 11,000 MSMEs, 8 major companies that employ around 460,000 workers in the film and audiovisual content industry. The cinema sector alone generated approximately 11.5 billion pesos in gross box office revenues. The animation service sector had an income of around 1 billion pesos, while 3.65 billion was generated in audiovisual and related services in 2018. On the other hand, the audiovisual live events industry is comprised of about 27,000 micro, small, and medium enterprises as of the latest nationwide count of the National Live Events Coalition. It provides employment to more than 300,000 employees and was poised to contribute around 200 billion in gross revenues to the national economy in 2020. But now it is estimated that there will be more than 760,000 workers in both content and live audiovisual industries who have been displaced because of the pandemic, most of whom do not have financial recourse. A recent survey of the Department of Finance through NEDA even placed arts, entertainment, and recreation at #1 in the top 10 hardest hit business sectors caused by the pandemic, and tourism sector comes second. FDCP has provided this committee with a data summary of the projected income loss of each sector, and it amounts to more than 100 billion income loss for 2020. And given the current state of our industry, the Film Development Council of the Philippines, together with the sectors we represent, the Interguild Alliance, a community-based network of various groups representing different relevant sectors of the film, television, and advertising industries in the Philippines, the National Live Events Coalition, a league of various sectors of live events, and the Animation Council of the Philippines. We humbly pray, Your Honors, that our industry will be given space in the economic stimulus package that our esteemed legislators are working so hard for, so we can provide immediate lifelines to the most vulnerable workers and companies in our industry. We were the first to be canceled, and we are going to be the last also to recover kasi it constitutes mass gathering yung amin pong industriya. So upon consultation with our stakeholders, we have submitted, Your Honors, transitional financial and sectoral interventions that we hope our national government can provide for the industry. Concerning health and safety, the FDCP echoes the film and AV industry's call, as it is now in coordination with Department of Health in drafting the final safety protocols for the various sectors. We share in the view of targeted mass COVID testing as a priority to flatten the curve. On this note, we would like to lobby that film and audiovisual businesses are provided their fair share of such testing kits to the respective LGUs. FDCP commends and supports the proposed economic stimulus bills in Congress and Senate that extends wage subsidies to non-essential and critically impacted businesses. We also recognize and support the extension of such wage subsidies to freelancers and the self-employed. 70% to 80% po ng aming industriya belong to the freelancer sector. And we humbly propose that a maximum duration of compensation to be capped at 6 months instead of 2 months because consideration po of the trajectory to perform work in full force will be gradual, even if the sector will commence and start to conduct business activities. There are a lot of strict safety and health protocols to mitigate COVID-19 within our community, and employment will definitely still be limited. FDCP also hopes that our DEAR program, it's a humble program that the FDCP spearheaded as a complimentary wage subsidy during the time of the pandemic. Unfortunately, our industry fell into the cracks of the system. We did not enjoy the DOLES camp program because hindi po kami formal sector. We also were not the priorities in the SAP program kasi hindi po considered as vulnerable workers. So FDCP had this program where we gave 5,000 to 8,000 cash financial assistance to the freelancers na affected po ng COVID. And in this 5,000 beneficiaries, we humbly submit for all of these beneficiaries to be given a second wave of support and for us to also be recognized as a possible open application window to serve our stakeholders. We also welcome the provision of guaranteed loans to MSMEs. There is a need for the industry to be covered by guaranteed loans because our companies need cash.
Chair Liza, who gave the assistance to the, you said you fell in the cracks and then you said that someone gave assistance. Sino yung nagbigay ng assistance?
Kami po, nire-allocate po namin yung fund namin.
So mismong FDCP ang nagbigay?
Opo, kami po. We created a program called Disaster/Emergency Assistance and Relief Program. And we were able to give around 20 million to our workers. Pero ngayon po, ongoing pa rin po yung aming submission for application and kulang pa rin po yung pera po na nasa amin kasi limited lang po. Hindi po kami pinayagan ng DBM to extend to 50 million.
Okay.
Ni-reject po yung proposal.
How many were able to give? Tig for 5,000 ba yun? For 5,000?
5,000 and 8,000.
Senator Bong Revilla is ready.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, for Ms. Dino Sigera. Mr. Chair, I am glad that we have given the voice to the industry being represented by FDCP Chair Liza Dino. Ngayon lang po kasi narinig ang boses at kalagayan ng mga manggagawa sa industriya. Lalo na sa mga maliliit na crew at staff at yung mga hand-to-mouth na pamumuhay nitong ating mga kasama sa industriya ng pelikula at telebisyon at maging sa musika. At kaya't napakalaking bagay po itong ginagawa natin ngayon dahil talagang marami pong umiiyak na at sumisigaw na sa industriya. Alam niya ni Ms. Dino. And of course, Mr. Chairman, according to the Department of Finance, through the NEDA, Arts and Entertainment and Creation, placed first among the top 10 hardest hit business sector with tourism coming in as second. NCCA, 125,000 displaced freelance artists and cultural workers. FDCP naman po, 460,000 film and audiovisual content industry. Ang NLEC, 280,000 jobs lost in live events industry. Total of 865,000. Now, Ms. Dino, tama po bang sabihin na 800 65,000 artists and creative workers ang apektado sa panahon ng pandemic. Accurate po ba ang bilang na ito?
Opo, binago po natin yung industriya. So, hindi lang po siya yung mga nasa production. We also talk about all the workers in the different sectors of audiovisual. May animation, television, commercials, iba't ibang audiovisual content, manufacturing of different audiovisual equipment, the exhibition sector, which includes the cinemas, distributors, checkers, and then the live
Liza, sandali. Chair. Ask some of the resource persons to turn off their mics kasi there is steam coming from para we can focus on the resource persons. Yung mga hindi pa na-recognize, wag na muna yung mic. Thank you. Go ahead, Chair.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Senator. Able to map out the entire film and audiovisual industry. Yun nga po, hindi lang po production ang pinag-uusapan natin dito. Iba't ibang sektor po, from film and motion picture to television, to animation, to gaming, to the exhibition sector sa cinemas, the distributors, the checkers, as well as the live events sector po, the wedding. Kalagayan po ng nasa industriyang ito. Kaya salamat po talaga, Senator Wong, for championing this and for allowing us finally to have a space to tell you and share with you who we are and how we are.
Yeah, that's right. Talagang kita natin ng pagdudusa ng lahat. No? Actually, it's not only the movie industry but lahat tayo, mga Pilipino. So buong mundo, kumbaga buong mundo na nagsasuffer dito because of this pandemic. Pero ngayon Ms. Dino, kung paglalaanan na ng pondo ng sektor ng mga artista, manggagawa sa pelikula, yung mga nabanggit mo, lahat po yan. Saan siya magandang padaanan? Is it sa NCCA, FDCP, DOLE ba, DTI? Balita ko may mga conflict din doon sa ground na dapat natin ayusin. Anyway, darating tayo dyan pagdating ng no? Pero sa tingin mo, saan maganda padaanin natin to para masiguro natin na kumbaga walang conflict talaga?
Pinakamaganda po talaga is magkaroon ng alignment. Kasi alam naman din po natin dahil sa open application window ng freelance workers, hindi po siya katulad ng magiging proseso sa mga employers kung saan yung mga kumpanya po ang nagsasubmit tapos may listahan po sila ng mga employees nila. Ang ating freelance po normally wala pong mga employers, and it's one of the challenges of the FDCP when we had our DEAR program dahil ang mga workers din po natin informal at hindi talaga po marunong mag-compile ng paperwork. So an interagency and an alliance among the cultural agencies and also DOLE would really help expedite and be able to provide this support for the 860,000 workers po.
Kung marami pa gusto magtanong, but again, basta nasa likuran niyo po kami, Ms. Dino. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Excuse me. Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair?
Chair Liza, you mentioned Chair Liza. Chair Liza, yung sinabi mong network of all the in cultural agencies, is there any move to form that network yet?
Sir, lahat po sila ngayon, NCCA, CCP, FAP are all part of the council of the FDCP. They all sit in our board as part of the board of trustees. So siguro kung magkaroon po kami ng task force kung saan ang talagang magiging mission lang namin ay makapag-provide ng wage subsidy, malaking bagay po ito para ma-consolidate po natin at ma-centralize ang pagbibigay po ng subsidy sa ating mga workers.
Okay. Senator Risa, yes, you were raising your hand. Senator Risa, then Senator Amy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Especially after hearing Chairperson Liza's very well prepared and heartfelt presentation, I'd just like to join the support expressed earlier by Senator Grace for their representation. And then in this hearing, thank you to the chairs, the co-chairs, and then the response, the appropriate response from government. I also saw earlier, I heard rather, Mr. Chair, earlier that Paulo Mercado of the Creative Economy is also there at the hearing. And I know that they are aligned fully with Chair Liza's agenda. Their organization is also proposing initiatives to get the creative process outsourcing MSMEs. So nasa MSMEs din at pati yung mga freelancers back on their feet, as well as through the creation of digital hubs, as they've not been allowed to operate in their locations, syempre sa ating physical distancing requirements. May agenda din po sila, I know, na tinutulak yung NCCA, palakasin yung action plan nila for other arts sectors such as visual arts, crafts, and cultural sites. So, Chair, I hope to further flesh out what Chair Liza has already beautifully started to do, na there will be time to hear other resource persons from her community, including from the creative economy. Salamat, Mr. Chair. Mabuhay, Chair Liza.
Salamat po.
Yes, Mr. Chair. If Sen. Risa is done, magma-manifest rin po ako.
Go ahead, Chair. Amy.
Yes, thank you, Sunny. As a practicing member of the creative economy and one of those garage studios and freelancers, there are about 1.5 million freelancers at the very least who will be losing jobs on a regular basis. And ang sinasabi ng DBM at NEDA, na itong tulong na ibibigay natin kung maaari idaan daw sa existing programs. They mentioned repeatedly the Small Business Wage Subsidy Program of DOF, SSS, and the BIR. Sana palawakin to para ma-cover yung creatives. Ganon din yung tupad ng DOLE at yung yung tinatawag nating Sustainable Livelihood Program sa DSWD, even the livelihood assistance, kasi laging hindi tinutulungan yung mga creatives. Samantalang yung iba dyan ay talagang minimum wage. So I'm hopeful that if we need to integrate this assistance into existing budgets, tignan natin yung parameters ng DOLE, ng DTI, DSWD, DOF sa small business. At palawakin naman ang understanding natin ng workers kasi pati creative workers dapat kasama dyan. And that will include the gig economy that's close to the heart of Sunny and Tara. And the chairman is right in saying that this is one of the few growth points in this big economic landscape. Talagang malaking bagay kung mabigyan natin yung mga freelancers in the gig economy, our Game Boys, our animation people, all our coders, and even those who are already embarking on e-commerce, bigyan natin ng konting tulong at oportunidad. I am suggesting actually in the 1930s, kung maaalala natin yung mga leksyon ng American Depression, the Roosevelt administration launched work brigades that included very famous artists and writers such as Saul Bellow, Richard Wright, and all the rest, who were given jobs by the government to at least write the state guidebooks, to write all kinds of programs and histories of America, just so that they would be kept viable. At sa palagay ko ngayon ang panahon na talagang tulungan natin ang mga artists, sila yung inspirasyon sa napakadilim na mundong hinaharap. Thank you.
Minority Leader Drill. Thank you, Amy.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Indeed, the inputs of the private sector that we have heard so far is very important for purposes of the stimulus package that the committee is now considering. But I think you will agree with me, Mr. Chairman, that the stimulus package that is being proposed is very complicated. It has very serious implications both on the monetary and fiscal policies of this government. Again, I do appreciate the need and I appreciate what I've heard this morning from the private sector. But if with your permission, Mr. Chairman, can I bring up an item in your agenda which is quite urgent?
Yes,
my view is that the economic stimulus can wait a bit because this is not easy to tackle. And I congratulate the chairman for asking the private sector to have their inputs. But as I said, may I raise a question, and I don't know who can answer this, on the on Senate Bill 1. So, what is the position of Malacanang insofar as the extension is concerned? Because I heard Secretary Roque saying that the extension is most ideal. It can be interpreted a number of ways, including that while it's ideal, we don't consider it critical. For further, I am not aware that this bill has been certified as urgent. So may we know exactly the position of the executive branch on the extension of the Republic Act 11469?
Maybe we'll defer to the majority leader.
So that I would appreciate it.
Majority Leader Miggs, would you like to answer the point raised by the Minority Leader regarding the issue of certification? Will they certify your bill?
I was just told, thank you, Chairperson, thank you to the Minority Floor Leader. I was just told while the Minority Floor Leader was discussing this, I called up our contacts in the palace. I was told that they will issue a certification of the measure. They're just waiting for the committee report, Chairperson, because usually, Chairman, they wait for the committee report before they issue the certification. They want to see the version that we pass at the committee level. So we have an assurance that they'll certify it, sir, Your Honors.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Is the Minority Leader satisfied with the response?
Thank you, the Majority Leader, for that information. At least we know that we can proceed with this item. Now, the first issue that I will raise, Mr. Chairman, and I do not know who can answer this, is whether or not Congress can extend Bayanihan Act. And let me cite to you Section 23, Article 6 of the Constitution. For the record, let me read it. It says, in times of war or other national emergency, Congress may, by law, authorize the President for a limited period and subject to such restrictions as it may prescribe to exercise powers necessary and proper to carry out a declared national policy. Unless sooner withdrawn by resolution of the Congress, such powers shall cease upon the next adjournment thereof. Now, my strict reading of this provision indicates that it appears that Congress is not authorized to extend the law because the provision does not say that it can be extended as distinguished and as contrasted with the provision on the proclamation of martial law and the suspension of the privilege of writ of habeas corpus, such that Congress may revoke or extend the proclamation of or suspension proclamation of martial law or the suspension of the writ of habeas corpus. So may I find out from our good chairman what is his view as to this constitutional prescription that the powers, and we're using the verbatim provision of the Constitution, such powers shall cease upon the next adjournment. Father Bernas is of the view that when Congress is not in session and is therefore unable to act on emergency situations, the President himself is stripped of his emergency powers. I would like to raise this to the committee, and possibly we will raise this on the floor also.
Thank you, Minority Leader. It's an interesting point, and asking me to respond to you is like asking the thesis advisor is the thesis advisor asking the student to respond to the thesis advisor, Senator Frank. But I'll attempt something. I'll attempt a response. No, it seems that is crafted out of our martial law experience because the drafters of the 87 Constitution were afraid that the executive would overreach, and they wanted to place the legislative as a check on executive power. It seems to me that is the milieu or the context of the provision. But don't you think, Minority Leader, it would give rise to absurd interpretations that the executive would have its hands tied? I think in the absence of a prohibition on the executive on the legislative to delegate that power, given there is no prohibition, I think we should be able to delegate it as long as there is nothing unconstitutional in our delegation. That is the submission of the student to his thesis advisor, Minority Leader.
Well, I just raised this question so that the committee can probably do a little bit more study, because I myself, I have no answer to this question. But this is how our Constitution is worded, and probably when we debate this on the floor, we can place on record our interpretation of this provision. Now, I would also like to place on the record my reservation about just extending this Bayanihan Act, apart from the fact that the extension must be constitutionally supported. And I'm referring to Section 6 of Republic Act 11469. I have extreme reservation about renewing Section 6 because of what we have seen as the way this is being implemented by those who are
what is
in charge.
Minority Leader?
Section 6, Mr. Chairman, is an enumeration of what are considered illegal acts, and what which are punished by imprisonment. Now, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, I want to place on record that all the acts enumerated in Section 6 are punished by other laws. And therefore, the enumeration of these laws enumeration of these acts under the Bayanihan Act would expose the citizens, our citizens, to double prosecution because this is a special law. Now, as lawyers, we are aware, Mr. President, that there is a distinction between what are considered as evil per se and therefore punished in law as what we call in law as mala in se, and those which are mala prohibita, as you recall, Mr. Chairman. Mala in se would refer to those acts which are evil by its nature. It's inherently wrong by nature, such as the crimes punishable under the revised penal code. Here, we punish, for example, rape because it is inherently wrong. There is a distinction between what we call mala in se and mala prohibita. In other words, in mala prohibita, the acts being punished are not inherently wrong, but is made a wrongful act by a provision of the law. In other words, just to demonstrate it, Mr. President, a traffic violation, a violation of quarantine rules is not in itself evil, but it is punished because the law itself says so. In other words, what we have here is that the specific acts are considered as unlawful by virtue of the provision of the Bayanihan Act. I am highlighting this because the way I have seen it, Mr. President, the violators here are treated like criminals. We must emphasize that the Bayanihan Act as Hil Azman law is the principal purpose is to address an emergency. It is not basically a penal statute. It's not a penal statute per se. The principal purpose of the law is to address an emergency and not punish a crime. Let me emphasize that. The purpose of the law is to protect the health of our people, and it is not per se to punish a crime. The penalties are imposed only to exact compliance. However, we have seen in the past how law enforcers have treated this provision as authority to arrest people for acts which are otherwise crimes which would not necessitate arrest without warrants. You had an army officer being shot because of alleged violation of quarantine rules. The matter of the Cebu artist who was arrested for saying that in her Facebook that there is a lot of the COVID instances are increasing somewhere in Cebu. I can't recall exactly what it was, but that's the sense of the news report. And therefore, what we're seeing here is that the transgressors of the Bayanihan Act, which I emphasize, is not primarily a penal statute like the revised penal code, but a health measure. The alleged violators are arrested without warrants. They are chained in their chairs, as indication that Cebu artists, members of the LGBT were required to kiss in public. There was one instance where an alleged violator was put in a cage. You know, so we must check this, Mr. Chairman, and that is why my proposal is to delete the entire Section 6 because the acts in Section 6 are likewise punished in other laws. For example, the matter of price manipulation is specifically punished in Bayanihan in this Bayanihan Act, and yet Republic Act 7581 or the Price Act also punishes price manipulations during emergency situations such as we have now. So it is in this sense that we submit to the committee in its committee report to include the deletion of Section 6 as given what we have experienced, but it doesn't mean that the acts and omissions in under the law will not be punished because they are punished in other laws. That's what we're saying. But this provision, unfortunately, is being cited by the implementers to justify illegal arrest, I must state, because there are questions of arrest without warrant being justified under the Bayanihan Act. So this is our respectful submission. We must remember, Mr. Chairman, that we should not criminalize the Bayanihan Kill as One law. The violators of the law are driven by hunger and lack of jobs. They are violating. They are charged with violating the law because they are violating the quarantine rules. When they are looking for food, they are looking for jobs. The quarantine violators are motivated and driven by reasons of hunger, by reasons of income, and not because they are criminals. And yet the way it has been implemented the violators are treated like ordinary criminals. It is for this reason, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, that I submit to the committee for its consideration in the committee report the repeal of Section 6. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In general, if I may add, we have no problems with the extension, of the law, so long as we can hurdle that constitutional issue. But in substance, we have no problem with granting the executive leeway insofar as realigning funds are concerned, insofar as measures to expedite the purchases of necessary goods and services to address the public need. So conceptually, assuming that we can overcome the constitutional issue, I can support the extension of the Bayanihan Kill as One law. But I have very serious reservations about reenacting Section 6 for the reasons we have stated, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Sorry. Yeah. Before I turn it over to Majority Leader Migs, I'd like to say that you've raised some valid points. And this is not really intended to be a criminal statute. No, it's meant to help our people cross over and face the economic difficulties and to empower the government so that they can help our countrymen. At dun sa sinabi niyo yun na ginagawa ng ibang kababayan natin dahil sa kahirapan, totoo ho yun. At dahil ito ay special law, they cannot claim a lack of criminal intent as a defense because it's a special law. So I think that's a good point raised by the minority leader. And since if they are really punishable by other laws, then there is no need to, perhaps it would be superfluous to reenact that section. But let's get the opinion of the author, Senator Miggs, Majority Leader Miggs.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson Sonny. Thank you, Minority Floor Leader. Actually, I want to seek also the opinion of the other departments here, especially those who implemented this Bayanihan to Heal as One Act. Maybe we can get the comment of the PNP or the DILG on the comments of our dear Minority Floor Leader, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's ask PNP Chief Archie Gamboa. Thanks, sir. Thanks for joining us. Did you hear the comment of Minority Leader Drilon, PNP General Gamboa?
Yes, Your Honors, a pleasant good morning to everyone. True enough, sir, no, I affirm on what the Honorable Senator Drilon is saying. Actually, sir, it has always been my reminder to all my troops that we should be very keen on choosing 11469 to charge violators in relation to quarantine rules because, as I have said, even if you go through A to H, the different provisions there concerns different agencies in government. Like for example, letter C on DTI, the PNP can only move if they are deputized by DTI, including E. And then for F on fake news, of course, we always seek assistance from DICT and yung G and H, sir, the OTR and DPWH. So in effect, sir, if we run through the cases that has been filed against the violators of quarantine rules, we have not actually used 11469 because I myself, sir, have actually dissected this. And true enough, we need the requirement of deputation of other government agencies for the PNP to function. That's why the usual recourse is 11332 or usually the revised penal code when the offenders become disobedient. So I affirm, sir, that ito yung role, sir, ng Philippine National Police in relation to Section 6 of 11469, sir. Thank you, sir. Good morning.
So again, General Gamboa, okay lang sa'yo na we don't extend that, we don't include that in the extension, yung Article 6, Section 6 rather, of the Bayanihan Act.
I submit to the wisdom of the Senate, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So anyone else want to comment on that issue before we leave it?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah. Senator Pia, is that okay,
Yes.
go ahead. Senator Pia.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'd just like to give some context, having sponsored the Bayanihan as one, the Heal as One, no? The background there was if I'm not mistaken, it was a very general provision penalizing criminal acts. And I shared the same view that if it's already penalized in our criminal statute, there's no need for that provision. However, there was a move to be very specific kasi mahirap naman mag-provide ng bagong penalties. There were new penalties recommended na wala namang specific criminal acts. So, na-specify naman ngayon yung criminal acts. Kasi mahirap ka naman magkaroon ng penalty generalizing criminal acts, di ba? I think every lawyer will agree na, and that was my argument. If you either refer to the existing criminal statutes or you specify new criminal acts. No, you can't just generalize criminal provisions. Anyway, on that note, this is just my little input, and I would also love to hear the enforcement agency's comments. I am also for just relying on existing criminal statute and repealing. However, it has come to our attention, and I believe one of the examples I'm about to mention was mentioned in the President's report. Meron akong mga narinig na crimes, to me, they should be defined as crimes that are very specific to this COVID situation that we are in. For example, yung pagbebenta ng quarantine pass yung quarantine certificate sa recto. I mean, that is like, that throws out the door all our quarantine provisions, and then people can buy this thing that tells them they have already undergone their 14-day quarantine. You know what it's like to be quarantined, Senator Angara. You know what I mean? Like, wow. Ako,
I
pakukulong
did
ko
it
ng...
3 times. I did it 3 times. The quarantine.
Exactly. Pakukulong ko 3 times over yung nagbebenta noon. I mean, that is terrible. You know, it's like not just giving this one person an excuse, but basically spreading COVID if we allow that. And I don't know what existing laws we have. It might be a very minor 200 peso fine. I really want that one to be criminalized. No. Number 2, the other example, and our other COVID recovered patient, Senator Migs will also, I'm pretty sure, support me here. Yung nagbebenta ng donated PPE. Diba? I mean, grabe naman talaga yon. So, I mean, I know we don't have that much time, but maybe a quick review of what statutes govern. And if they're not sufficient, I would say that kaya naman siguro natin to identify a few that are really not acceptable. And hindi naman to dala ng gutom dala to ng kaswapangan. Hindi naman acceptable yun.
That's
Yun lang.
valid. Yeah. Thank you, Senator. Yeah, that's also a valid point. No, but maybe yung sa fake certificates, that's already punishable under the revised penal code, under falsification or forgery. You know, something.
Yun lang, pero yun lang yung sa akin. Let's review the crime kasi we all know that many of us have wanted to review the penalties. No, ang iba doon napakaluma na 200 pesos. Hindi fair yun. Diba?
Okay.
Somebody who should be in quarantine. It might be worth a review, a few minutes of our time. Yun lang naman, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Pia. It's certainly worth a review. Thank you very much for that input. Minority Leader Drilon, you want to respond?
I was taking the same view as the chairman that the specific example cited by our colleague on the selling of these quarantine passes, on the fake quarantine passes, that's covered by the revised penal code because quarantine passes are public documents, and therefore a falsification of that is covered by the revised penal code. Selling of so in general, I'm glad that the donation. I don't know if this is done by a public official. If it's done by the public official, certainly there's a case there. In my view, yes, I concur with the. I'm glad that Senator Cayetano validates my observation, although he's saying that we should think out of other crimes which might not be covered by other laws. I have no dispute with that. What I'm just saying is the way Section 6 is now phrased, it's being used to justify what otherwise are questionable enforcement. So that is all we're saying. As I said, I'm glad that Senator Cayetano sees the point in reviewing Section 6, and given the fact that in our experience there were just a lot of acts which are really questionable. The killing of a former AFP officer, Ragos, for allegedly violating quarantine rules. The lock up of 5 youths in Santa Cruz, Laguna, for inside a dog cage. The 3 members of the LGBT ordered by the barangay captain in Pampanga to kiss each other because of alleged violation of curfew. I have the name now, Maria Victoria Beltran from Cebu City was arrested after commenting on Facebook posts on the rising COVID-19 cases in Cebu. I mean, this is unheard of that a citizen expressing her view is arrested under the Bayanihan. No, anyway, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, I have made my point. I have made my submission to the committee, and we do hope that the committee can consider this seriously. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Minority Leader. We'll balance it out with the need pointed out by Senator Pia, maybe perhaps to have more specific violations. We'll take that under consideration. Any other inputs on this particular matter, the issue of Section 6 or criminalizing certain acts under the kung wala na, we'll move on. Any others? I don't see anyone. Senator Ralph, yes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, since we're talking already more or less about the Bayanihan Act, and we are authorizing the president, we're extending the authority of the president to realign portions of the budget. Maybe find out from the DBM, magkano na lang ba ang natitira in the budget that could be realigned?
Yeah.
We are DBM kanina kaso wala yata sila. Is the DBM here, Comsec? I don't think the Department of Budget is here, but we'll forward your question in case they're not here, Senator Ralph. We apologize.
Is the Department of Finance with us also today?
No, we really didn't invite them because they spoke so much in the last week's
got it.
hearing.
Okay, now, so that's one. No? First is to find out how much is still available to be realigned. No? The second is, what is the plan of the executive to realign? From what I recall, at least, there was a presentation in our Committee of the Whole hearings last week that the Department of Finance wants 50 billion for the Land Bank and the DBP, yes, and 20 billion for field guarantee. Now, they also made the presentation without details of 670 billion. Okay? If I recall, the only available funds left is anywhere from 400 to 500 billion. So maybe we should get an idea from the DBM, not only how much is available for realignment, but where do they intend to realign it? What do they plan to cut? And where do they want to spend it? Some indicators. Diba?
Right.
Para ma-present sa atin.
Okay. You can ask them that.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. On another note, Mr. Chairman, there are provisions in the Bayanihan Act. One part of it, no, is what to do with consumer loans or during quarantine. Siyempre, hindi makabayad yung tao ng mga consumer loans nila, hindi makabayad ng utility bills, so on and so forth, or contributions to SSS, Pag-ibig, PhilHealth. Does the government agencies present today, do they have the IRRs for this? Because I still hear a lot of complaints from our constituents that that banks are charging them interest on interest for not paying their loans.
Maybe we can ask BSP Deputy Governor Dakila to.
Yes, thank you.
That.
And the same for public utility, for public utilities. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Chairs, Honorable Senators. Yes, there are the implementing rules and regulations for the Bayanihan Act have already been implemented. With respect to complaints pertaining to the banking sector, they can be directed to our consumer complaints department here at the complaints forwarded to the BSP. But I will get in touch with our Consumer Affairs Department and provide the more information to you on what have been the resolution with respect to these complaints.
Yes, in your implementing rules and regulations, what are the rules?
As of now, I do not have a detailed copy of the implementing rules and regulations, Your Honor. But on the the thrust is that the consumer should be given during the quarantine period, that they will not suffer additional interest expenses.
Mr. Chairman, this is Ben Castillo. May I be recognized?
Is it on the same matter?
Opo, Mr. Chairman, I'm from the Bankers Association.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Salamat po. Members of the Senate, thank you for this opportunity. I just want to clarify for the matter raised by Senator Recto and also the reply from Deputy Governor Daquila. The implementing rules and regulations are very clearly outlined and have been followed consistently by the member banks of the association. Kaya lang po, we have to admit that there are several cases of complaints received by the Bangko Sentral, which they have referred to directly to the banks involved and to the association. And all these cases are coming from the fact that the automated systems of the banks continuously compute the interest on interest. And what happens po is when the bank concerned is notified, they then make the appropriate adjustments to the accounts of the borrower. And as far as the IRR is concerned, it's very clear. During the so-called grace period as defined by the law, no bank would charge principal and interest. Everything is deferred until after the quarantine period. And at the same time, for any non-payment during the quarantine period, there are no interest on interest or other penalties being charged. Yun lang po, Mr. Chairman.
Just a follow-up question on this, no? Okay. So it is correct that there are many violations, no? Maraming nagrereklamo tungkol dito. Okay. Now, and the reason for that to begin with, the rules, no, is that during lockdown, paano nga naman magbabayad yung may utang, di ba? Whether principal or interest. Okay? And when we say during the quarantine period, are we talking about, what is it in the law ba? Is it 30 days? Is it 60 days? Or under ECQ?
If I may, the law specifies an extension of 30 days from maturity date if the maturity date falls within the ECQ period. And at the same time, Honorable Senator Recto, hindi po violations yung mga nakikita namin. These are operational matters where the banking systems automatically churn out the computation. And these are immediately corrected once identified by the banks concerned.
Okay, so 30 days lang yan.
30 days po from the maturity that falls within the ECQ period.
Correct.
Ito po, yung ECQ period natin na-extend po several times na ho. No? So, basta may maturity date, there's 30 days.
Okay. So in this case, magpapatong-patong yan, isn't it?
Nagpapatong-patong po yung principal at saka yung basic interest. Hindi po nagpapatong yung mga penalties or what we call interest on interest because that's waived during the quarantine, during the ECQ period. Ngayon po, pag lumabas na po tayo sa quarantine, sa ECQ period, ang arrangements po will be on a one-on-one basis between the borrower and the bank. And our member banks have three possible formula. Number one po, the borrower can decide to pay in full. Or number two, the borrower can decide to spread what has not been paid over the life of the loan. Or number three, the borrower can decide to extend the loan for the appropriate number of months according to the number of months that we had the ECQ.
Okay. And in that scenario, there are no interest on interest and penalties and surcharges.
On the deferred principal and interest, wala pong interest on interest, walang penalties.
So it's going to be a one-on-one between them and the bank.
Opa.
Okay. Could you submit recommendations to the committee also? Because I do have a proposal in our Bayanihan version, okay, on spreading it for 6 months.
We recognize po, pero baka po we're confining the options for the borrowers.
Understood. Okay, so thank you for that. Anyway, maybe you could submit also your proposal to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you po.
Mr. Castillo. So if we can move on to other resource persons, can we call...
Mr. Chair?
Is that Senator Risa?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You have a question?
Just one quick question po before we move on to the other resource persons. Salamat, Mr. Chair. Kasi kanina narinig ko po si Sir Dakila from the Bangko Sentral. So I just wanted at least to put on record for them, unless gusto na nilang sagutin. Salamat, Mr. Chair. Yung in relation po dun sa isang point of clarification ko kanina on the available fiscal space at saka ano yung recommended fiscal deficit for 2021 at saka 2022. Yung tanong po sa BSP Governor, if they could be requested to enlighten us on the balance. It's one of our favorite words for today. Balance between fiscal and monetary interventions na marami naman pong nagsasabi these days na quite agile daw, quite adequate. So I just wonder, Mr. Chair, kung may comments si Mr. Dakila sa ngayon from the perspective of BSP on this balance between the interventions, fiscal and monetary. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Senator Risa. Let's ask Deputy Governor Dakila. Sir, did you hear the question of Senator Ontiveros?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Now, my understanding is that for 2021, the DBCC has projected a deficit of around 8% of GDP. Now, as to the available fiscal space, I think the Department of Finance would be the best agency to answer in that respect. Now, with respect to the monetary space, that is quite ample, Mr. Chair. We have always been proactive. Actually, we have reduced the policy rate by a total of 125 basis points this year. The BSP has also reduced the reserve requirements by 200 basis points. And every 100 basis point reduction in reserve requirements releases about 100 billion pesos into the economy. Now, as to the actions that the BSP can still undertake, that is quite plenty because with the reduction in the policy rate by 100 25 basis points. Currently, the policy rate stands at 2.75%. Our baseline inflation projection is at about 2% for this year. So that is still in contrast with other countries where the real interest rate is now negative. We're still on the positive side. And this is continuously being monitored by the BSP. And depending on the prospects of the economy, the outlook for inflation, the Monetary Board can decide on the direction of the policy rate. Now, with respect to reserve requirements, with the reduction, our current level of reserve requirements would be at 12%. Now, the governor has said that he wants it down to single-digit levels by the end of his term. That has been accelerated, the reduction, the adjustment in reserve requirements. That reduction has been in line with our long-term thrust of structural reform because we do want reserve requirements to be going down in the long term and being aligned with other economies in the region. But it also depends on the capacity of the economy to absorb the liquidity being released by the reduction in reserve requirements. So what we have observed so far is that most of the liquidity released has gone back to the various monetary policy instruments of the BSP. And that is why in the latest board decision, which I can term as being quite very much focused on MSMEs, we have the board has made eligible new loans granted to MSMEs as alternative compliance with the reserve requirements. So the monetary space, in short, Mr. Chair, is quite ample.
Can I ask, before I go back to Senator Risa, Deputy Governor Daquila, what you've done is you've made it easier for banks to make credit available to those who need it with problems of liquidity. But what if you're talking about stimulating demand, is it enough to use monetary policy? Perhaps that's another way of rephrasing the question of Senator Risa and Senator Ralph. Kasi kung wala yung demand, if people are not buying and companies are not sure if people will buy their product, will the monetary policy be sufficient? Because looking at what the economic managers presented to us last week, mas malaki yung portion ng economic policy kaysa sa fiscal.
Mr. Chair, as shown in the experience of other countries who have experienced crisis of confidence, including during the global financial crisis, monetary actions should be accompanied by demand-enhancing actions emanating from the fiscal side.
To further,
monetary is not the only
monetary lang or heavily monetary. Di ba parang balancing yun eh.
If I may, with the permission, since we're talking about this, let me share some information with the committee. The central bank liquidity injections globally today, is roughly 10 trillion, which is 12% of global GDP. In America, for instance, 29% of GDP, 6 trillion ang liquidity injection ng US Fed. In the Eurozone area, it's 8.3% for 1.1 trillion. No? Japan, 14.6%. UK, 9%. China, 10%. Okay? Roughly 10 trillion, 12% of GDP. Now, government stimulus, okay, is also 10 trillion. Okay? So it would appear it's a 1:1. Okay? In the US, 15.4% is government stimulus. That's 3.3 trillion. In the Eurozone, it is about 2.8 trillion. So on and so forth. So total, ergo, both fiscal and central bank, monetary and fiscal policy to fight the pandemic globally is roughly about 23.6% of GDP and $20 trillion. Okay? Now, in the Philippines, how much did we put into the system, yung liquidity injection natin? Isn't it roughly about 500 billion?
Our estimate, Mr. Chair, is that the total liquidity support is equivalent to about 1.1 trillion pesos, Mr. Chair.
To date.
Of the various actions of the central bank, we have had a 125 basis point reduction in the policy rate. And we estimate that this is equivalent to about 33 billion pesos in the next 12 months. Now, we have also entered into a repurchase agreement with the national government amounting to 300 billion pesos. Now, as percent of GDP, this is equivalent to 1.6% of GDP. And the first item that I have said, the 33 billion pesos coming from the reduction in the policy rate is equivalent to about 0.2% of GDP. The other liquidity enhancing measures that we have done, 200 basis point decrease in the reserve requirement ratio. As I have said, every 100 basis point decrease releases 100 billion pesos into the system. So this is equivalent to around 200 billion pesos or 1.1% of GDP. Now, we have also made adjustments with respect to our monetary policy instruments. We have suspended our term deposit facility auctions because during ordinary times, when the situation is a surplus of liquidity in the system, then the central bank also siphons off some of this liquidity in order to ensure that the liquidity does not generate any inflationary pressures. Now, this suspension is released about 300 billion pesos into the system. And
If
this
I
is
may
conservative.
If I may interject, Deputy Governor, with the indulgence of Senators Recto and Ontiveros, I think what a lot of our countrymen tell us when we tell them that a lot of this liquidity and credit will be made available, hindi naman ako papautangin ng bangko is a lot of what we hear. So is there anything in the reforms that the BSP is doing on the side of monetary policy to make it easier for banks or to encourage banks to lend to people who they would not normally lend to kasi walang collateral o walang walang cash flow sa business nila, di ba? Meron bang is there anything there?
What I have enumerated the monetary policy actions. And then apart from that, we have also instituted the regulatory and prudential relief measures. Examples of this would be the supervised financial institutions where the loans of affected borrowers are excluded from the past due and non-performing loan classification from March 8 of this year up to December 31st. Banks can also stagger booking of allowances for credit losses for loans extended to affected borrowers for a maximum period of 5 years, subject to approval of the BSP. Banks with outstanding rediscounting obligations with the BSP are also entitled to a 60-day grace period on the settlement of outstanding obligations, again, starting from March 8. All of these are, the grant of this financial relief are done to enable banks to give the equivalent financial relief to their borrowers.
Again,
Now,
let me interject with your indulgence, no? All of those enable banks to lend more money.
Yes.
But
Okay.
it doesn't necessarily, I think what you should focus on is they lend more money to the people they don't normally lend to. I think that's what you need to be looking at, to target
Yeah.
lending.
Now, so as to incentivize lending also, Mr. Chair, as I have already mentioned, we have made new lending to MSMEs as alternative compliance with our reserve requirements, Mr. Chair. Now, the thing is that all of these measures will still take some time. So it will not be
There is a lag.
Chair, there's a lag in any kind of a monetary policy action. But we have also reduced the credit risk weights of loans granted to MSMEs that are currently in status to 50%, from the 75% for the qualified MSME portfolio and 100% for the non-qualified MSME portfolio. And this will be again to end December 2021, Mr. Chair.
Minority Leader, yes.
Yes. I think I think the comment of the chair is very captures the problem. What the central bank is describing to us are measures to stimulate the supply side, enabling companies to borrow money, hopefully to restart the business. But the issue, as valid and as large an issue, is the ability of the people to purchase. Gawa ka nga ng gawa ng produkto, wala namang bumibili dahil walang pambili yung mga kababayan natin. So it's really a policy issue. Which one do we stimulate? Do we stimulate the demand by putting more money in the hands of our people so that they can stimulate the demand when the supply? Because this is as we have heard Secretary of Finance described to us, they are going to a guarantee fund which would allow rediscounting of loans from the banks. So at this point, this is really a policy decision and thrust that we're going to make. And here, I would like to really, in the course of our debate, listen to our Senate President pro tempore on which direction we should go to. But having said that, Mr. President, I take advantage of the presence of our bankers associations. What do they feel about this stimulus of the banks being allowed to rediscount their outstanding loans in order to enable them to loan some more to the sectors who need these loans?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Minority Leader, I agree with the statement of Senator Drilon. I just wanted to put on record, one, that yes, now that we know that the liquidity injection of the central bank is roughly 1.1 trillion, and based on what I earlier mentioned about how the global economy or different countries have tried to address the problem, it is a 50-50. Meaning to say, if you inject into the system 1.1 trillion, more or less, in monetary policy, you would need something like 1.1 trillion also. More or less, huh? It's not exactly, but that's how they're working on it globally. Okay? So more or less a 1 trillion fiscal stimulus and a monetary liquidity of about 1 trillion. That seems to be what the others are doing. So maybe at this juncture, we can listen from the Bankers Association to guide us also.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I recognize Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. Thank you for joining us, sir. Can we leave this issue of monetary policy, or you want to talk to the Bankers Association? Let's recognize Bankers Association since we're already on the issue of monetary policy. Who is the?
And they would, yes, they would also have recommendations on fiscal.
Okay.
Because they know how the business operates, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Right. So maybe Bankers Association, who is representing the
Mr. Chair, this is Bong Consing from the Bankers Association.
Yeah, Bong. Okay, sige. Go ahead, sir.
And Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry.
Risa, sorry. Senator. Yeah. Did you have a hanging question?
Just one last point on this topic, Mr. Chair, before we move to Mr. Consing. It's very interesting the detailed response of the Bangko Sentral to my question about the balance between monetary and fiscal policy. And ang ganda nung dinescribe ni Senate President pro tempore what seems to be a healthy balance globally, but from country to country, there are different balances or imbalances. And based also on the response of Sir Dakila, we're weighing heavily on the monetary side. Kaya gusto ko lang din sundan yung sinabi ng minority leader ko. I think the chair, you have really hit the nail on the head where you describe na ang bigat natin sa monetary side. And then for me, the implication is the fiscal has to really step up. So lastly, I was among all the rich details shared with us by Deputy Governor Dakila, I was most interested dun sa sinabi niyang DBCC looking towards 2021 is looking at an 8% budget deficit. Later on, maybe we'll have time to unpack ganong kalaking bahagi ng 8% na yon is really for like supporting the basic sectors, including the working people and labor, and supporting the MEs who, as the chair rightly pointed out, kahit may available credit, baka walang enabling environment for them to actually take out their loans. Those loans invest, and then for the consumers to actually be able to purchase. So salamat, Mr. Chair, and salamat kay Deputy Governor Dakila.
Thank you, Senator Risa. And in fairness to the BSP, they've been very proactive in offering solution.
Maraming pong salamat, Mr. Chair. Just to
Mr. Consing from the AP, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Governor Dakila, maybe you submit the rest of your monetary intervention so we can move on with the hearing. Mr. Consing, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, good afternoon. the BAP has been very impressed with the monetary policy. It's been a large amount, and it's been aggressive, and more importantly, it's been quick. And so the BSP has been able to address the spike in interest rates that we saw early in the ECQ. And if anything, interest rates in general have been coming down. Now, the point about the balance between monetary and fiscal is a very important one. The monetary policy, as you know, sir, has the advantage of, in some ways, being easier to implement because you work through the banks. Fiscal policy can be much harder to implement, and therefore more challenging. Now, we believe at the BAP that the Philippines, because of good economic management over several years, is in a position to do more on the fiscal side. If you look at our debt to GDP ratios, it's probably the best it's ever been. If you look at our country's credit rating, it's probably the best it's ever been. If anything, the bond issue done by the Philippine government several weeks ago shows that our sovereign bonds trade like an A-rated country. So the point of the BAP is we should take advantage of what we think is a lot of fiscal space and a very good credit rating to probably be more aggressive on the fiscal side. And so in general, when we looked at the 5 or 6 bills that were to be discussed, frankly, we're very supportive of them in general because they ask for more fiscal spending, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Consing. Thanks for the.
Sunny, maybe we could, with your permission.
Yes.
How much do you think the 5 or 6 bills you mentioned, Cesar, is roughly 1 trillion pesos, diba? Do you think we can afford maybe it, which is 5% of GDP? Okay. Additional spending, additional deficit of roughly 5%.
Personally, sir, I think we could. At some point, we will put our credit rating at risk. But frankly, I think we would recover it. I think we would recover it. I think every country in the world is going to be going into the capital markets. Every country in the world is going to put their current credit ratings at risk. At the end, it's all relative.
Correct.
So if we all get downgraded, so what? But I think we have the capacity to regain it if we were to lose it.
Yeah, meaning to say everything is relative.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And having a 70% debt to GDP in the next 2 to 3 years is not such a bad thing. Because the others will probably be 100, 120%.
Well, sir, I think we're now 40, in the low 40s. The last time we were in the 70s was around the Asian crisis 20 years ago. At that point, we were double B rated. I think 70 is probably too high. I think 40 is probably too conservative. Somewhere in the middle might be a good number.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'd like to hear from Congresswoman Kimbo because she's also wears her hat as a professor of economics. So, and then after her, we'll hear from Dean Ron Mendoza of the Ateneo School of Government. Yeah, Congresswoman, good morning. Could you share with us maybe some details on the direction of the House stimulus?
Yeah. Magandang hapon sa lahat. Well, first of all, I'd like to say na tama po yung sinasabi natin na we need a mix of both monetary and fiscal policy. So, and we're so lucky that our BSP is so proactive. And when we spoke to them sometime in April, what they said was the increase in liquidity was something like 800 billion pesos. So you were thinking, oh sige, so kung may 800 billion pesos in credit stimulus at this point, magkano yung dagdag na fiscal na kailangan? And this would depend on the total economic stimulus that we would need. And how much that is depends on the extent of our economic loss. So we should start from that. Okay? So if we will lose our entire 6.5% growth for this year, and in addition, we will lose another 3.5% of growth. Kasi ang sabi ng managers natin, ang growth natin for this year is 3.5 minus 3.5. So kung i-add natin yung minus 3.5 at yung 6.5 na mawawala for 2020, that's a total of 10 points. And every point of GDP is 200 billion pesos. So 200 billion times 10 is 2 trillion pesos. So yan ang estimated loss natin at this point. So yung question, how much stimulus do we need to avert a loss of 2 trillion pesos? Depends on the multiplier. So if our multiplier is 1.53, we divide 2 trillion by 1.53, that's 1.3 trillion pesos. So 1.3 trillion is the total economic stimulus that we would need. Okay, so the question, ano ang hatian ng monetary at fiscal? Right? So kami po sa House, ang ginawa namin, since BSP told us na meron ng 800 na credit stimulus, ang sabi namin yung balance na lang. So 500 to 600 billion yung aming pinopose under PESA. So that's the reason for why it's 568 billion for 2020 at this point. Okay, now let me just add. Tama po yung sinasabi natin na baliwala lahat ng credit stimulus na yan kung walang confidence in the economy. So ang dami natin nakausap na small businesses and many of them are unbanked kasi 71% of our population would be unbanked. And many of the small businesses would say, thank you very much for your proposed wage subsidies for 2 months. Anong gagawin namin after 2 months? And so sabi namin, take out a loan. We will help you take out a loan. There are loan guarantees. We can help you if you're unbanked. We can provide credit mediation services. Pero ang sabi nila, wala kaming kumpiyansa to take out a loan. Because anong gagawin namin? We take out a loan, you'll help us. The following month, magbabayad na ulit kami. Hindi namin kaya yon. So confidence is really the issue here, which is why fiscal policy is completely important. Yung fiscal policy is the one that will answer or will address the problem of low confidence. Now, I recently checked BSP data. For March and April, bumaba ang total outstanding loans for MSMEs. I also checked new loans. Bumaba din ang new loans for MSMEs despite our very proactive BSP. So despite the fact that the 800 billion...
You have any suggested measures to push that up, Kong?
Okay, so which is why we have all of these other fiscal spending that we've proposed. No? So nandiyan yung grants, nandiyan yung relief programs for sectors. So we have for agri, we have for the critically impacted sectors, tourism, industries, and transportation. So those are the 4 relief, sectoral relief programs. And then we would have
tourism,
technical grants.
transportation, agri. What
So
is the
that's
4th?
Tourism, industries, transportation, and agriculture. So those are the 4 sectors. For other fiscal kinds of intervention, we have grants. So nandiyan yung capacity building. Ito na yung helping small businesses cope with the so-called new normal. So basically, that's the, our PESA has 4 kinds of interventions. We have the over-the-hump kinds of relief measures, meaning subsidies, just like stopgap measures for the first 6 months. And then we would have the financial interventions, which yung pinag-uusapan na nga natin. And then we have the sectoral interventions. And then finally, we have 650 billion of structural interventions, which would include enhanced BBB for the next 3 years. So that's the layout of PESA.
Okay. Anything for the creatives? And the informals? Where would they fall there? Yung creatives
So
and the
informals are included. So what we did was we defined the beneficiaries as critically impacted sectors. So it's as broad as that. And then we define that if you're critically impacted, that means you are unable to pay your financial obligations moving forward after the lockdown. So it's as broad as that. And kasama dyan ang freelancers, kasama ang formal, kasama ang informal. Based on our estimate, definitely mas marami ang informal MSMEs. We only have 1 million formal MSMEs, but based on my estimate, we have about 4.5 million informal small businesses. So that's the reason for why we include Small Business Corporation, one of our implementing agencies, because we feel that they have the specialized skills to target the informal small businesses.
Senator Grace, you raise your hand. Senator.
Actually, while we have Congresswoman Kimbo, I have a quick question. For the transportation industry in particular, initially during our hearing, we had a consultation and they suggested a stimulus package. There's no denying that the transportation industry is greatly impacted. And with this PESA bill, there are certain provisions here that would grant emergency credit lines for purposes of funding, grant interest-free loans or long-term credit facility to allow the restructuring of existing debts and assist in rehabilitation, which are, I think, important because a lot of jobs are affected in these industries. My question is this: how can we add a provision in this bill, in the PESA, for example, so that companies that are actually deserving can avail of the loans? Because there's no denying that once we grant these loans to the private sector, many will be applying and we have to manage limited resources. Other companies might not have established their credibility and might find it more expedient just to borrow money, and then we're not sure about their possible capability to pay later on. So I think that with the bill moving forward, we need to be able to establish and not wait for an IRR to put what conditions will be necessary, not necessarily too restrictive, but at least something that is reasonable so that others may not take advantage of this provision.
Right. So thank you, Sen. I think the first is really the definition of who are the eligible beneficiaries. And again, I go back to critically impacted businesses, and we have a specific definition for that in our bill. Number two, we need guarantees. No? So tama naman po yung direction ng DOF na we really need government guarantees, and we propose that we do this through the Philippine Guarantee Corporation. Number three, we need credit mediation services. So these are like hand-holding services. I mean, meaning we used to go to negosyo centers, and those na hindi pa nakakapag-utang through a formal financial institution, they should be able to get assistance through those desks. And then number four, we highly encourage the use of digital platforms for disbursement. So alam naman natin, nahirapan tayo with disbursing huge amounts of cash under the Bayanihan Act. So we've been talking to implementing agencies, and we've assessed that they've been all very willing to shift to a digital platform. In fact, some of them, like the SWD, have already been trying both, I think, PayMaya and GCash. So
yes.
Anyway, those are the four things. Yeah.
Actually, Congresswoman, thank you for mentioning the guarantee. But while highly impacted business is one of the criteria, and truly all businesses are impacted, we also need to see the credit history and also the output history of those companies. Because what I'm worried about are, fly-by-nights that are impacted not just during this time, but in the past as well. They have like a bad credit rating, or even their outputs are really low. We need, as I mentioned, to manage limited resources. So I think with the experts present here and also with other companies that are credible companies, they should come up with a wording that will help safeguard also whatever capacity the government has to extend, so that those that are truly deserving, whether small or big, will be granted that benefit. Now, thank you again. Just a quick question. I thank you also, maybe Congresswoman Kimbo, maybe you can look into the amusement tax that is being charged the producers of the film industry. That is something that is continually being paid, except I think during the film festival. if they cannot suspend the amusement tax or defer it at this point, I think that can be utilized to fund whatever TUPAD program or assistance the FDCP is extending, and maybe later on we can hear also from Direk Carlitos, who I'm glad is here in this forum, to discuss how we can help the movie industry. That is all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Tech problems, and I had to log back in. I wasn't able to recognize you right away. I apologize.
That's okay. Thank
Are
you.
you done? Majority Leader, yeah, go ahead. Majority Leader. Yeah.
Just a really big bit of just a quick question to Ma'am Stella Kimbo, our Congresswoman Kimbo. Ma'am Stella, good afternoon, good noon to you. Thank you for joining us in this hearing. Yeah, we just want to ask for practical purposes, no practicality, because we only have 3 session work days left, the 3 session days. We're being asked to prioritize actually 3 very important measures. One is the extension of the Bayanihan to Gilas 1 Act. The other is, of course, the CREATE measure, which is formerly the SITIRA. And the other is the PESA, which is the Philippine Economic Stimulus Act. Many of the provisions you were mentioning earlier was, I think, included in the PESA version of the House. But out of practicality, ma'am, I don't think we can be able to finish all these measures in 3 working days. And I think the Minority Leader will agree with me on this, and many of my colleagues, because these are very important and very tedious topics that we need to really concentrate and per sector. No? So what we have on the table that we're tackling next week will be the extension of the Bayanihan to Gilas 1 Act. May we know from the House, our House counterparts, if there is a measure also that was filed and being taken up now by your committees, ma'am?
I have no idea. I'm not sure if it's Kong Arlene. Are you there? No. I'm seeing. Has it been filed? It hasn't been filed, right? Sorry.
I think it has been filed. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all. Yes, I think it. Yes, please share. Recognize me.
Yes, Kong Arlene, go ahead, please. Go ahead, ma'am. Good morning. Good
Thank
afternoon.
you. Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you. I think it has been filed. There is a counterpart, but it has never been. It's not in the plenary pa. So we are actually anticipating a debate on it by next week. Kong Kimbo.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, because it's very important for us to know that we have a counterpart in the House. If we, of course, focus or focus on this particular bill, and it would be useless for us to approve it without a counterpart from the House of Representatives. On the issue of PESA and CREATE, we're also looking into it, prioritizing it, but it's a bit more complicated, so it may take a bit longer in terms of discussions and debate in the Senate. As you know, the difference between the House and the Senate, usually in the House, and I've been a congressman for 3 terms, the debates usually are in the committee level. That's where all the long debates and issues are tackled. In the House, it's a different, the Senate rather, the debates are in the plenary floor. And so all members usually participate. It may take a bit longer. So thank you, Mr. Chair. This was just an important point that I want to raise. For practicality purposes, next week, we know which ones to tackle. Thank you, Mr.
I would ask also our resource persons to work around the legislative calendar, and maybe we all want to do so many things.
Kasi Senate hearing to.
We all want to do 1,000 things, no? But maybe my last question to Congresswoman Kimbo is, what are the most urgent interventions given the limited time next week? What we can include in the extension? Perhaps we can include one or two things in the bill of the Majority Leader to extend Bayanihan. But I don't think we can put in everything, given the limited time. So for you, what are the most urgent interventions? You're on mute, Stella. You're on mute.
Sorry. The most immediate intervention are really the wage subsidies. And anyway, the DOF is already implementing their own version of wage subsidies. So baka naman pwedeng they can continue, but maybe the passive version of wage subsidies. The difference really is that the DOF wage subsidy is targeted to the employee, whereas the passive version is targeted to the employer. Because this is really intended to augment the working capital that had been depleted for the small businesses. Baka that's something, anyway, it's going to be like a natural sort of continuity if you go from that version to the passive version of wage subsidies.
Okay. I think Governor Yap wants to ask a question. Governor.
Yeah, thank you very much for recognizing me, Senator Sunning, and greetings to all our former colleagues and current fellow public servants. It's nice to see you all. Thank you very much, Mr. Senator. I note with great concern what Senator Migs said, the realities of passing all of these measures, posibleng matatagalan. Doon po sa PESA, considering sa mga sinabi rin ni Professor Kimbo and taking it all from the discussions of all the parties, kung enabling environment, Senator Sani, the provincial governments, we all carry credit lines with the Land Bank of the Philippines and the DBP. And we would like to be able to help at least downloading. Kasi ang pinag-uusapan na natin dito, fiscal measures eh. And ang sinasabi nga ni Congresswoman Kimbo, it's a question of confidence. So pwedeng mag-counterparting yung national agencies, especially dun po sa portion ng grants and credit mediation. And then gamitin rin yung provincial governments na may mga credit lines to allow them to flush the cash down because may mga listahan naman kami at meron kaming mga networks dyan on supporting the MSMEs and the micro. But since our credit lines are all guaranteed by IRAS anyway, edi technically wala namang risk na rin yun. Mitigated na yung risk sa Land Bank or sa DBP. So kung mitigated yung risk dahil IRA-back naman yung mga credit lines namin, at hindi namang pabayaan yung mga provincial governments to lend this out at a very, very concessional rate. Other economies are giving negative interest rates already just to bring that confidence and to allow their MSMEs to operate. So hindi ba pwede, sir, na hingiin yung suporta ng Land Bank, ng Department of Finance to give at least these loans to us at 0% or 1.5%? Because what is the risk to Land Bank or to DBP? When you lend to the provincial governments, these are all IRA-backed. And we can help in the enabling environment of flushing this down. And the national agencies can also do the counterpart of getting everybody ready through grants, credit mediation. Then on a second point, Mr. Senator, I know that many of the banks also want to do restructuring for loans. Baka pwede namang mabigyan ng suporta ng Bangko Sentral yung mga bangko na gustong i-restructure yung loans. Because the system today, I believe, is, I don't know, the Bangko Sentral is with us in this hearing. We also have the Bankers Association of the Philippines with us. Kahit nabigyan mo ng grace period yung mga negosyante, after a few months, hindi naman babalik yung business confidence at yung level at yung level ng economic activity. It's going to take a long time. Now the banks also recognize this and they would like to give longer runways and they want to restructure the loans. But ang sinasabi nila sa akin, pag ni-restructure nila yung loans nila, ang tingin ng Bangko Sentral doon, failed loan yun. At kung failed loan yun, babanatan sila ng penalty and possibly higher provisioning, so higher cost and penalties for the banks. So these two measures lang, Senator Sani, can we possibly hear from the Bankers Association?
They're actually here, no? Si Land Bank and the DBP are here. So Land Bank is President Borromeo, Cecilia Borromeo here, and
Yes.
she hear the question of Ma'am, can you answer the first question raised by Governor Art Yap regarding making available loans that they can in turn download to MSMEs? Any ideas on that? And then we'll ask DBP also, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairman Senator Angara. Good afternoon to all the senators and Governor Yap. Yes, Land Bank can grant soft loans to the LGUs versus their IRA. And the matter of whether or not the LGUs will download these funds to their constituents, that is entirely the prerogative, Mr. Chair, of the LGUs. If their councils or sanggunians will allow them to lend to their constituents at also concessional rates, then and that program is included in their development plan. And under the LGU code, yes, the GFIs, Land Bank, can grant them a loan. On the matter of interest, Mr. Chair, I think this is a good time for the LGUs to borrow since the policy rates and even the BIVAL rates, the market rates are very low. So they can lock in their loans at the current interest rates for even 10 to 15 years. And Land Bank is prepared to do that for the LGUs.
Okay, great. Kasi like Bohol, for instance, where Governor Yap comes from, mga tourism enterprises, I'm sure are very hard hit on. So can we ask Vice President Pobre of DBP the same question of Governor Yap? Is she here? Miss Maria Jocelyn Pobre. Ma'am, are you here po?
Hello.
Are you here? Yeah, go ahead, ma'am.
Hello, sir. Yes, hello. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I am Jocelyn Pobre of the Development Bank of the Philippines. First of all, we would like to extend our full support to these packages that the Senate is presenting and proposing. Yes, at this point, our lending sector is already talking with Governor Yap with regard to these packages that are being presented. So I am not part of that talk, but I am aware that our lending sector is having discussions already with the governor. Okay. I will just have a question, Mr. Chair, with regard to the nature of the loan. Hello?
Yes, go ahead. Yeah, we're listening.
With the nature of the loan, this is going. This is with regard to the package that this is going to be given by the government and to return to the national government, net of all the costs, and we would like to also request some relaxation of the guidelines. I agree, so that we will allow DBP to have some flexibility in terms of innovations to ensure that we will remain within the acceptable bounds of the MORB of BSP. Hello?
Go ahead, ma'am. We're
We
waiting for
also
your...
would like to have, with regard to the proposal of Senator Recto on Section 17, that is also the same. We also would like to have a little more flexibility on the part of the GFIs. But DBP is willing to lend, and at this point, we are lending to the MSMEs already. And as I said, there are more talks with the governor. Yeah.
Okay.
Senator Sani.
Yeah.
Senator Sani. Senator Sani, yung tanong lang kasi, yung interest rates. Kasi Land Bank and DBP have expressed the interest in using also partnering with the local governments and the provincial governments to flush down the fund. Pero sir, since interest naman is a function of the risk involved, and IRA-back naman po itong hinihiram namin at yung lines namin, IRA-back naman po yan eh. So guaranteed yan technically. Kaya ang tanong namin, wag naman po ibigay sa Kaya ang hinihingi ko, sir, if I may be so bold, Mr. Senator, kung pwede ngang i-zero eh. Kasi kung hindi ho namin kikitaan yan eh, kung ano po yung ipasa sa amin, ipapasa lang rin po namin yan sa mga MSMEs. Wala hong kita yan. So, baka pwede hong i-zero na lang. Kung ganun lang, to give them confidence. Tapos hilahin or konting fees na lang, kahit na 0.5, 1%, something like that, sir. Posible po ba yun? Yun ang tanong.
Okay, let's ask DBP and Land Bank. Yeah, go ahead, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, this is
Ms. Borromeo.
of Land Bank.
Yes, go ahead.
Governor Yap,
Yes, ma'am.
ang gusto po ninyo, we discussed this a lot, di ba? Bilaterally, Governor Yap.
Yes, ma'am.
But,
Yes, ma'am.
And we recently approved an omnibus term loan for the province of Bohol.
Yes, ma'am.
And the interest rate, of course, you all know that interest rate also is a function of our cost of funds. So if the LGUs can give us also their deposits at zero interest, then we can give you probably not zero, but probably 0.5 or 1.5% on your loan. And so that you can on lend this to your constituents. We will try to look for ways to give you that 0% interest loan to the LGUs. Let me just share, Mr. Chair, what the government has done for the farmers that were adversely affected by the RTL. And Land Bank, in partnership with DA, actually gave 0% interest loan to the small rice farmers. And we were able to do that because DA gave us the funds. It's an off-balance sheet funds, meaning it's not considered as a deposit. They just gave us the funds so that we can administer the lending program to the rice farmers, about 600,000 of them, at 0% interest for 8 years. So the funds were ring-fenced. In other words, the funds do not carry any interest expense on the part of Land Bank. And that is why we can lend at 0% interest. So if we can do something similar with the LGUs, why not?
How much did you get from DA, ma'am?
I'm sorry, I can't recall how many billions of pesos, but it's 15,000 per small farmer. It's about 3 billion.
Yeah, it's okay.
Po?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Senator Sani, from the ground lang po.
I hope we can wrap up this. So we have a lot of resource persons. So we'll give you a few minutes to wrap up, Gov.
Thank you very much, Senator Sani. To wrap up lang po sana, also reactions from the ground, inputs from the ground. We appreciate how much the national government is downloading these funds. But ang feeling namin, there's the temper and the mood is a mad rush to keep on downloading these funds. Ngayon, ang sayang, napakasayang rin, Senator Sani, baka mapag-aralan natin yung modality on how we're going to do it, yung template ng pagbibigay ng pondo. Recently, nag-release yung DA na naman ng based on the Registry of Farmers, tagpa 5,000, binombahan nila dito. So, sayang sana, kung sana ma-coordinate natin yon sa ating mga LGU, sa mga provincial governments, i-side by side natin yung program. Kasi meron rin kaming, Senator Sani, na pwedeng i-counterpart doon so that directed yung food production programs natin. Kasi ngayon, yung mad rush na pagbababa ng mga 5,000 yan sa mga farmers natin, that is not really going towards production. Yung iba, pinapambili sa kung ano-ano. But if it is counterparted, at least we have a way to hold and to direct the way these funds are being spent. So finally na lang, sir, thank you very much po for allowing also for the governors this time. Yung final na lang, sir, sa allowing banks to restructure. Kasi pag nag-restructure sila, sana hindi po sila slapped. They're not going to be slapped any penalties or higher provision penalties. For their clients. Yun lang po, Mr. Senator. Marami pong salamat. Thank you very much for having me, sir.
Thank you, Governor Art. We apologize. The time is not unlimited. No, we apologize. We're not able to give you more time. Senator Cynthia, Senator Villar. Senator Villar, yes, please, your recommendation.
Mr. Chair, after Senator Villar, please. Kung nandyan pa si
Yes,
Congresswoman, si Congresswoman Stella.
Senator Villar, go ahead. Sure. Senator Villar, go ahead, ma'am.
Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Senator Villar.
Since you're talking of yung mga binigay sa land bank ng DA, it's a provision of the law. Yung mga pinapas nating law sa Congress, ay sa Senate, na binibigyan sila ng grant from the national government like yung rice tariffication, yung ASEF, yung mga ganon. Nakalagay yun sa law na ibibigay sa kanila ng free yun para maibigay nila ng mura sa mga farmers in agriculture. Kasi pag walang cost of money sa kanila, iti-charge lang nila yung kanilang processing fee. Kaya usually 2% lang ang charge nila doon kasi yun daw ang processing fee. So I guess if we pass the stimulus bill, maglalagay din tayo ng ganung pera, ibibigay natin sa Land Bank and TVP na since wala namang cost of money yon, may papahiram nila ng murang-mura, baka mas mura pa sa 2%. Kasi wala namang risk sa kanila yun, binigay lang ng gobyerno sa kanila yun para ipahiram sa mga tao. So ano risk nila doon? Hindi naman sila sisingilin ng gobyerno yun, na ibigay na, iikot na lang nila yung pera na yon para through the years, marami silang magbabayad naman yung mga tao. So through the years, marami silang mapapahiram sa agriculture. Yun lang ang ginagawa namin. Every time we pass a bill, we allocate a certain amount na ibibigay sa DBP and Land Bank para ipahiram nila ng mura sa mga tao kasi wala naman silang cost of money. Pwede din gawin yun ng stimulus bill natin.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Cynthia. Thank you, Senator Villar. Senator Chair Amy, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Nandito po ba si Teacher Stella? May tatanong lang po ako, hindi ko nahabol eh.
Nandito pa po, ma'am.
Hi.
Hello
Okay.
po.
I just wanted to understand the mechanics of the wage subsidy. Kasi ang sinabi ninyo, ita-target natin yung employers, hindi yung employees. Anong mechanism ang naiisip niyo? Yung European style ba yan na idadaan yung plantilla, yung tulong ng plantilla sa employer, babagsak rin sa employee? O may iba kayong konsepto? Kasi sa ngayon, as we know, yung mga small business wage subsidy program ng DOF, yung iba't ibang programa, puro nga employee, hindi nga employer. Anong naiisip po ninyo at bakit?
So, okay. Ang purpose talaga ng wage subsidies is for labor retention. So, linawin po natin yan. Yung pag-disburse po, whether idaan sa employer o idaan sa employee, bahala po ang DOLE. No? Pero ang importante po is mabind yung employer na kung nakatanggap ang employer ng wage subsidies, mabind po siya doon sa labor retention conditionality natin. Kasi ang problema po, kung dinediretso ang ayuda sa employee, hindi naman nababind ang employer na ma-retain ang empleyado natin. That's what I meant by it's really targeted. Opo. But as to saan po siya i-disburse, sa tingin ko po, that's an executive decision. Bahala po ang DOLE. If meron silang may trust level sila na gusto nila, may trust issue rather, na gusto nila idiretso yung ayuda sa employee, that's fine. As long as mabind natin ang employer.
Ayun nga, yun din ang aking pakiwari. Kaya interesado ako kasi tama yun pag dire-diretso sa empleyado, pera niya yun. Wala na siyang pakialam kung babalik o hindi babalik. Wala na rin pakialam yung employer kasi wala naman siya kinalaman doon, bahala kayo. So hindi maganda yun kasi ang gusto natin, mahawakan talaga yung trabaho na hindi sila matanggal. So that's really the purpose. Gusto ko lang intindihin kasi may nagtanong at napaisip ako, baka iba yung dating na yung employer ang tutulungan, hindi yung empleyado. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, pwede lang pong magdagdag.
Senator Bong, go ahead. Can you respond to the question? Yeah. Then I'll recognize Senator Bong.
Mr. Chair, idagdag ko lang po kasi kanina you were asking kung ano yung mga immediate na kailangan kailangan. Nasabi ko nga po yung wage subsidies. Isisingit ko lang po yung isa pa po, yung mass testing for returning workers. Importante din po yan. Under PESA, we propose 20 billion pesos, 10 billion per year po. So yan din is dagdag confidence din po para sa workers natin. Thank you po.
Very, very important. Thank you, Kong Stella. Senator Bong Revilla, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. May I raise the concerns and interests of our farmers, fisher folks, poultry,
Go
and
ahead,
raisers? Can you hear me now, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, sir.
May I raise the concerns and interests of our farmers, fisher folks, poultry, and hog raisers, considering food security is a very important issue now. Sa position paper po na ibinigay ng Kilusang Magbubukid ng Pilipinas, sinasabi nila na nais nilang bigyan ng prioridad ang pagpapalawak at papataas pa ng produksyon ng agrikultura. May I know from them what provisions will they recommend to be included in the measures, bills we are discussing? Are the provisions on assistance to agricultural workers enough to assist them and recover them from the effects of the pandemic? How about the fishermen? May I know the programs and projects specifically for them, no? They also heavily affected by this pandemic, no po, ito pong mga fishermen natin. What are the proposals for the poultry and hog raisers? Pwede po bang marinig natin sa kanila kung ano pong mga concerns pa nila? Mr. Chair?
Yes, Senator. Kanino po naka-address yung question ninyo?
Dito po sa ating mga farmers po, mga fisher folks, yung mga ano natin.
I think we have some resource persons
natin.
We have any resource persons who wish to respond to the question of Senator Bong? Meron ho bang representing the agriculture sector? Is there anyone here who can respond? Director Plaza, you want to, may farm ba sa PESA?
Yes,
farm sa PESA?
Thank you, Your Honors. Very timely because one of the big programs of Philippine Economic Zone Authority is the creation of different types of economic zones. So a priority is the agro-industrial economic zone, the aquamarine economic zone, tourism economic zone, agroforestry, and many other types of ecozones. So yun pong mga concerns ng ating farmers, ng ating mga fishermen. If we are now identifying the potential areas for aquamarine ecozone, for agro-industrial ecozone, and the different economic zones. So pag ma-establish po natin itong mga aquamarine economic zones, for example, where these are the areas na mayroon tayong mga fishing grounds, this is where we're going to invite industries who will be into marine resources, fish processing, mga food and agriculture-related industries. So ito po yung, kaya nga po itong PESA or the Philippine Economic Stimulus Act, bagay na bagay po ito sa ating mga exporters. Ito po yung ating clients of PESA. We are our exporters, most of the foreign investors are here in PESA. Almost 80% of our foreign investors are here in PESA. 64% of the export income on services. This is 64% of our export income from the manufacturing sector are here in PESA. 85% of the export service income contributed by our IT BPOs are also from PESA registered industries. We are the biggest contributor of not just export income, Your Honors, but also the labor or the creator of workers. So right now we have 1.6 million directly given jobs by our ecozone operators and the 4,506 export companies. Indirectly, combined with those directly provided with jobs, Your Honors, we have 6 million Filipinos who were given jobs and livelihood. So, Your Honors, we continue to contribute the biggest export income, workforce. We also have reached already the biggest investment so far of the country. PESA has contributed 3.894 trillion pesos. And as to export income, PESA's...
I hope you don't mind, Director Plaza. Ma'am,
Yes.
ang tanong po ni Senator Bong is regarding the farmers. Ano po yung ayuda sa
Yun nga.
farmers? Maybe you can zero in. Opo.
Sir, our position here in the PESA, the economic stimulus, is that we have to create more economic zones so that we can utilize all those millions of hectares idle lands. And exactly itong ating mga farmers, mga fishermen, even the indigenous peoples who own the ancestral domain lands, lahat po ng ating mga lupa ay magiging economic zone. So maa-address natin yung needs ng ating mga farmers and every Filipino. So ito po yung aming paano po ang epekto ng COVID sa ating mga economic zones. First, I would like to inform our honorable senators that PESA was able to maintain a COVID-free eco zones. We have 406 eco zones COVID-free. We have 1.6 million workers COVID-free. And we have 4,506 companies COVID-free. So this is one attraction that we can continuously invite investors come to the Philippines in the PESA's economic zones because these are COVID-free. So sir, in the PESA stimulus, the economic stimulus, this is one thing good about our exporters because they don't need a guarantee or they don't need to borrow money from our government. In fact, they will bring in huge capital investments. They will create thousands of jobs. So ito po yung gusto naming ma-preserve. No? Na hindi aalis yung ating mga exporters. Instead, in our economic stimulus proposals, we recommend 100 billion pesos, for example, to provide efficiency factors, like infrastructure. We have to improve the IT infrastructure, the public works infrastructure. We have to add more logistics and transportation hubs. We have to train our Filipino workers to become multi-knowledge, multi-skilled, and become world-class workers. Ito po yung advantages ng Pilipinas na tinitingnan ng ating mga investors, no? So we want to keep them, Your Honor. So to keep these 4,000 plus companies, ang kailangan lang po natin is to continue building that trust and confidence. Let's give our exporters the stability of our laws, for example, Your Honors, because they feel that our laws we keep on changing our laws from time to time, so there's no stability. And then we have to ensure them that the efficiency factors are here. So the cost of doing business in the Philippines will become very attractive to our exporters. So yun po, Your Honors, ang aming sitwasyon ngayon sa PESA. Almost 70% continuously operate, although we are very strict in imposing the quarantine and health protocols. That's why we were able to maintain a COVID-free ecozone companies and workers. So ito po yung gusto namin itutuloy po, Your Honors. So hindi po kami hihingi ng pera to be loaned or borrowed by our exporters. Just improve the infrastructure, the efficiency factors, and let's give them a very globally competitive incentives package. So ito po yung PESA, yung Philippine Economic Stimulus Act, exactly, hindi po maghihiram ng pera ang ating mga exporters. let's address our money from PESA to improve the efficiency factors that our exporters are looking at to keep
Okay, ma'am.
stay
DG,
in the Philippines.
Plaza, but thank you po at maganda po yung report ninyo. But meron po yata tayo dito from Kilusan na magbubukid.
We have Mr. Ramos, Danilo Ramos, andito po ba siya? Mr. Ramos?
Para masagot niyo yung tanong ko, but it's
Dito po ba si
from DG Chiquito Plaza.
KMP? Can we recognize Mr. Ramos from KMP? Thank you, DG Plaza. Salamat.
Thank you po, ma'am.
Mr. Chief. Magandang tanghali po. Naririnig niyo po.
Yan. Okay.
Hello, Senator, Mr. Chairman, magandang tanghali po at maraming salamat. Salamat po sa binanggit kanina ni Senador Bong Revilla. Meron po kaming mga konkretong mungkahi na maisama sa stimulus proposal. Ilang mahalagang punto lang po ito, Mr. Chairman. Una po ay mahalagang makita po na matindi pong inepektuhan ang mga magsasaka, manggagawang agrikultural at mangisda dito po sa COVID-19 pandemic. Kaya po ang mungkahi naming una ay agricultural production. Isama po sa mga prioridad ng stimulus package ang pagpapalawak at pagpapataas ng produksyon sa agrikultura. Ito po ay kabahagi ng paglalaan ng sapat at kinakailangan programa sa budget sa produksyon para po sa 9.7 million na mga magsasaka, manggagawang agrikultural at mangingisda. Ang konkreto po ay 15,000 pesos subsidy para sa produksyon para po sa 9.7 million na nabanggit ko, katumbas po ito ng 145.5 billion pesos. Ulitin ko po, ito po yung agricultural action para po sa ating pagpapataas ng production. Pangalawa po, cash assistance o aid na 10,000 po bawat buwan para po sa 9.7 milyong mga magsasaka, mangisda, manggagawang agrikultural. So 97 billion po ito. Ang mungkahi po namin para sa 2 buwan, 194 billion. At pangatlo po, ito po yung tungkol sa wheat subsidy para sa manggagawa sa agrikultura, manggagawang bukid at fisheries sector. Mahalaga pong maisama na sa Section 7 ng PESA. At yung pong pang-apat at panghuli, Mr. Chairman, pasakalawin pa ang target na pondo para sa pautang. Ito po ay zero interest. Palakihin po para sa marginalized and farmers. Ang mungkahi po namin ay 25,000 pesos pautang para sa 3 million rice farmers, fishers at agricultural workers. Ang tinataya po namin ay 70 million. So lahat-lahat po ay 440.5 billion. Na tingin po namin, makikinabang po yung mayorya po. Makikinabang
400 billion lang. No?
Makikinabang po yung ating halos 70 to 75% na nakatira po sa kanayunan. So tingin po namin na yung pong kanilang o yung namin na purchasing power, kung meron pong tulong po paunlad ng production, mahalaga po ito para sa purchasing power. Alam niyo po, Mr. Chairman at mga kababayang senador, doon po sa 51 billion na pondo na galing po inilalaan po ng DA, kung mais po naming banggitin, halos po mga napakaliit po yung para sa direktang subsidy sa mga magsasaka. Ang malaki po ay para sa marketing, para po sa urban gardening, hindi naman po lingid sa inyo. napakahalaga po na paunlarin po yung production natin. Kasi kung wala pong production, ano po yung ibebenta o sa marketing. At meron po kaming isinumite, Mr. Chairman at Senator Bong Revilla, na position paper, nandoon po yung detalye. At tingin po namin, meron po kaming mga panukala na nakikita pong source ng funding, Mr. Chairman. Halimbawa po, yung pong 50% ng annual income ng Land Bank, ano po yun, 16 billion. So yung pong 50% ay 8 billion po yun, time is 10 years, so 80 billion po. Pangalawa po, yung pong mga multang ibinabayad ng mga commercial bank sa Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, alinsunod po sa pagsunod sa mandated loan threshold for agriculture and agrarian reform, ay dapat pong ilaan para sa pautang sa mga magsasaka, mangisda at sa panghuli po, yung pong meron po tayong kasama dyan sa Land Bank. Alam po namin, yung 200 billion pondo mula sa Land Bank, ito po yung gross loan portfolio na may 800 billion. Tingin po namin, kung mapapaunlad from 6.3% tungo sa 25% ang bahaging ipapautang sa mandated sectors ng Land Bank para po sa maliliit na magsasaka, agrarian reform beneficiary at mangisda, idaan po sa mga asosasyon. Kaya po, panghuli, ang interest po at pag-unlad ng magsasaka at ng agrikultura ay issue po nating lahat. Kaya ang makikinabang po ay taong bayan. At Mr. Chairman, gusto ko lang pong batiin, meron din pong hiwalay na position paper na isinumite sa inyong tanggapan ng Unyon ng mga manggagawa sa agrikultura. Kaya maraming salamat po sa pagkakataong binigay po sa amin. Magandang tanghali po sa lahat.
Yes, Kadanig, maraming salamat. Napakahalaga po ng agrikultura at food security. Kaya po natin binibigyan ng tugon ito. Kaya ang ating chairman na talagang napakasipag na yan at hindi kayo pababayaan. At nandiyan din si Ninang Cynthia at umasa kayo na nandito kami para alamin yung matugunan ng inyong mga problema. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Salamat Senator Bong sa magandang salita. Chair,
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Chair Amy.
Mr. Chair.
Chair Amy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Sasabihin ko lang na doon sa iba't ibang mga bills, meron tayong condonation ng mga land acquisition cost ng agrarian reform beneficiaries. Meron tayong loan na condonation na maliwanag, pati doon sa House version ng PESA. Baka pwede na natin isingit yan sa bayanihan, hindi ko alam kung papayag po kayo. Pagkatapos, alam natin na yung DA, yung hinihingi nila na 66 billion, paano ba yan na malaki-laki yan na isingit eh? Ano kaya ang magagawa natin? Kasi obviously, ang food supplies nasa critical rin at essential industries. Pero kung sa bayanihan lang ihahambing, talagang wala naman doon yung 66 billion na talagang dinadaing ng DA at wala na raw magtatanim sa susunod pagkat hindi nga nabenta yung aning nakaraan. So kung paano natin gagawa ng paraan, chairman na yan.
Well, we'll discuss it in a caucus also, no? Senator De La Rosa, you were raising your hand, sir.
And then Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Risa after, oh.
Yeah. Pwede kong matanong si Secretary Del Rosario?
Yes, please go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Secretary Del Rosario, sir. Kumusta po kayo?
Okay lang, Senator De La Rosa, sir.
Sir, matanong ko lang, aside doon sa effect ng pandemic doon sa timeline natin sa Marawi Rehabilitation, budget-wise, hindi ba apektado yung budget nyo, particularly yung 2020 budget natin? Wala bang nabawas doon at na-realign para dito sa response ng COVID-19? Or all is well in your post? Okay lang ba kayo?
Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, actually yung pondo para sa Marawi Rehabilitation ay wala tayong pagbabago. And with regards to the timeline, we will inform and coordinate with our implementing agencies and their contractors that they have to double time so that the timeline can be preserved and we can complete the rehabilitation by December of 2021, Your Honors.
Ay, nice to hear that, sir. Salamat. Salamat naman. So, meaning, up to date pa tayo kahit na may dumaan na COVID-19? Yung timeline natin, kaya-kaya pa rin?
Yes, Your Honor. We can meet the target.
Ay, salamat, salamat. Thank you, sir. That's good news for me. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Sir Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Salamat.
But then, si Senator Bato, the chairman of the Rehabilitation Committee, the special committee in the Senate. Thank you, sir. Senator Risa, you were raising your hand.
Salamat, Chair. Gusto ko lang pahalagahan yung earlier questions raised about agriculture kasi may impression nga ako na food and agriculture might be demonstrating more resilience than other sectors of the economy kahit pa sa panahon ngayon ng pandemic at saka quarantine. Kaya magandang maitanong talaga sa Land Bank mga dagdag na information sa kanilang loan portfolios and how they are performing this year compared to previous years. At dahil napag-usapan na rin, Chair, yung agriculture, actually, I would like to recommend to the committees to create a technical working group that would combine and refine proposals aimed at igniting new drivers of economic growth. Dahil na-raise na rin ko po ito even in the previous year's budget presentations ng DBCC to consider these new engines of growth bukod sa housing at saka ICT, yung agriculture talaga. And I do see yung potential nito even in terms as new engines of economic recovery as well. And lastly, at this point, Chair, dahil napag-usapan na rin natin yung ating mga magsasaka, mangingisda, agricultural workers sa rural sector, hopefully if there will be time, the Chair could also field questions about labor dito naman sa urban. And I heard earlier na ni-recognize ni COMSEC si Joshua Mata from Centro. Salamat, Chair.
Yeah, we'll do that, Sen. Thank you very much. The suggestion is well taken on the TWG. We'll form that for along the way, no, for the sectors.
Maraming salamat.
Mr. You're Chair. Welcome. We promise to recognize Dean Ron Mendoza of Ateneo. Sir, go ahead. Who asked for to be recognized? Go ahead, Dean Ron. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the chance to share our inputs on record. I have a few written statements, which if you'll permit me, I'll just try to read very quickly. The COVID-19 pandemic has already created significant economic disruption and social costs in the Philippines. As you know, the lockdown alone is estimated to cost up to 24 billion a day in losses. And the government estimates 2 million Filipinos lost their jobs. But if we talk to the labor groups, they argue that probably the real number is 5 times larger than that. And because of job sharing coping mechanisms by many firms, most likely millions of workers now are underemployed. And the latest news is at least over 70,000 OFWs are expected to repatriate in the next month due to mass layoffs in their host countries. The expected contraction in remittances is 20% to 30%. So annually, we receive about 35 billion in remittances. So that amounts to about 7 to 10 billion contraction in remittances. So for comparison, net foreign direct investment in 2019 was only about 7.6 billion. And that too is expected to decline. So due to the clear and present danger posed by COVID-19 and the heavily weakened economy in its wake, we argue that perhaps the main principles for crafting our stimulus plan should be, number one, first, do no harm, and number two, focus on an inclusive recovery. So number one, if we follow the do no harm principle, our suggestion is to delay implementation of Train 2, Trabajo, Sitira, Create. And I describe it as such because pretty much these are the same set of reforms. So on paper, these are sound reforms in a world not wrapped in crisis, and if done right, it might help boost the country's competitiveness. Many of us economists actually once supported them, but in practice and once implemented under this administration, many of our economic reforms hit into the stark reality of weak state capacity to execute policy, and also quite a bit of bad timing. I share the views of fellow Dean Monching Clarete of UP School of Economics, who states that CITIRA introduces another dimension of uncertainty to our exporters. Let us put this off for now and let the authorities like the PEZA and the other investment promotion agencies monitor the deteriorating situation and assist our country's exporters to save jobs. Another dean of UP School of Economics, Dr. Raul Fabella, noted that CITIRA can only be considered a stimulus if there is profit to be made. He noted that the massive multiplier argument parlayed by the DOF for CREATE seems dreamy in a free-falling economy. These deans' voices, I add mine. We should address the COVID-19 pandemic first. The Philippine state's capacity to execute needs to be strengthened, and yet the government's workplate is already full due to the COVID-19 pandemic and the impending economic slowdown. Testing targets have been missed, crisis communications have been confusing and divisive, and social safety nets have been delayed and error-prone, even as the lockdown has been extended. It is now among the longest of any country facing COVID-19 in the world, as you know. The latter implies the country will pay a very high socioeconomic cost for controlling this disease, something which is not even clear yet due to the deficit in testing information. A strong healthcare system and social protection system underpinning the recovery and providing a credible assurance of coverage for all citizens, should they need it, will also be critical in backstopping the psychology of recovery. So I'm very happy to note that this was mentioned earlier by Congresswoman Stella Kimbo. Hospitals need to recover, and there are now reports of private hospitals in danger of bankruptcy. We need strong buffer stocks of necessary equipment and PPEs. Mass testing capabilities need to be dramatically enhanced, and social protection delivery and information systems need to be improved. In summary, this virus targets our inequality. It poses the greatest risk to the weakest among us. And once the group is affected, eventually no one will be spared. So I thank Senators Angara, Marcos, and Recto, as well as Congresswoman Kimbo and Congressman Salceda for seeking to protect health, jobs, and our people in their proposals. Special mention to Senator Recto and Congressman Salceda for trying to boost the healthcare system as part of their specific proposal. That should be the main focus of our stimulus and crisis recovery effort, and we should set aside CREATE for when the crisis is over. That is my input, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Dean Ron. Can we hear from the sports sector? I think Attorney Mendoza I see him there. Are you here for PBA, Attorney Mendoza? Yeah, Attorney Mendoza. You have the floor, sir. Attorney Mendoza. I don't think his mic is working.
Yes, sir. Oh, good afternoon, Senator Angara and everyone else.
Yeah. Go ahead, sir.
Commissioner Willie Marshall will speak in behalf of the PBA. Sir.
Yes, let's hear from Commissioner. Where is he?
Hi, yes.
Where's Commissioner Willie?
Yeah, okay naman. Oo.
Senator?
Ito ba si Commissioner Willie?
Opo.
Salamat po.
Chairman.
Salamat.
Go ahead. Magandang tanghali ho. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon po, Your Honors at mga nandito po ngayon sa hearing na to. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for inviting us, the PBA, to join this hearing. Kami po sa PBA po, ang ginagawa po namin ay ginagawa po ng mga players namin, mga coaches, at yung mga board of governors po namin, yung mga teams po ay tumutulong po sa frontliners at nagbibigay ng donations. Lalo po yung mga team owners po namin, the likes of Mr. Ramon Ang, Mr. Manny Pangilinan, Mr.
Dennis Uy, Congressman Mikey Romero, halos lahat po ng teams ay tumutulong para po dito sa COVID. So maraming salamat po at na bigyan po kami ng pansin. For us po, regarding sa tulong, katulad na sinabi ng chairman po namin, si Chairman Ricky Vargas, na ang PBA naman po ay dahan-dahan po nakaka-survive. So, ang mas kailangan po mabigyan pansin yung mga mas nangangailangan, katulad ng mga Pinoy Filipino athletes po natin. Kasi dati pong POC chairman ng chairman po namin, mas kailangan po nila. Kami po ay sumusuporta po kung ano po ang madudulot po to sa hearing nyo, Mr. Chairman. Maraming salamat po.
At Chair Willie, we have other sectors. No, we have Director Carlitos Sigunreina. I think maybe he can second some of the points made by Liza Dino. Sir, go ahead, sir.
Good morning. On behalf of the Directors Guild of the Philippines, I would like to thank our senator hosts for inviting us to be part of this discussion of the stimulus bill for the country's less privileged in our respective industries. The DGPI, along with the Inter-Guild Alliance, of which it is a part, endorses the stimulus packages and relief efforts being considered by these Senate bills under discussion. The DGPI also endorses the Inter-Guild Alliance's position paper on these bills. I think the Inter-Guild Alliance is represented here through Patty Lapus in the participants box, and sana ma-recognize din ho siya in this hearing.
Yes, we will.
We endorse the position paper of the IGA as they will greatly help in the survival of the cinema and TV industries during these challenging COVID times. We also appeal to the senators to include the AV industries, the film and television and advertising industries in the small to medium scale business and enterprises category qualified to receive the benefits of the stimulus package. Interest-free loans, wage subsidies, extension of due dates for tax payments, and other benefits given to small and medium-scale businesses and enterprises. Your Honors, the private sector in the form of film and TV have exerted great efforts and initiatives to survive pre-COVID, but are now fully stretched to the breaking point, what with the newly required health and safety protocols, such as decreased working hours, increased shooting schedules because of the decreased working hours, cutbacks on workforce, and pay cuts. Cinema and TV now greatly need substantial government aid to survive, to contribute to nation building economically, culturally, and to maintain and remind our own hearts and minds of our Filipino identity, of which I would just like to briefly speak. No? In the past, a lot of this mission for exploring, protecting, developing the Philippine identity was carried out in the schools. Today, that mission is still carried out in schools, but the recent government ruling has cut back the exposure of our students to some important national and cultural identity formation subjects. Because of a recent Supreme Court ruling, Philippine language and literature and the Philippine Constitution have been removed as required courses in the college core curriculum. And because of this, the role of institutions outside of academia, such as the arts and pop culture sector, including cinema and television, is more important and critical than ever. Like the rest of our arts and culture institutions, and whether these are presented in the form of educational tools or entertainment, Philippine cinema and television need protection and sustenance to maintain the work of exploring and confronting the hearts, mind, soul, and identity of this nation. Movies and television tell stories and open discussions on the positive and negative attributes, values, and situations of our people, our attitudes, where we are in our psychological, social, cultural, political, economic situations. In short, the Filipinos' human condition. Owning our national identity is not some impractical concept, some esoteric concept that suits only the ivory tower of the academe. It is a very real and practical need, of which the following is an example. It is evident from colonial histories that a foreign nation with a confident and self-identity would export and impose its cultural aspirations dreams, realities on another nation with a weak self-identity as a benevolent introduction to a more encompassing and invasive economic takeover to follow. Owning our national identity and being confident with it is actually a practical and muscular cultural weapon against falling victim to any cultural and economic colonizer. After the pandemic, if at all it ends, local producers eager to start production will have little choice but ask for pay cuts. Production people will have little choice but to accept. The franchise of the country's largest TV network is still in limbo. No one knows if movie houses will ever fill up again, if sold-out theater outings are now truly history. Jobs will come few and far between. And here's the rub. For even if many among us won't just entertain, and our creatives are the heart, soul, and mind of the nation, our filmmakers protest against whimsical censorship, bring honor to the country with international film festival, triumphs that continue to tell our story as a people, how we survive past colonization invasions, how we present ourselves to ourselves and to the world, and soon perhaps how we refuse to be a province of today's expansionist power. Still, Lav Diaz cannot make a movie by himself. Neither Brillante Mendoza, Joel Lamangan, Eric Mati, June Lana, Trev Monteras. We all of us depend so heavily on audio-visual workers, production people, and crew as we reshape our national identity now in the time of the diaspora, the Filipino diaspora. A well-planned stimulus package for our production people and the cinema and TV industries is clearly in order. Honorable Senators, we appeal to you to protect and sustain our stories and the capacities of our storytellers to protect our voice, the Filipinos' hearts, minds, and soul, the Filipino identity. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Direk Carlitos. May condition daw yan. You have to get Mig Zubiri as your leading actor. Sabi niya. Kasi kahawig daw niya si George Clooney. Kaya yun ang condition for...
Thank you,
Pero
Chairman.
maraming salamat po sa inyong stimulus packages. And I hope that we get to call the interview the line.
You're welcome. You're welcome, sir. Senator Grace, go ahead, sir. Go ahead, ma'am.
Oh, maraming nangangarap talaga sa Senado pero sana magising.
Hindi nararapat ba? Hindi ba nararapat?
Hindi naman. Si Senator Clooney, pwede naman siguro. Pero baka bandido ang labas niyan pag masyadong tisoy.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
Mr. Chairman, ako po pang romansa lang. Si
Nako.
Senator Bato, pwede pang stuntman, pang action pa.
Delikado tayo dyan. Nako, mas lalo tayo mapipeligro. Anyway, actually, Mr. Chair, for the film industry, as we know right now, what part of the problem is really social distancing. But I've also mentioned earlier about the amusement tax and the other taxes that need to be paid by the producers. Sabi mo nga, Mr. Chair, Senator Angara, na ngayon wala nga pinapalabas na sine. Maybe we can also suggest to our theater owners to come up with a guideline that they post outside to reassure the public that they can watch safely. Number one, yung distancing. Alam ko meron naman silang ganyan. I know SM department stores already came up with their safety protocols. But for cinemas in particular, a HEPA filter is something that they can invest in. And also, as I mentioned, and I would like to reiterate the fact that since we are already collecting taxes from the film industry and the entertainment industry, perhaps the equivalent can be really allocated to return it to our practitioners or stakeholders in the industry. Kasi yan talaga mga informal workers. Dati pa yan na inconsistent ng kita, mas lalo pa ngayon na walang kikitain. So, yun po. Pero, I don't know, have you tackled already the transport? Parang nawawala yata. Anyway, I think instead of deviating, that's it for now, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for the suggestions, Senator Poe. Any other senators who wish to interject? I think we have a lady named Patty Lapus. You're with the creatives also?
Yes, Senator. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm Patty Lapus. I'm from the Interguild Alliance. We are a community-based network of workers from various groups in the film, television, and advertising industries in the Philippines. We only came together during this pandemic to collaborate on health and safety protocols that are necessary for the new norma that we face. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to speak before all of you as you create policies for the industry who are greatly affected by this health crisis. We'll keep it very short and we don't want to take any more of your time, but we would like to humbly suggest some of the following, which we also sent in our position paper, Senator, to your office. One is the wage subsidy support assistance to our displaced freelance workers who work mostly on a no work, no pay basis. Second is the government bailout or a stimulus package for producers. The financial impact to producers right now from our computation amounts to almost 30% more financial expenses. And without the assurance, as Senator Poe mentioned, of theaters to show our films, this is especially difficult for producers, especially for the independent cinema sector. Third is the inclusion of film education in high school educational syllabus. We believe that to uplift cinema, there must be audience development. Fourth is the DOH accreditation of protocol supervisors and medics. We realize the need now for the supervision in terms of the implementation of new health and safety protocols in all production shoots. And last, as has been mentioned previously, is tax relief for film workers and film and TV producers, including the possible lift of the amusement taxes for film producers. We understand that without the vaccine right now, there will be many challenges to all of us. But we believe together we can get through this, and with the help of everyone in government also, we can shape a good future for our industries and the country. Thank you po.
Thank you, Patty. Since Senator Poe mentioned the transportation sector, maybe we can go to them. We have the CAAP here, Captain Sidyonko, Director General. Is he here? Captain Jim Sidyonko. He's not here. Attorney Roberto Lim, Vice Chairman of the Air Carriers Association.
I'm here, Senator Angara. I'm present.
Who is that? Attorney Lim, is that you?
Senator Angara, this is Attorney Bobby Lim.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. I'd like to thank Senator Angara and Senator Amy Marcos, the chairman of the Finance Committee and the Economic Affairs Committee of the Senate. We welcome this opportunity to apprise and present our concerns. Aviation is a strategic industry of the country, we being a archipelago. Trade and commerce, tourism, domestic travel principally requires air travel. And the role of the airline industry is to be a catalyst for economic development. We contributed 3.4% of GDP. We directly and indirectly employ 1.2 million people. And because of this pandemic, at risk would be about 500,000 jobs. It is predicted that we will suffer about $4.8 billion. These 2 months of closure has cost us already millions, with fixed costs of 7 billion pesos per month. Now, equally important is that aviation is interlinked with travel and tourism. And travel and tourism contributes about 9% of GDP and employs about 5.4 million people. And most of this, when you combine this ecosystem, involves really the lives and livelihood of the medium and small scale industry. So when we seek our assistance from government, it is not only for the airline companies, but also for the medium and small scale industries. Our involuntary closure was due to the pandemic, and we know that it is a worldwide activity. Foreign countries have provided state aid and various types of support. In our case, we are also looking to the legislature to provide us the support by including a section, a sectoral intervention and providing a provision for the transportation industry. In the case of aviation, the first order of the day that we would like to be addressed is the liquidity crisis. Having not been able to generate any business and revenue, it's a cash squeeze. And the resources of the airline companies are nearly exhausted. That's why we need immediately the intervention of government to unfreeze the credit lines that we actually have. Understandably, the credit lines with the private banks that we have been unable to draw upon because the banks are a bit skittish and fear that we may not be able to service them precisely because we don't have any revenue. So we seek government intervention by providing a credit guarantee scheme so that the banks can be more confident that the money that they will lend can actually be repaid by the airlines. The other components of the package of support we ask are credit relief, credit facilities, and loans, and waiver of the various navigational charges. Insofar as credit guarantee, loans, and credit facilities, these are not handouts because we are there to repay them. These are loans. Corollarily, in order for the banks to actually help us, there is a provision that we would recommend, which is a regulatory relaxation of the prudential standards that govern banks and their ability to extend loans and to restructure loans without being penalized in terms of their capital ratios and their ability to lend more to the borrowers that are in need. We urgently need the intervention of government. We urgently need to be included in the stimuli program of Congress. Our business is withering, and together with it, the businesses of those that depend on us, such as the travel industry, the hotels, the catering companies, the ground handling companies, the taxis, and many more medium and small scale businesses. We believe that delay will just cause more damage and permanent damage and will hinder the swift recovery of our industry. So thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to share our thoughts.
Thank you, Attorney Lim. Can we hear from the Philippine Inter-Island Shipping Association, Mr. Pedro Aguilar, the Executive Director? Sir, are you here?
Yeah. Good afternoon.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Chair, first of all, on behalf of the Legislative Association and the Philippine Line Shipping Association, let me express some thanks.
Sir, you're a little choppy. Could you talk closer to the mic, sir, please?
Okay. Let me thank Mr. Chair, the all the members of the Senate for inviting us in this very important hearing. Also, a special thank to Senator Lapid for raising the concern of the rural sector of the domestic shipping industry ahead of this meeting. We have prepared, Mr. Chair, position paper regarding this very important bills on stimulus package related to the COVID-19. Let me just read some very important portions of this position paper. In an archipelago in an archipelagic country like the Philippines, sea transport remains to be the most economical means of transporting passengers and cargo nationwide. In the last 2 years, domestic container ships moved cargo at a total volume averaging 1.4 million TEUs, valued at approximately 1.5 trillion pesos. About 6% of the total volume originates from Manila, North Harbor Port, consisting of finished goods southbound bound to Visayas Mindanao. Cargo from the Visayas Mindanao areas to Manila or northbound. Cargoes consisting mostly of agricultural products, livestock, sugar, corn, bananas, and some finished goods comprise 27%. The remaining 13% of the total domestic cargo volume are interport cargoes which originate or destined not on the Manila North Harbor Port. Mr. Chairman, 99% of the inter-island trade is carried to ships. Any post-COVID-19 stimulus plan will require a strong domestic shipping industry to ensure that essential goods such as food, medicine, hardware items, and manufactured goods reach every part of the country. Agricultural products such as rice, sugar, bananas, and even countries need to reach Manila from the Visayas Mindanao. Shipping is a capital-intensive business with very heavy fixed costs. Shipping lines need substantial volumes to pay for the fixed cost. For the past years, players in the domestic shipping industry answered the call of government to modernize the Philippine merchant marine fleet through new ships acquisition, financed by loans from domestic and foreign financing institutions. Needless to state, with the restrictions imposed during the ECQ, the present pandemic significantly affected the volumes of domestic ships for both cargo and passenger. To date, there is a 70% drop in the cargo volume in the Manila North Port. On the other hand, passenger volumes have reduced by over 90% nationwide. For this reason, domestic ship owners find it hard to service their loans. Domestic shipping companies continue to be heavily in debt. They continue to serve the trades where they are allowed, even at a loss. Any help, especially in servicing heavy loans used to modernize the ships, would be welcome and required. PISA and PLSA therefore firmly believe that the bills proposed in the Senate, all providing stimulus package during and after the COVID-19 pandemic, will go a long way to help domestic shipping companies. However, we request the following improvements of the bills be considered. On Senate Bill number 1449, Senate Bill 1417, and Senate Bill 1474, insofar as it provides for loan guarantee programs and interest-free loans, that a specific amount be allocated to each sector of the transport industry. Considering the fact that, Mr. Chairman, that I think most players would be applying for these loans. With substantial loss of the normal cargo volume handled by domestic ships, the inability of passenger ships to carry passengers during the ECQ, in the proposed 50% capacity in the event of a GCQ for passenger ships. The carrying capacity of passenger ships will be greatly affected. So the domestic shipping industry will be greatly impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. The proposed guarantee programs and interest-free loans will be implemented to guide the industry during the crisis for the next 12 months. That is all, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much.
Mr. Aguilar, can we hear from former Commissioner Sani Sevilla? Is he here? He's the head of the Coalition on Public Transport. Former Commissioner Sevilla here? No? Okay. Mr. Parco, Mark Matthew Parco of the Philippine Liner Shipping Association. I see him. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, everyone.
Yeah.
Hello. Yes. I'd like to echo what my colleague in Philippine Inter-Island Shipping Agent Association has told you. But I think I just want to emphasize some things that probably is not very clear. Majority of the manufacturing in the Philippines is in the NCR. Soap, your canned meats and all this. And that's all shipped out to all the provinces. And we're talking about inter-island trade. And as what Peter had said, 99% of all inter-island trade goes on ships. So a lot of these islands rely on the ships to bring the soap, the food, and the medicine. And unfortunately, shipping is a very capital-intensive business. And we need the volume to be able to pay back. At a certain point, when we hit 70 or 80% utilization, then we're okay. But unfortunately, during COVID, our volumes for cargo has dropped by 70%. And for passengers, it's gone down to almost zero. So the shipping lines are having a hard time meeting their loan commitments. I think this is the heaviest thing that is weighing on the shipping lines. And moving forward, with the expected drop in some of the consumption, we expect that volumes will not return right away. So we expect that we're going to have a hard time.
You're breaking up, sir. You're breaking up. Oh, yeah, there's a problem with the
all
sound.
these ships to bring all this cargo to all these islands in the Philippines. And we are the ones who bring the agricultural goods from Visayas and Mindanao to Metro Manila. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parco. Can we hear from Captain Jim Sidionco, the Director General of the CAAP? I was told he's here. Captain Sidionco, sir, are you here?
Good afternoon,
Hi, good
Honorable
afternoon, sir.
Chair. In reaction to the Executive Director of the Air Carriers Association of the Philippines, in light of the hostile operating environment faced by the aviation industry and the imminent threat of collapse faced by air operators, the Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines wishes to respectfully transmit the request for support of the ACEP in reference to possible government assistance to keep the airline industry afloat amidst the pandemic. The CAP recognizes the role of our local airline carriers as indispensable partners of the Philippine aviation industry, and that it such will exert all feasible measures that it can to mitigate the impact of COVID-19 and help in the survivability of all its stakeholders, all in the context of ensuring accessibility, mobility, and convenience to the riding public. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Director Jim Sidionco. So I think that's it for the transport industry. Is Commissioner Sevilla here? Not, we can leave the transportation industry and move on to other industries. We have also with us is Rolly Makasay, I think, of the President of GSIS. Sir, are you here? Still here? President Rolly?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah. President
Mr.
Rolly?
Chair.
Who is that? Who is talking? Sorry. Who is speaking? Who is calling my attention? I don't see anyone.
No, this is Rolly. Mr. Chair, from National Public Transport Coalition.
Sige. Rolly, before I recognize you, can I just ask this? Sino to? Can you identify yourself, sir? Sir, can you identify yourself, please? Well, there's no sound. No, Rolly, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Regarding GSIS, we have no immediate concerns. It's what we're doing for the members so far. Oh, rather, before I begin, can I greet good afternoon to both chairs, Senator Amy and Senator Sonny and the other senators.
Good afternoon. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
What has GSIS been doing for the past 3 months? Well, so far, we've extended emergency loans to so many of our members. We've hit already 10 billion pesos, and over 200,000 members of its members have benefited from it. We've also extended, or rather stopped collecting as instructed by the Bayanihan, as in the Bayanihan to Heal Act. We've stopped collecting loan amortizations and rents for the last 3 months. We've done that too. And Senator Sonny,
Rolly,
I'm thinking of
can I ask
how...
a question, Rolly?
Go ahead.
How many members do you have? And it's only regular employees, di ba? Yung mga contractuals are not members of GSIS.
They are. They are.
They are. Contractuals are members of. So what's your total membership?
Sorry, I'm sorry.
What's the total membership of GSIS?
We have about 2 million members and then about 500,000 pensioners.
Okay.
Now, but what I'm trying to work on now, Ms. Senator Sonny, is the possibility of granting loans to members for, educational loans, because I'm very much concerned that there will be a mass exodus from the private schools going to government schools. So I'm thinking of a way to do it in such a way, because the experience we had before regarding this study now, pay later plan, the past due was about 70%. So now, but this was in the 70s and 80s when it was not yet computerized. I'm so concerned about this historical experience that we have. So, I think I'll be able to implement it as soon as possible, so that there'll be a way for us to at least give some of this a relief to this to the government schools, that there'll be no movement, as said Sonny, and it will result in the collapse of a lot of the private schools. I was thinking of giving, say, a 10-year loan for the first 5 years. You just pay interest. But I'll have to structure it in such a way that I do not have any big risk as far as the funds of GSIS.
How much were you thinking? How much were you thinking? What did you peg the tuition at?
I'm estimating that, say, an average of about 50,000 a year, for the tuition. Like GSIS probably can pay up to 70% of what the tuition is, but while the student is still studying for the next 4 years or 5 years, the member can just probably pay interest for the meantime. And then after 5 years, you start paying the interest and principal. That way, the monthly amortization will be so little, and then on the 6th year, the son or the daughter will now start working, and both of them can pay the amortization. But I have to study it very well. But I'm rushing it, said Senator Sonny. I thought we should have the members of GSIS.
That's a great idea. Amy, yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you very much to Mr. Chair and Rolly Maksaet, our landlord of the Senate. So, okay yung suggestion ninyo. Are you aware if SSS is thinking of the same thing, in as much as ang karamihan kasi na nararamdaman na namin sa Ilocos, yung OFW kids are all leaving the private schools. Karamihan OFW, kaya hindi sila covered ng GSIS, yun ang problema. Baka naman pwede makumbinsi rin yung SSS at yung iba pang lugar na magbigay ng gano'n.
The SSS president is here, Senator Amy, but my structuring of the loan facility is this. It hasn't gone to the board yet. I'm still in the phase of studying yet the program. What I want is probably two dependents of a GSIS member. So kahit, say up to the 4th degree. So kahit halimbawa a GSIS member may pamangkin, baka pwede niyang pautangin. That's one of the that's what I'm trying to do. And another criterion for me is that the GSIS member should at least be 15 years, Senator Amy, because after 15 years, that's the only time that your GSIS is vested on you already. So you get a pension, I protect the funds of GSIS, and I'm able to help. And it's also after 15 years that you can have children that are already in college anyway. You know what I'm saying? So I'm rushing this.
Sige, Chair Rolly, tutulong po ako dyan kasi nung mga dekada 70 o 80, kami sa Kabataan Barangay nagbangkarote ng Study Now, Pay Later plan.
Yeah, Senator Amy, kaya lang dati kasi hindi pa computerized eh. Kaya
kabisado natin ang kagulangan ng sistema. Pero sana yung SSS din, Chair.
Yeah. No, I will talk to them. No, I'm not so sure. I don't speak. I cannot speak for them. I think they're here now.
Chair Rolly, when you say you want to limit it to those who 15 years, that might discriminate against the ones who need it more because the ones who are earning this. If you're earning 15, if you're already a 15-year member of GSIS, you're already earning substantially, I would think, no? You've been promoted a number of steps already. So the ones who need it will be discriminated against. So maybe something to think about lang, no? It's your system. You figure it out.
No, I will study that. I will take that into consideration because normally kasi pag 15 years, may anak ka na sa college eh. And the risk kasi to the fund, I don't wanna, because there was a time, I'm sorry, Senator Marcos, to Senator Amy, na dati grabe yung past due. So ayoko naman mangyari ulit sa GSIS na malaki. I mean, you know, after 15 years kasi vested na talaga yung whatever happens to you, you'll get pension after 15 years. So when you retire, I can deduct it from you. So there's practically no risk to the fund.
With the permission of Chair Amy, can we call SSS since your question was addressed to them?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Andito ba si SVP Edgar Cruz of SSS? Are you here, sir?
Yes, Chairman Angara, nandito po ako.
Narinig niyo po yung question ni Chairwoman Amy, yung regarding the possible educational loans to your members?
Yes, we have heard it po. And in fact, even before the pandemic, those are one of the new products that we are contemplating of offering to our members. So that will definitely be in our pipeline. For now po, ang immediate plans namin is to offer calamity loans. Kasi po as you well know, because we have been assigned as the implementer of the Small Business Wage Subsidy Program, most of our resources were directed to that. So as soon as the SBWS program is concluded, we will be working double time to develop and offer calamity loans. But as to the original question, yes, we are considering developing and offering educational loans to our members.
Ay, salamat. Thank you.
How many members do you have, VP Cruz?
We have about 16 million paying members right now po, Chairman.
Yeah. Is there a way of putting people under your umbrella even if they pay a limited amount? Kasi yun ang suggestion nung isang professor na taga-UP that some of the cash dole-outs be done through SSS. So there is incentive for people to buy and be a member of the system if they receive something in return, even if they're not perhaps even if they're not formally employed or there's no employer-employee relationship, no?
Yes po, because we do have self-employed members from the informal sector. So,
but they have to pay double the premium, di ba? Because they pay the employer and employee component, no?
Correct po. But in terms of eligibility for loans, we do not discriminate between employed or self-employed members.
Yung naiisip ko, yung a third category rather than employed formally, is there a third category where because it's very difficult for a low earning employee to pay double both the employer component, no? Is there a third type of category kaya that so that we could following that suggestion of a UP professor, Professor Reside of UP School of Economics, that we use SSS as the distributor of cash dole outs, no? Is there room for something like that?
That can probably be considered po, Mr. Chair, and I'll certainly bring it up to our senior management.
Pag-aralan lang natin. Let's not discuss it too much here. It's
Yes.
theoretical. But,
Yes, Mr. Chair. Kasi, yes, Mr. Chair, sorry.
go ahead, Chair Amy, then Senator Grace is also raising her hand.
Yeah. No, Mr. Chair, kasi di ba yung SSS in-identify na sa kasambahay law? Kaya meron na silang inroads sa paglilista ng ating informal sector. So maganda yun
That's
kasi 16 million po. Ikalawa,
Yes.
I wanted to reiterate nga yung problema ng OFW na hindi covered and specifically to do with the educational loans. Malaking bagay kung matulungan rin yung OFW because hindi nga nababayaran yung tuition. Sila sa probinsya ang talaga nagpapaaral sa private. Salamat.
Thank you, Chair Amy. Senator Grace, go ahead, ma'am.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Kanina kasi pag-usapan natin ng transport sector pero medyo malabo yata yung signal ni Ariel Rim. Pero yung aking ikinababahala, yung talagang naapektuhan nitong ating pandemya ay marami din sa ating mga drivers ng public utility vehicles. Gusto ko lang malaman kung meron ba talagang kulang pa na hindi pa nabibigyan ng ayuda doon sa ating mga drivers. Kasi kung kailangan pa natin dagdagan, katulad ngayon, sinasabi ng DOTR na mababawasan talaga yung pwedeng sumakay doon sa mga pang-publikong sasakyan, ay kung ano bang meron tayo ngayon para mapunuan yun.
That's a good question. I don't know if DOTR is here. Is DOTR here to answer that? Kasi meron na tayong nilagay sa Bayanihan Act for the transportation sector. And,
Correct, there is.
They would give us weekly updates. Mukhang hindi na-exhaust yung gusto nating gawin in terms of a number of drivers assisted. I remember the last report, the 9th report, kulang pa rin. So, is DOTR here? Meron ba dito taga-DOTR? Wala yata, Madam.
Okay. Anyway, Mr. Chair, this is very, well, it's specialized, but it's still very crucial. So on the floor, when we discuss about this, I think this should be a priority. But also talking about the airline industry, because as we know that it's really greatly affected at this point. I really support some sort of assistance to them because not just for the companies that are involved, hindi lang para sa mga kumpanya ng airline, pero dahil nga maraming depending mga nagtatrabaho dito, pati yung mga downstream industries, yung mga catering at yung mga iba pang mga trabahador. So I hope that the chair's committee report will include incentives or assistance to the airline industry as well as the buses. But again, we really need to be very careful with our wording that the provisions will strictly say that the ones that are serious, capable, and maybe the ones that are truly providing jobs. Kasi mahirap din yung mga wala namang track record na basta-basta natin bibigyan. Kasi di ba, limitado lang yung ating pera. Unahin natin yung mas mabibigyan ng maraming biyaya. At hindi ito base sa kumpanya o kung gaano kalaki ang kumpanya, kundi sa base sa pinakamaraming trabahador at empleyado na mabibiyayaan. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Senator Grace. Senator Sherwin, I think, wants to ask a question. Senator Sherwin. I think you're on mute, sir. You're on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Can
yes.
you hear me? Yes. Sa SSS kay Attorney Edgar. Attorney Edgar, ilan po ang nabigyan sa SBWS? Ilang beneficiaries?
Senator, at this point, we're still finalizing the figure kasi po, even up to this point, we are extending the payment for the first tranche. But the target is a little over 3 million po.
3 million beneficiaries ang target. And then, ano ang qualification nila? Anong income level?
Administration po kasi, we did that parang two-level qualification. The first is to qualify the employer. The employer must not be from the large taxpayer
Correct.
of the BIR. So once the employer is qualified, then any employee who is not working for at least 2 weeks during the lockdown would be entitled to the wage subsidy.
So any employee, attorney, for example, even manager, basta ikaw ay not part of the large taxpayer and pumasok ka doon sa, I guess these are MSMEs, pati managerial position, pasok siya.
Yes po.
Pati, for example, supervisors, managers, pasok siya.
Yes po. Admittedly, that may not be the fairest po kasi nga it's possible na a small employer taxpayer would have a highly paid employee, as you said, managers.
Correct.
But at the same time, pwede rin namang large taxpayer na disqualify yung employer pero may mga low income employees sila. But under the circumstances po kami, we had the agencies involved had to look for the most practical and easily implementable policy.
Correct. Attorney, how about yung no work, no pay? No? Because ito yung pinaka, I would say, most vulnerable. Have we reached out to the no work, no pay of these MSMEs?
Did po yun, Mr. Senator, sa SBWS program because some of the small employers employ employees under a no work, no pay arrangement. So may mga, and in fact, marami pong nakasama na nag-qualify na no work, no pay. Kasi nga po, if you are working or receiving income, hindi ka po qualified sa SBWS.
Correct. But na-capture yung no work, no pay. That's the root question.
Yeah.
Because some of the no work, no pay, I'm not very sure kung meron silang SSS. No? We still have a lot of companies who try to cut corners and avoid paying SSS. But in your experience, na-capture ba natin itong mga no work, no pay?
Po, but as long as they are SSS members. Unfortunately, kung hindi sila SSS members, hindi sila mag-show up sa database of our qualified employees.
But based on your doon sa ano nyo, ilan po ang dito sa 3 million, ilan po dito ang no work, no pay category?
Effectively po, lahat sila are no work, no pay kasi in the first place, they will not qualify for the wage subsidy if they are getting paid during the lockdown.
But meron mga salaried worker na nakakakuha rin eh. For example, alam ko, dito sa Valenzuela, marami kaming small enterprises, they continue to pay salaries. Hindi lang nakakapasok yung tao. Pero yung true no work, no pay, yung true talagang tawag nilang daily wage.
Correct po. That's the intent po of the program. Meron naman pong undertaking na binigay yung mga employers that they are certifying that the employees they submitted to SSS for the wage subsidy are those not working and not receiving salaries or income during the lockdown.
Okay. All right. Attorney, pasubmit na lang po sa committee yung I just want to have a good feel of that no work, no pay. Ito yung daily wage. Ito yung talagang what we call daily wage earners na pag hindi ho sila pumasok, wala hong bayad. Yung iba ho talaga itinigil lang. No? They're monthly pero itinigil. But I just want to get a good feel. So pakisubmit na lang po sa committee yung breakdown nung categories nung 3 million.
We'll refer the request to the SPWS task force.
Thank you, Attorney.
Senator Gatchalian. Can we ask Ms. Susanita Tesiorno, the President of the Alliance of Workers in the Informal Economy? Ito, pasok to sa pinag-uusapan natin ngayon, yung mga informals. Whose complaint is wala silang coverage sa mga ibang programa. So can we ask Ms. Tesiorno? Ma'am, are you here? Ms. Tesiorno, andito ba kayo?
Yes.
Go ahead, ma'am. Baka nakapatay yung mic ninyo, ma'am. Paki-on ho yung mic.
Po.
Yeah. Sige po.
Okay, narinig niyo na po ako?
Yes, opo. Okay na ho.
Okay. So maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. Alam kong mahaba-haba yung aking pinagsisikapang Tagalog talaga na position paper, pero i-shortcut ko na po kasi marami na pong nag-discuss na nauna sa akin na nagpapatunay na ng tinatawag na mga informal employment. Kaya simula doon kay from Ma'am Dinyo, Isguera, lahat ng sinasabi niya ay all about informal employment in the formal sector. Formal sector kasi I'm sure yung kanilang mga owners, bars, whatever, kung anong-ano nila ay mga formal businesses. So kung yung mga empleyado nila ay hindi tumatanggap ng statutory benefits like SSS, PhilHealth, kabahagi po sila ng informal economy in the private sector. Formal sector in the private sector. So, kami po ay nagpapasalamat ng malaki doon sa Bayanihan to Heal as One Act. Maraming salamat po. Habang nag-i-speech pa lang si Senator Cayetano, nagpo-post na kami sa Facebook ng pasalamat kasi after more than 20 years, more than 2 decades ay na-recognize po in full yung informal economy. But later po, na-realize namin na are the implementers, especially the local governments, ready? Naintindihan ba nila kung ano yung informal sector? Naintindihan ba nila yung informal employment, subcontracting, etc.? Mukhang doon po nagka-problema. Kaya yung monitoring namin sa aming mga local constituents, tumutulong kami sa mga local government to explain ano ang ibig sabihin ng poor, ano ang ibig sabihin ng marginalized, ng vulnerable, based on the social protection framework, kasi yun yung binasihan. So medyo nakatulong kami, kaya lang very limited. So nakita namin sa aming local constituents na iba't iba ang pag-intindi ng mga local governments, especially ng mga local social welfare officers. Ano yung vulnerable, ano yung informal sector, etc. So kahit nung last week, nagkaroon ng Labor Committee hearing sa lower house on MACWI po, sa MACWI po natin. Nako, malaking diskusyon doon sa mga statistics. The Department of Labor through the Director of Bureau of Workers and Special Concerns presented the LFS, which is kulang na kulang. Dalawang tao lang, dalawang kategorya lang ng informal economy ang pinag-usapan. At kami ay ino-object namin yon. Ganon din man si Deputy Speaker Dan Fernandez, who is also one of the authors ng MACWI. So marami pong problema. Kaya itong pagkakataon na ito sa Senate ay nais kong tingnan talaga kung ano yung ugat ng bakit in spite na ang tugon ng ating mga legislators ay napakapabor na sa pagtangkilik o pag-recognize ng mga rights ng mga manggagawang informal. Pero sabi nga namin, tinimbang kami ngunit kulang. Yun po yung theme namin ng Mayo 6, Informal Labor Day. Kasi nga nakita namin na napakalaking That's why we propose for additional, pinakita namin yung datos at padala kami ng sulat sa IATF. Kaya yung may 5 million additional sa left out. So sana matukoy na talaga ito. Ngunit, ang pinakaugat po ng problema ay yung kawalan. hindi nagagampanan. Sorry for the Philippine Statistical Authority kung nandito sila. Pero nais kong sabihin para maintindihan ano yung kakulangan, bakit nagkaroon ng samut-sari ang mga interpretasyon. Kulang hindi po na-define ng ating PSA, nawala po ako. Hindi po, naririnig po ako. Okay. Hindi po na-define ayon sa kanilang Philippine Development Plan Chapter 10 ng Social Protection na kailangang ma-define na nila yung informal economy at saka ma-operationalize ito. Sometimes in March 16 of 2017, privilege po ang informal sector na kapag-present sa NAPSE and Bank meeting sa Malacanang at nagkaroon na po ng kasunduan na magbigay ng memorandum order to PSA para i-operationalize na at i-adapt yung definition ng informal economy and i-operationalize. So napakalaki kong problema. For example, dahil sa kawalang ng klarong estadistika, ang ginagamit po namin ay hindi yung ating LFS, kundi ang ginagamit po namin ay yung sa ILO na ngayon ay nasa UN din, sa UN World Book, a book on world prospects and statistics situations, at nagsasaad po na 68.2%. Nasa PowerPoint ay nasa ano po yan, nasa kasama po doon sa position paper, yung figure 1 na yan, nagsasaad po na 68.2% ang nasa informal employment. At klaro po dyan na ang pinakalaki po ay nasa informal sector. So sino-sino ba yung sa informal sector? Meron tayong definition sa Pilipinas at ito ay enterprise-based, hindi sila tao. So kasama doon, kung workers na sila, kasama namin halos ng batayang sektor. Basta sila ay may informal economic enterprise. So farmers, fisher folks, mga IPs na naghahanap buhay, vendors, etc. There are more than 1,000 economic activities na nasa informal sector. At sila po yung ngayon sa COVID, pinakamalaki o pinakababigat ang ano sa kanila, ang epekto economically and even sa health, dahil parang kung ikaw ay informal sector na day-to-day basis ang iyong pagkita, ang kita mo, wala kaming choice. Magkasala ka dahil lumabag ka sa quarantine, gutom naman ang pamilya mo. So, there is no really choice for the informal sector. Kaya ito yung aming hinihingi sa Senado at gahin sa lower house na sana yung PSA, klaruhin na nila yung definitions. Kasi ito ay napakahalaga sa pagparte-parte, mga alokasyon ng programa, alokasyon ng pondo ng gobyerno. Tila nakikita namin ang naa-allocatean pa rin ng mas malalaki. At ito sa mga bagong bills, ang makikinabang pa rin ay mga malalaking micro-enterprises, for example, hindi informal sector. Kanina lalo akong naguluhan sa tinatawag ni Representative Kimbo doon sa informal businesses. Ano ba yung informal business? Sana, iisa lang yung ating statistical definitions. Ang ASEAN SMA Policy Index for 2019, nakasali po ako doon sa presentation at maliwanag po na pinakita nila na ang Pilipinas ay gumagamit ng iba't ibang definitions to the disadvantage of the intended sector. So for example, sa Bambilo lang, kung nakikinig pa si Senator Recto, micro-enterprise. Sa DTI, ang definition ay asset size. Pagdating naman sa DOLE, ang definition ay number of workers. Nasa kalakaran ngayon na maraming nagsasubcontracting, maraming nagja-job order. Kahit 1 million lang ang kapital mo, so micro-enterprise ka until DTI. Pero kung marami kang subcontracting, hindi yan saan siya magpo-fall. Kung sa definition, hindi siya ma-inspection sa labor, hindi makikita yung mga violations at mananatiling yung mga workers ay walang karapatan na magiging member ng SSS dahil ayaw silang i-report ng kanilang mga employers. So yun, pagdating naman sa kanina na pag-usapan yung access to credit, Mr. Chair, Tumanda na ako sa ka-advocate ng lack of access to credit. Hanggang ngayon yung pa rin ang problema. At hindi ko akalain na pati pala yung small at meron din ganong problema. Ang pinaka-problema natin gaya ng previous hearings ng previous Congress sa MACWI, isa sa mga problema, ang informal sector ay hindi makakahiram kasi wala silang business permits. Prerequisite po yung business permits para makapagutang. Ang mamahal ng local government business permits. So yun po yung hinihingi namin na isa na sa kategorya ng micro-enterprise para kami maka-access ng credit, ihiwalay po natin yung marginalized micro-enterprises as defined under the Republic Act 425, yung NAPSILO. Meron po doong marginalized micro-enterprises na ang kapital lang niya ay 150,000 and below. So, win-win para sa lokal na pamahalaan para hindi rin sila mabawasan ng kita sa business permits kasi yun din yung kanilang lifeblood para kanilang services. Pero at the same time, i-address ninyo pa ang kailangan namin sa ano. At masaya ako, andyan kung nakikinig pa si Senator Wayne Gatchalian, masaya ako sa Valenzuela kasi ginawa po nila yan, nag-pilot po sila ng 10,000 and below at saka yung 50,000 na hindi na nagre-renew. Ginawan po nila ng ordinansa at i-present po namin during the IRR drafting ng Ease of Doing Business Act. So balik po doon sa ano, sana. Yes.
Babes, interrupt ko po kayo. Sinong mas magaling na mayor? Si Rex o si Win? Hindi, joke lang. Joke.
Mayor Rex po, Mayor Rex na po yan last year. Yun lang po yung lahat po sila magagaling. Pero ang pinag-usapan lang natin ay yung ease of doing business, yung pagtugon. Kasi nagkataon na kay Mayor Rex na last year.
Chairman,
Yes.
Chairman Sani.
Lagi po kayong nag-ate.
Lahat po sila, Chairman, magagaling. Kaya wala.
Alam ko po. Alam ko po. Pero ang pinag-uusapan po kasi natin ay nakatutok po doon sa informal economic units. At nagkataon na si Mayor Rex po ang mayor nung tumugon siya kasi nag-atin po lagi sila doon sa ILO recommendation 204. So yun po, yung pangalawa po yung informal economy. Katulad po sa SSS, kanina nabanggit ng SSS, ay sabi niya na merong mga programa. Ang tinatanong ko, kaming mga voluntary members, nagbabayad po kami. Doble po yung aming binabayaran. Parehas lang naman sa self-employed. Self-employed ay dapat mga professionals. Kung titingnan niyo po ang definition ng SSS on self-employed, sila po ang, hindi man siguro definition, ang tingin ko dahil ang requirements kaagad ay business permit. Ang informal sector, walang business permit. Okay? So, parehas naman kami ng binabayaran, pero pagdating sa mga programa, wala po kami. Wala pong natatamo ang voluntary members kahit times 2 yung aming binabayaran. For example, nagbabayad ako ng 800 plus para nga tataas yung aking pension pag na ako pag may retire. But there is no subsidy. Sarili namin yan. Sarili namin yan. Despite nasa ginagawa namin, wala. Kasi sa NAPSI, hindi rin kami empleyado. So, balikan ko po yung kategorya po ng informal employment. Nasa position paper ko po yung scope of applicability ng informal employment. Yung informal sector po doon ay kabahagi lang po. Pero kabahagi lang siya, pero kung titingnan mo ang datos na nasa UN, World Statistics or yung WISP nila for 2019, out of the informal employment, informal sector po ang pinakamataas. And it is around 68.2% to include the agriculture. Medyo bumaba siya ng konti kaysa previous year kasi ang tinitingnan namin sa ILO na statistics was 72% in the informal employment kasama ng statistics. Bumaba po siya and for the last year it's 68.2% kasi yung ibang bansa po nagkakaroon talaga. Ang Pilipinas po dahil among the ASEAN countries, lumabas na po yung report ng ASEAN study on informal employment statistics. Out of the ASEAN countries, isa lang po ang Pilipinas sa 3 na wala. Where we can understand Singapore, mayayaman sila. Pero ang Pilipinas po wala. Talo pa tayo ng ibang bansa out of our region like Kenya. They have already their statistics na klaro po, income statistics lahat. Kaya hindi sila nahirapan. Tingnan niyo po, isang epekto ng kawalang statistika dito po sa ating Universal Healthcare Law. Talagang hirap na hirap kami dyan na isinama ang general informal sector sa tinatawag na direct contributory. Sino sa informal sector ang maka-afford? Sino at hindi? So, kaya napakahalaga po talaga ng pagklaro ng statistics ng informal sector kasi yung last na statistics ay 2008 pa. Hindi pa kasama yung informally employed. Kanina nabanggit na ang GSIS members ay ilang milyon yun. Pero ang public sector claims that are 600 to 780 workers in the government who are informally employed. Like for example, the contract of service, yung mga job orders, sila po ay informally employed in the public sector. Kung titingnan nyo po yung scope na nilagay ko dyan sa position paper, they are only among the informally employed in the public sector. Tapos, itong mga job orders, subcontracting sa private sector, those who are not reported as workers, kabilang po sila sa informally employed in the formal sector, in the private establishment. At meron pa po dyan, yung unreported workers and unrecognized workers. Katulad po kami sa NAPSI, Batayang Sector. We are part of the unrecognized sector. Wala kaming sweldo, but we are working like horses. Kasi responsibilidad namin yan sa aming hanay, sa aming sektor, na sila ay mai-represent sa national government para sa mga policy making, etc. So yun po yung sana, matulungan nyo kami to really the PSA na at ipapadala ko po yung minutes para
walang pera yung PSA, wala silang mabibigay sa inyo.
Statistics po. Statistics para maituwid po.
Numero lang yung bibigay sa inyo, ma'am.
Po. Kasi nga, mahalaga po yan sa pagbilang ilan ba ang para dito na amount? O magkano ang para dito? Magkano ang para dito? Nagsamot-sari na eh. Yun yung nakita namin doon sa unang implementation ng SAP. So nakita namin yan na nagdoble-doble ng tanggap yung mga tao, nagtanggap na sa formal, nagtanggap pa sa SAP. Kasi misinformed siguro or whatever. So papaano yan? Pero ang tunay na mga informal sector, karamihan po ay ayon sa aming monitoring ay hindi po nakakatanggap ng SAP. So para sa amin, napakahalaga po, pinaka-basic yun para sa pagparti-parti, apportionment ng mga pondo, apportionment na allocation o pag-ano ng mga gobyerno. So yun po yung pinakahalaga. Meron pong kaming kahilingan batay doon sa mga nasa aming position paper.
Can you wrap up? Can we ask you to wrap up?
Yun na po, kahilingan na po. Yung kahilingan na po namin ay bigyan ng mas malaking pondo ang informal sector kasi sila po yung nagbibit. Sila yung mga informal economic enterprise who can spur or who can generate employment in the communities. Kami po yung makakaano ng employment sa community sa pamamagitan ng mga iba't ibang programa ng gobyerno. Pero ang hinihiling po namin, sana mga innovative na, hindi na yung mga lumang programa na hindi naman naging sustainable. Marami pong programa, mula sa PULPA, napakaraming programa, pero pag titingnan mo, paulit-ulit lang bigay yung mga tao, paulit-ulit lang hingi, okay, pero hindi naman nagiging sustainable. So yun yung sana ladderized. So mula sa informal sector as scale up, pag mag-laderize sila, i-transition sila hanggat maka-access na sila ng credit na hindi lagi kami lagi dole out. We do not want also all dole out programs. Gusto namin financially empowered yung sektor. Again, pag naayos yung statistics, malaki po ang chance na maayos din lahat ng social protection programs in terms of availment and in terms of allocation of funds and in terms of improving the services of the government. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Ma'am Babes Tesorno. Can we hear from Tadeus Ifurum of Defend Jobs Philippines? Is he here? Mr. Tadeus, sir, go ahead.
Nandito po, Mr. Chairman. Maraming pong salamat, Mr. Chairman. At pagbati po sa mga magigiting nating mga mababatas na senador at mga senadora at ang mga kapwa ko resource person. Magandang hapon po. Maikli po naman itong babasahin ko position paper ng Defend Jobs Philippines. Pinakita po ng pandemyang COVID-19 ang kapwa mabuti at di gaanong mabuting praktika ng pamahalaan at ng mamamayang Pilipino. Dahil sa pandemya, nalantad ang kahinaan ng ating pamahalaan sa pangkagyatan at pangmatagalan nitong pagtugon sa pampublikong krisis, pangkalusugan at ang krisis kabuhayan. Hindi agarang na isakatuparan ng mass testing, mass tracing, isolation at kagyat na paglunas sa mga may sakit. Mahalaga sana na ang mass testing, contact tracing, isolation at treatment ang naging batayan ng quarantine o ng lockdown na may sapat at sustinidong panglipunang proteksyon at pangkabuhayang ayuda para sa apektadong milyong-milyon nating mamamayan. Sa halip, naging sentral na tugon ng pamahalaan ang militaristang lockdown sa pamamagitan ng mga patakarang enhanced community quarantine, MECQ at GCQ. Dahil dito, may ilang pagmamalabis ang mapaniil na pagpapatupad. Kaya naman, nakaranas tayo ng ilang mga kagipitan sa taong bayan na may ilang paglalabag sa mga prosedur at human rights ng taong bayan. Dahil sa lockdown, lubusang tinamaan at nagipit ang mga pinaka-vulnerable seksyon ng ating taong bayan. Ang mayoryang maralitang manggagawa at ang mga magsasaka na nasira ang mga kabuhayan. Wala pa ang COVID-19, ang manggagawang Pilipino ay nakikipagsapalaran na sa endo, kontraktual na trabaho at maliit na pasahod. At kahit ang mga may regular na trabaho ay pilit na pinagkakasya ang kanilang maliit o kakaunting sahod sa araw-araw na pagkain at iba pang mahalagang pangangailangan. Ang mga walang trabaho ay masugid na naghahangad ng trabaho at isang kahig isang tuka na nabubuhay sa diskarte, paggampan ng odd jobs at iba pang informal na pagkukuhanan ng ikabubuhay. Walang ipon at lalong walang ibang kayamanan ang manggagawa at maralitang mamamayan. Wala silang madudukot at magagamit sa panahong ito ng krisis sa COVID. Hindi sumasapat ang minimum na sahod ng mga manggagawa at karamihan ay kontraktual lamang na nawalan pa ng kabuhayan dahil sa patakarang no work no pay, pagbabawas sa sahod dahil sa flexible working arrangement at pagkatanggal sa trabaho. Ang mga magsasaka na may hindi na makabangon dahil sa mahal na upa sa lupa, mahal na presyo ng mga abono, pestisidyo at mga kasamkapang agrikultural ay hindi maibenta at nangabulok ang mga produkto dahil sa lockdown. Bukod pa, naitala ang pagsasara ng mga negosyo sa sektor ng MSMEs na dumagdag sa malaking bilang ng mga nawalang trabaho. Bilyong-bilyong kabuhayan natin sa informal na ekonomiya ang nawasak o nagsara. Samantala, mabagal, hindi sapat, hindi sustenido at selektibo ang ayuda ng ating pamahalaan mula sa DSWD, DOLE at DA at iba pa. Kaya dahil dito tumaas ng ilang beses ang insidente ng karupaan kahit ang middle class ay nagrereklamo dahil ramdam na ang kagipitan. Katumbas ng nagsarang mga negosyo ang pagkawala ng kapangyarihang pangkonsumo ng mamamayan. Tigil ang batayang palitan at kalakalan, patay ang maliliit na negosyo, at sa darating pang mga araw ay tiyak na mas lalong lulubha ang karukhaan at kahirapan. Sa positibong panig naman, ipinakita naman ng ating mga healthcare frontliners ang kanilang kabayanihan na kahit hindi sapat ang kanilang bilang at salat sa mga kagamitan at proteksyon ay nagpamalas ng sakripisyo at dedikasyon sa kanilang profesyon. Gayon din ang mahusay na pagpupursige ng ilang mga LGUs natin na nagbigay serbisyo at ayuda sa kanilang mamamayan sa sarili nilang inisyatiba upang maglunsad ng testing, tracing, isolation at treatment. At mga pamamaraan pa nila sa pag-agapay sa kabuhayan ng kanilang mga constituents. Ng ating mga social workers ay walang tigil na nag-aasikaso at naghahatid ng panglipunang ayuda para sa pamilyang gipit at nahihirapan. May mga nagpapakita din ng kabayanihan o bayanihan ng mga mamamayan sa sariling sikat nila ay nagtulungan, nagtayo ng mga komite sa komunidad para sa paghahanap ng pagkain, kabuhayan at pamamahagi ng kanilang pagkain para sa nagugutom. Sa tansya mismo ng DOLE, 5 million na ang nawalan ng trabaho at tinatayang lalala pa ito na aabot sa 10 million ang mawawalan ng kabuhayan. Nalulugo din ng mga lokal na negosyo na ayon sa ulat ay umaabot ng 18 billion kada araw ang lugi. Ang krisis at kahirapan na ating nararanasan ay mas malala pa sa 2007, 2008 na krisis sa pampinansya. Kung tutuusin, ang epekto ng COVID sa ekonomiya at kabuhayan ay halos katumbas ng pinsalang pang-ekonomiya na idinulot ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. Anuman ang maipasang programang stimulus ng Senado ay magiging makabuluhan, wasto at epektibo lamang kung mismong sa kanila, sa taong bayan ito magsisilbi. Kami ay umaasa ng interbensyon ng Senado at ng pamahalaan upang muling buhayin ang ekonomiya ay dapat ituon hindi lamang sa ayuda para sa mga malalaking negosyo at mayayamang oligarkiya sa pinansya. Kinikilala namin ang voluntaryo nilang pagtugon at pagtulong sa ating mamamayan at pamahalaan. Hinihiling namin ang ibayong pagtuunan ang interes at kagalingan ng masang nakararami, ang masang manggagawa, magsasaka, maralitat. Nagigipit na ring panggitang uri. Isang natatanging oportunidad po ito ng Senado upang ireforma ang ilang sistema at orientasyon ng ating pananalapi, aproprasyon ng pondo at paraan ng paggastos ng gobyerno sa kanyang pampublikong pondo. Sa balangkas ng kagyat na tulong pansuhay upang makaharap at makaagapay sa masamang epekto at pinsala ng pambansang ng pandemyang COVID at lockdown, kami nananawagan na sana ay pangunahing magtuon sa dalawang mayor na salik. Una, ang pagsalba at paglikha ng trabaho at kabuhayan. Pangalawa, ang pagpapalakas sa sistemang pangkalusugan na nagsisilbi sa pamilyang Pilipino at batayang mamamayan na sa aming pagtingin ito ang mga dalawang susi para sa pagkanggatan at pangmatagalang kaluwagan para sa mamamayan. Narito po ang aming ilang mga rekomendasyon mula sa Defend Jobs Philippines. Para sa unang 3 buwan, kagyat na itigil ang tanggalan sa mga manggagawa at itigil ang pagbabawas sa sahod. Pagtuunan ng pansin ng pamahalaan paano ibalik sa paggawaan at lumikha ng trabaho para sa halos 3 milyong kagyat na nawalang ng sahod at empleyo manggagawa. Magbigay ng 3,000 piso na ayuda, 30,000 piso, 30,000 na ayuda, katumbas po ito ng 10,000 piso kada buwan para sa lahat ng 18 million manggagawa sa bahagi ng 18 million manggagawang nawalan ng trabaho o pamilyang Pilipino upang ibalik ang nasirang kabuhayan sa loob ng halos 3 buwan at muling ibunsod ang pangkonsumong kapasidad nila. Dapat ipagpatuloy, dagdagan at kompletuhin ang nasimulang pamamahagi ng ayuda. Suhayan ng subsidyo para sa nawalang sahod at oras ng paggawa ang bahagi ng 18 milyong manggagawa na naapektuhan. Nawalan at nabawasan ng sahod sa ilalim ng ECQ at MECQ. Kagyat na subsidyo para sa pagkain, pangkalusugan, transportasyon at akomodasyon bilang panandaliang pang-agapay sa mga nakaempleyong manggagawa na bumabalik sa trabaho na naepektuhan, nawalan at nabawasan ng sahod at kabuhayan sa loob ng 2 buwan. 10,000 din po ang ayuda sa mga magsasaka na nawala at nasira ang mga produkto at kabuhayan. Subsidyo para sa pinsala, bayad pinsala ng pamahalaan sa mga produkto ng mga magbubukid na hindi na naibenta at nangabulok. Kapito po, tiyakin ang sapat na proteksyon ng mga health workers, frontliners sa mga ospital, triage centers at community health centers. Tiyakin ang probisyon ng sapat na PPEs, transportasyon, pagkain, oras ng pahinga, hazard pay, libre at regular na testing para sa kanila, pabahay at akomodasyon kung kinakailangan. Ikawalo po, subsidyo para sa matrikula ng mga estudyante, lalong-lalo na sa mga galing sa pamilyang maralita na papasok ngayong school year. Ika-10, pagpapatigil sa koleksyon ng upa o amortisasyon ng 6 na buwan sa mga low-cost housing at relokasyong proyektong pabahay ng gobyerno. Amnestiya sa mga hindi nakabayad ng amilyar sa pabahay bago at panahon ng ECQ, MECQ, GCQ at MGCQ. Ayudang 10,000 para sa ating mga jeepney at bus drivers at konduktor na naapektuhan ng ECQ at subsidyo para sa subsidyo sa gas sa loob ng 6 na buwan kapag sila ay bumalik sa pamamasada. Ikalabing isa po, diskwento at zero bill sa unang 200 kilowatt per hour na bayarin sa kuryente sa mga buwan sa ilalim ng ECQ, MECQ, GCQ at MGCQ. Sa loob po ng 6 na buwan, palakasin at palawakin po ang healthcare system ng bansa na nakatuon nakatuon sa pagsugpo ng sakit at pagpapagaling sa may sakit, hindi para sa malaking tubo lamang ng mga ospital. Gawing libre ang primary healthcare na unang linya ng depensang pangkalusugan. Buuin ang mga baitang at interlocking na sistemang kapangkalusugan sa antas pambansa, antas pang probinsya, antas pang syudad at munisipalidad, antas pang barangay at komunidad at antas pang pamilya. Mag-empleo ng mga dagdag na mga bagong doktor, nurses at community health workers. Kumpletuhin ang 17,000 bakanting plantilyang posisyon sa mga public health centers. Magdagdag ng bagong 15,000 na doktor. Mag-empleo at magsanay ng bagong 42,000 na nurses para sa bawat barangay at komunidad. Kagyat na mag-empleo at magsanay ng 100,000 community health workers at contract tracers. Iregularisa ang mga kontraktual at casual na mga public health workers, itaas ang kanilang sahod at ibigay ang hazard pay, mga benepisyo at allowances. Tiyakin po natin ang libreng pagkain, akomodasyon at transportasyon para sa mga frontliners sa susunod na ilang buwan. Pangalagaan po ang frontliner health workers laban sa diskriminasyon, harassment at pang-aabuso. Maglaan ng ayudang pondo para sa pagtutulak at proteksyon ng mga negosyante Pilipino upang mag-produce ng gawang lokal na test kits, PPEs, face mask at iba pang kagamitang pang-personal at pang-medikal para panlaban sa COVID upang makapag-udyok ng produksyon at empleo sa lokalidad. Mainam na nakabase ang produksyon sa mga probinsya upang masuhayan ang lokal na ekonomiya. Ayuda, hindi pautang para sa ating MSMEs. Unahin ang mga nagrehistro ng pagkalugi, nagsara at humihigi ng kagyat na tulong. Sa loob po na isang taon, dagdagan at palawakin ang mga polymed at espesyalisadong mga ospital at sa mga probinsya, syudad at distrito. Itayo ang mga lokal na mga molecular na laboratorio at mga polyclinic sa mga barangay at mini polyclinic sa mga komunidad. Bigyan ng angkop na ayudang pinansyal para sa mga pabrika at pagawaan upang makapagpatuloy at masustain ang operasyon at upang matiyag ng seguridad ng empleo at makapagparami pa ng may empleo. Bigyan po rin ng ayuda ang mga kooperatiba ng mga manggagawa at mga empresa o paggawaan, kumpanya na pinatatakbo ng mga kooperatiba ng mga manggagawa. Ito po ang panawagan ng Defense Jobs Philippines na para sa pagpapatupad ng stimulus program ay magkaroon din ng mas malawak na transparency at pagbabawas sa red tape at burokratismo upang tiyak na nakakarating ito sa tunay at wastong benepisaryo. Maaari ang bahagi ng stimulus ipapadaan muli sa DSWD@DOLE na may mahigpit na ugnayan sa LGU. Nananawagan din ang DJP, ang Defense Jobs Philippines na ang dapat buwisan ay hindi ang mahihirap na taong bayan, kundi ang mga mayayamang negosyo na hindi naman lubos ang apektado ng kagipitan at mayroong pang natatagong mga rekurso laban sa pandemya at lockdown. Maraming pong salamat at mabuhay po ang ating mga mambabatas.
Salamat, sir.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Risa, is that Risa?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pasensya, hindi ko mabuksan yung video ko ngayon. Pero gusto ko lang pasalamatan si Sir Tadeus ng Defend Jobs sa inyong pahayag na kahit pahatid nyo sa amin nung patapos na ng hearing namin ay napaka-komprehensibo po, hindi lang para sa sektor ng manggagawa, pero para sa marami pang ibang batayang sektor. Detalyado, tapos workable, sa tingin ko in terms of timeline, kasi meron po kayong kagyat, medium term, long term. Sana po sa patuloy naming pagdinig ng aming mga iba't ibang panukalang batas ay mabigyang daan namin at matanggap yung marami sa mga mungkahi ninyo. At sana din sa lokal, yung inyong mga mungkahi ay magbigay daan sa mas marami pang partnerships sa pagitan ng iba't ibang stakeholders, mga union at iba pang samahan ng mga batayang sektor, mga management at mga may-ari ng negosyo, lalo na yung mga micro, small and medium enterprises at yung ating mga local government units. So muli po, salamat Sir Tadeos at sa mga kasama sa Defend Jobs. And salamat Mr. Chairman.
Maraming pong salamat din po, Senador Risa Hontiveros at sa lahat ng mga senador sa hearing pong ito. Maraming pong salamat.
Thank you. Salamat, Sir Tadeus. Thank you, Senator Risa. I think Ma'am Lisa wants to say something. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gusto ko lang po sanang susugan yung sinabi kanina ni Ms. Babes of the informal economy and yung sinabi rin to ni Mr. Tadeos. I'd like to suggest, at kasama rin po ito sa mga bills na nakahatag ngayon sa Kongreso at sa Senado, kung saan mako-concretize po natin yung engagement din naman po ng ating mga manggagawa para ma-regularize or ma-formalize ang kanilang ekonomiya. So, napaka-importante po yung mag-register po tayo sa BIR at yung free registration po of freelancers to SSS and BIR is a great step to formalize this economy. I am sure that a lot of our workers are interested to be part of this economy. It's just that the hardship siguro po of, having no employers applying on their behalf, hindi po nila alam kung saan po sila pupunta in terms of application, doon po sila nahihirapan. And yung monthly na kailangang mag-file po ng BIR, isa po yun sa mga challenges na kinakaharap po ng maraming mga manggagawa natin dahil lahat po sila freelancers, minsan may trabaho, minsan walang trabaho. So siguro po kung i-empower po natin or magkakaroon po tayo ng mas magandang sistema at mechanisms working with the BIR, the SSS, the different agencies that are directed and working for their stakeholders, meron po tayong magandang paraan para po ma-formalize po sila. We can also, yung regularization din po ng mga MSMEs, malaking bagay din po ito for them to be counted and for us to also have a national registries among the different sectors. The FDCP right now has an FDCP national registry where we register the different freelance workers in the different sectors of the film and audiovisual industry. Malaking bagay po ito na magkaroon tayo ng database para mas madali po tayo nakakapag-extend ng support at ayuda sa mga manggagawa po natin na normally hindi po pwedeng mag-apply through an employer. Just to finish lang po yung aming hinihiling, nasabi na po kanina, thank you po Senator Grace po for emphasizing the importance of amusement tax exemption or revisiting ito pong levy for amusement taxes. Malaking tulong po ito ng gobyerno sa lahat ng ating mga producers, proprietors, lessees, and operators that are also part of the ecosystem of the film and audiovisual industry. But katulad din po na sabi ni Congresswoman Kimbo, sectoral interventions are very important in order for us to empower our workers or inspire them na kung wala po silang trabaho ngayon, pwede po silang magkaroon ng opportunity to reskill, upskill, and retool themselves para po mag-adapt dito sa ating new normal. So assisting MSMEs through the DTI, through technical assistance or grants for education, training, and consultancy services is really commendable. Specific budget allocation from the proposed 10 billion assistance to MSMEs for the film and audiovisual industry, for the upskilling, reskilling, and retooling. Sana rin po for the Department of Information and Communications Technology, isa po sa mga hardships namin ay ang softwares at yun nga po, bandwidth. The animation industry can easily transition into this new normal, but the lack of strong internet connection prohibits them from doing their businesses. Export business po yung ginagawa nila and it requires big bandwidths, uploading, yung time ng uploading nila na aantala po. Kaya kailangan pa rin po nilang pumunta sa mga physical offices nila. The inclusion of the live events in the MICE tourism allocation from the tourism industry for our live event sector na hindi po natin alam kung kailan po mag-reopen or kahit po mag-reopen ay hindi po natin alam kung tatauhin. The inclusion of the promotion of the Philippines as a location for filming and film services, through participation in film location markets and film tourism activities under the forms of tourism promotion ng tourism industry. Malaking bagay din po talaga ang film tourism dito sa atin at mabilis po nating mapopromote na ang angat po ng ating bansa through these kinds of methods. Adding film markets, international film festivals, film labs to the assistance to the industry and service sectors. Virtual na rin po ngayon ng mga film markets, so sana po matulungan po natin sila na magkaroon ng distribution platforms, yung ating mga content, katulad po ng Netflix, iFlix, and all these other streaming platforms. The enhanced build, the construction and renovation of hard and soft infrastructures to support the creative industry. Magkakaroon po ng sine lokal online ng FDCP. Sana po matulungan po kami dahil nawala po yung 35% ng budget namin. Marami po kaming plano pero hindi po namin alam kung saan po ngayon kukuha ng budget para rito. We also have Pugad Sining or our creative hubs. This will allow for shared facilities for the different creative industry sectors all over the Philippines. Para po matulungan sila na magpatuloy po ang kanilang mga trabaho. At ang mga existing infrastructures po natin, Cultural Center of the Philippines at iba pa pong infrastructure natin, sana po ay ma-prioritize din po ng enhanced build. And lastly po, sana po magkaroon po ng space ang audio, film and audiovisual industry sa Economic Stimulus Board po. Maraming salamat, Senator, for allowing us to be able to share the need of this sector, and thank you for giving us the due attention that this industry needs. We are at your disposal, and FDCP is willing to support.
I have a question.
Yes,
I have a question for you, Chair Liza. Maganda yung sinabi mo na mag-formalize kasi yun ang problema ng gobyerno eh. They want to give the money but hindi nila alam paano ibibigay and how to identify. Yun yung din ang sinabi ni Ma'am Babes kanina. Kaya dapat yung datos maayos. Kung formal ka, kung informal ka. So unfortunately, wala pa tayong national ID. That's still a work in progress. That would have solved a lot of things, no? Pero dito sa 800,000 na binanggit mo kanina, yung mga hindi kasama, pwede pa ipatay yung
Senator, right now, meron po kaming
patayin yung mic. Can we ask the other resource persons, yung mga nagluluto, may aso, patayin na muna po, please. Thank you.
Senator, right now po, meron po kaming FDCP National Registry and we are creating a mobile app for it. So it will make
ilan yung naka-register sa BIR of the 800,000? Ilan ang nakarehistro sa BIR? Because some forms of assistance dumadaan sa BIR. Mas madali actually.
Yan po ang wala kaming data but I will find out for you, Senator, para at least alam po natin.
Kasi it will really facilitate if they're part of SSS, if they're part of BIR, kahit hindi sila babayad ng buwis. Kasi exempted naman yung below 250,000 eh. So if they're not making below that, but they are registered, mas madali, di ba?
Yes,
may registered sila.
Kasi yung una mo,
We will connect with BIR, Senator, para makuha pa namin yung mas grounded na data about it.
Kita mo?
Okay. Thank you, Chair Liza. Is Mr. Dennis Marasigan here? He was one senator texted me to recognize him. He's a part of the informal. Dennis Marasigan, are you here?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Senators, I'm representing the National Live Events Coalition, and I'd like to thank Senators Poe, Ontiveros, Ardilla, Marcos for expressing their solidarity with the industry. We consider them to be a part of the audiovisual and live industry, and we thank them for their continued support. Now, even while we join our countrymen in urging the immediate consideration and package of the bills under consideration, we wish to bring to your attention the condition of the Philippine live events industry sector to feel the impact of the crisis.
Sir, your audio is very choppy. Your audio is very choppy. What is your industry? Philippine live?
The national live events industry.
Live events. Okay, got it.
Yes.
Thank you.
And we'd like to bring to your attention the condition of this industry, which is the sector the first to feel the impact of the crisis and the one that will likely be the last to impact. The live events industry comprises the principal businesses and industry professionals and planners, arts producers and institutions, on-ground activation, audio, video, lights, and stage providers, concert and festival producers, wedding and social event partners, venues, live music performers, and freelance production workforce. On any given day, in any normal year, our activities include MICE, meetings, incentives, conferencing, exhibitions, concerts involving international and local artists, theatrical productions, corporate, social, cultural, fashion, events, weddings and family celebrations, trade fairs, and on-ground activities and sampling activities. Collectively, live events industry, as I mentioned earlier, comprises about 30,000 micro, small, and medium enterprises as of nationwide count, provides employment for over 400,000 employees and workers, and was poised to contribute approximately 200 billion pesos in gross revenues to the national economy, which is approximately 19% of the gross domestic product. Because of the pandemic and resulting regulations, as it said, particularly quarantine and social distancing and the ban on mass gatherings that are in full or in part well into the end of this year and even probably in 2021, we estimate the loss of a total of 370,000 jobs at the end of the year, about 133 billion pesos in potential revenue. Many of our businesses are shuttered down, and those that can operate do so at about 10% or even less for normal business. One aspect of our industry that differentiates it from the many others is to be emphasized that many of our workers are not employed full-time, but are instead contracted for specific projects and activities where their expertise is needed. In this regard, we appeal to the honorable senators to consider the following in their consideration of the bills. First, inclusion of the live events industry, businesses requiring and deserving of assistance, stimulus packages in bills under consideration. Second, extension of wage subsidies and similar forms of assistance freelancers and self-employed individuals in the live events industry, equivalent to at least 2 months of 100% of minimum wage, or at most 6 months, 100% of minimum wage. Provision of loan mechanisms to businesses within the live events industry, including freelancers and self-employed individuals. Or allowance for the carryover of business losses in 2019 for over the next 5 years. 5, reduction in taxes imposed on live events activities. 6, inclusion of cultural institutions in programs intended to fast track the renovation, build up, or construction of infrastructure considered as part of the tourism and culture value chain, including but not limited to a list by your honor. And the provision of regular testing and testing for workers in the live events industry. Honor, we pledge our support and resources to help in crafting those feasible and best possible policies to enable that mass gatherings can be safely undertaken in the soonest possible time. Also wish to be included as part of the working group that will consolidate the proposed bills. Closing, would like again to thank the senators, and in case it was unheard, for thanks for their statement of solidarity. Senators Poe, Ontiveros, Revilla, and Marcos, who are indeed actually members of our industry. And we urge the honorable senators to recognize that the live events industry greatly contributes not only to the social fabric of our nation, but also to the Philippine economy. Humbly submit that the live events industry to survive the pandemic and to get back on its feet as soon as possible time will redound greatly to the society. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Marasigan. We also have with us Yusek Cabral of DPWH, since infrastructure is a vital part of every economic stimulus plan. Can you recognize Yusek Cabral?
Sir,
Is she here?
magandang hapon po. DPWH Yusek Kathy
Yes,
Cabral
ma'am. Good
here.
afternoon. Oh, go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead.
Yes, on the part of DPWH, Your Honor, we support the bills to provide economic stimulus to the various sectors. No, I've heard all the concerns, nakinig po ako para matuto din kami sa DPWH kung ano po yung mga concerns ng iba't ibang sektor. But primarily, sa infrastructure po, because we belong to the infrastructure and economic cluster, we support the bills, especially those that would support, upgrade, improve the health facilities, educational facilities, food security po, tulad ng mga irrigation, water facilities, sewerage, septage, and digital infrastructure. Kami po sa DPWH, we have resumed all construction works in our projects nationwide under strict safety protocols po that we have crafted under the Department Order 39. We will endeavor to accelerate infrastructure po. Especially I've heard kanina yung mga concerns on infrastructure, access to manufacturing economic zones. Meron po kaming programa yan. So ibibigyan po namin ng mas matinding prioridad. Because we know that infrastructure will provide jobs. And we know that also that infrastructure is one of the biggest economic drivers. So and increase the gross domestic product. So we are continuously coordinating with relevant agencies on how to best accelerate construction, particularly with the local government units. Dito po sa Metro Manila with DOTR, MMDA, BCDA, we are supporting them. Rest assured po that we are exploring all options so that we can accelerate our efforts to implement our strategic program and projects. Especially, Mr. Chair, yung aming big ticket projects that belong to the build, that would ease up traffic in, especially in urban cities, Your Honor. Maraming salamat po.
Yusek Cabral, can we hear from Marina, the OIC Deputy Administrator for Planning, Arsenio Lingad? Lingad, is he here, sir? Are you here, sir? Wala yung Marina? Marina?
Your Honor,
Yes, Chair Amy, you're raising your hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Tatanong lang ako very quickly kay Yusek Cabral. Kasi nabawasan yung budget nila na nabawasan ng 150 billion. Paano ba ihahabol yun?
Opo, we are closely coordinating with the Economic Development Cluster, especially with the Department of Budget and Management, on how best to proceed. No, so we are looking at options, particularly doing a multi-year contractual authority for the projects that will be affected because of the support to COVID that has been implemented by the Department of Budget and Management. Rest assured, Madam Chair, that DPWH is really pushing for all the projects that are lined up in our infrastructure program to push through this year, because we know this will support the economy, this will provide jobs.
We're all pushing with you, and the multi-year contractual effort is one that we're familiar with, and I'm sure will generate lots of jobs. Is there any likelihood that we can push forward some PPPs sa ating mga build na listahan?
Yes, ma'am.
Maraming nagre-recommend na ibigay sa private sector yung shortfall natin.
Yes, ma'am. In fact, we have been discussing, I had meetings yesterday with NEDA and PPP Center to identify big ticket projects that are already lined up in our IFPs or the flagship projects, and identify which are those that would be financially attractive to the private sector to free up some space in our domestic resources, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you, Yusek. At last but not least, pwede kayang i-revisit na lamang yung listahan natin kung baga magkaroon tayo ng Build 2.0. Nakasama na doon yung hospital and health infrastructure, mag-retrofit ng mga eskwelahan kasi ang liliit na at siksikan. At kung pwede rin yung Build, mapunta na rin sa ICT infrastructure, towers, at iba pang linya na kinakailangan.
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Build 2.0 tayo. Thank you.
Tama po, Mr. Chair. We are, as the chair of the infrastructure cluster, si Secretary Mark po, will definitely push for the inclusion of significant health facilities, digital infrastructure, and we are also coordinating with the Department of Health po para to identify kung ano po yung mga support na kakailanganin nila. Of course, being the construction and engineering arm, they might need some technical assistance, particularly in designing hospitals, mega quarantines, ano pong mga health facilities that they would identify they need to address this pandemic.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Chair. And we have to work closely with you, Sec. Cathy, kasi
Yes,
talaga madaling magkaroon ng maraming trabaho sa construction. Thank you.
Tama, ma'am. Tama, ma'am.
That's true. These are some of the easiest jobs to create. Thank you, Yusek Cathy. Thank you, Senator Chair Amy. And we recognize Yusek Tony Omali has been here since this morning. And after that, Yusek Aldaba. So, Yusek Tony Omali.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Pasensya na po kayo, ha?
Naunawaan po namin. Thank you po, Mr. Chair. I just got the text from our Ma'am Liling Briones, and again, we would like to express our full support to the various measures that seek to provide assistance, necessary safety nets to cushion the adverse effects or impact of COVID-19, and to particularly help po, Mr. Chair, our displaced workers and the most affected businesses. If we will contextualize all the Senate measures po, Mr. Chair, sabi po ni Ma'am Liling Briones, i-connecta po namin itong sasabihin po namin sa kakapahayag po lamang ng ating Pangulo na ang sabi po ng Pangulo, ayaw po niya ng papasok ang mga bata na dikit-dikit at amin po itong lubusang sinusuportahan, Mr. Chair. And definitely, the safety of our children will always be the primordial concern of the department, and we fully support our dear President in this regard. Kung kaya't po, Mr. Chair, in relation to the learning continuity plan that we have rolled out, yung amin pong sinasabi na modality na face-to-face ay wala na. Dahil sabi nga po ng ating Pangulo, hanggat walang bakuna, wala dapat papasok ng mga bata at sinusuportahan po namin ito. At nagbigay po ng pahayag ang ating kalihim Leonor Liling Magtolis Briones po kahapon, Mr. Chair, na ang ating pong modality na tututukan po ngayon ay yung tinatawag po nating distance learning and homeschooling. If we talk about distance learning, we're talking about, Mr. Chair, self-learning modules to be printed, to be delivered weekly, Monday, for example, Mr. Chair, with the help of our partner local government units, with the help of non-government organizations, our teachers, may drop-off point or diretso pong dadalhin sa mga tahanan ng ating pong mga anak at kukolektahin naman po Biyernes para titingnan, i-check naman po ng ating mga guro sa linggo din pong yun at malaman po namin kung ano ang progreso ng ating mga anak. Ang self-learning modules na po ito, Mr. Chair, is designed in such a way that unlike the regular textbooks, if our children will read this, even with minimum intervention coming from the parents, ay kaya po nila, maliban po syempre doon sa tinatawag nating struggling learners, na maunawaan yung mga leksyon at magawa po yung mga pagsasanay na kasama po dito. So when we talk about distance learning, we also talk about, Mr. Chair, online learning, so internet-based, pero inuulit po natin kung hindi po pwede ang online learning, doon po tayo sa self-learning modules at yung radio and TV-based instruction. To contextualize what I have just mentioned, Mr. Chair, in relation to the stimulus package, any provisions, Mr. Chair, that will help our teachers, our parents, our learners, yung wala pong gadget ay magkaroon po ng access to some funds para po meron po silang magamit, lalong-lalo na po sa ating pampublikong paaralan na makabili po ng gadget. Yung wala pong connectivity ay magkaroon po ng pagkakataon ng magkaroon ng connectivity, Mr. Chair, at yung pagpapalimbag po ng aming mga self-learning modules, Mr. Chair, kung mayroon pong provision dyan, of course, radio, TV-based instruction to make this happen, we will very happy, Mr. Chair, kung may mga provision pong nakapaloob po dyan. Ang nais po din namin idagdag, Mr. Chair, ay yung epekto po nitong COVID pandemic sa ating mga pampribadong paaralan. Mayroon po tayong, Mr. Chair, kasalukuyang 14,562 private basic education schools, Mr. Chair. Maaari pong elementary, standalone, secondary, or integrated. Yan po ang kabuong bilang niyan, Mr. Chair. At nakikita po at sinabi nga po ng ating Ma'am Liling Briones yung epekto po nito dahil po bumaba ang kanilang enrollees at ang kanila pong kakayanan para bayaran po ang ating mga guro sa pampribadong paaralan ay talaga pong apektado. Mayroon pong humigit kumulang, Mr. Chair, 263,430 private basic education teachers. Kung isasama po natin yung teaching related, nasa humigit kumulang 16,123 po yan, Mr. Chair. Non-teaching related, 20,617 for a total of 300,170 teaching related and non-teaching personnel working in our private schools. At nakikita po namin ang epekto po dito. So kung ito pong stimulus package, Mr. Chair, ay may bahagi na magbibigay po ng ayuda. Ang sabi po ng aming Ma'am Liling Briones, tinututukan po muna namin yung displaced teachers. Nakakuha po kami ng numero na 95,640 mula po sa FAPSA. Ito po yung organisasyon ng mga private schools at yan daw po ang kanilang displaced teachers. We are now coordinating more substantially with COCOPEA and other private school organizations para po masuportahan po yung kanila pong isinusulong. Mga programa po, Mr. Chair, katulad po ng pinapatupad po ngayon ng Land Bank na kung saan sila po ay may tipong study now, pay later program for our learners and for the schools. Very low interest rate, bagamat yung kanilang programa po ngayon, Mr. Chair, ay para lamang po sa secondary education school, kung ito po siguro mapapalawak na kung saan ang mga magulang na medyo nahihirapan pong magbayad ng matrikula ay magkakaroon po ng access sa lending facility na mababa o kung wala po sanang interest, Mr. Chair, malaking tulong po yan na nakikita po natin sa ating pong mga paaralan sa pampribadong sektor. So any help, Mr. Chair, that will assist our teachers, whether in the public or private school, Mr. Chair, ang mga bata na magkaroon po na makabili kasi dagdag pong gastos ito sa lahat, Mr. Chair, at ng gadgets, Mr. Chair, ay amin pong talagang susuportahan. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Yusek Umali, Yusek Tony. Sen Bato, you're raising your hand. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Kay Yusek Umali lang, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
Go ahead, sir.
On the lighter side lang, Yusek Umali. Pakitanong iparating mo kay Secretary Liling Briones na merong nagtanong sa akin. You may not answer this. Yung may nagtanong sa akin, sabi sa akin, Sir, meron po akong 6 na anak. Paano yan kung ang magiging sinasabi nila na blended education ay through TV channel daw, yung learning instruction? 6 anak niya, grade 1 to grade 6. Hindi daw po pwede, kung magsabay ang klase, hindi daw pwede maglipat-lipat ng channel. Kailangan ba daw niya bumili ng 6 na TV sets? Baka mas lalong mahirapan daw siya. Parating mo lang kay Ma'am Liling Briones.
Opo.
Pampaluwag lang, pampalaitin lang sa...
Opo, Mr. Chair. I mean, to quickly say something about what our good Senator Bato de la Rosa mentioned. Opo, na naunawaan po namin. Kaya nga po, base rin po sa pag-aaral, bukod sa TV po, Mr. Chair, Sen de la Rosa, ano po, yung radio, baka yun ang kailangan bilhin nila ng maraming beses. Kasi ang tinitingnan po natin dito po, Mr. Chair, pinag-aralan na po ng mabuti ng ating kagaruan, Mr. Chair. Kunyari, Lunes po, Mr. Chair, 8 to 9. We have 5 core subjects, Mr. Chair: English, Filipino, Math, Science, Araling Panlipunan. There are 12 grade level. So if we talk about, for example, Mr. Chair, maski 30 minutes lamang po na instruction araw-araw sa bawat subjects, we are looking for 60 radio stations, Mr. Chair. So that 8 to 9, grade 1 math, grade 2 math, sabay-sabay, sasabihin natin, dito kayo tumutok. Pero may mga pag-uusap po yan, Mr. Chair, dahil meron din po tayong local radio stations, station TV, talagang malalim po itong pagpaplano at tinututukan po ito as we speak, Mr. Chair. We are engaging local and national radio stations, and of course we have government stations, Mr. Chair. Talaga pong paplanuhin natin ito lahat. Pero ang klaro po, Mr. Chair, ay hindi po lamang radio ito o TV, kundi meron din po talaga tayong mabigat po yun, Mr. Chair, yung self-learning modules. Talaga pong kailangan po mangyari ito. Bukod po sa online, hindi lang po namin gaano itong idinidiin dahil ayaw po namin masabi na hindi nga naman po talaga lahat ng ating mag-aaral ay may access sa internet or may gadget. Nauunawaan po namin yan, Mr. Chair. Kaya po may direktiba po ang ating kalihim Leonor Briones. Ito pong buwan po ng Hunyo, meron po tayong parang survey as we embark on this enrollment or re-registration campaign so that we will know how many of our children have gadgets, sino po yung may internet connectivity, gano'n ba yung kalayo na. Kaya lahat po ito, Mr. Chair, makakasa po kayo, Senator Bato, matututukan po namin. Papaarating ko po, Senator Bato. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat, Yusek. Maraming salamat. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bato. Can we ask Yusek Aldaba and then we'll recognize Administrator Kakdak afterwards. Yusek Aldaba. Yusek Aldaba, can you unmute, please? Nakamute ho kayo, ma'am. Nakamute ho kayo. There, okay.
Magandang hapon po. Marami pong salamat, Mr. Chair. Gusto ko lamang pong tugunan yung panawagan kanina tungkol sa pag-estimate, tungkol dun sa pagkuha ng datos ng ating informal sector. In fact po, yan na po yung ginagawa namin sa kasalukuyan dahil nga po tinitingnan namin ano yung impact nitong crisis sa ating mga iba't ibang industriya at iba't ibang mga sektor. So, tinitingnan po namin yung MSMEs, but at the same time, nung makuha po namin yung datos galing sa PSA, kinumpara po namin yung data na galing sa mga enterprises, yun po yung formal sector, at yung galing sa LFS, at napakalaki po ng agwat. Pag tinignan mo po yung, yung number of workers na dun sa enterprise data, nasa 8 million lamang po. Pero pag tinignan mo po kung gaano kadami naman yung nasa labor force survey, ang total po mga 40-41 million. So parang ang difference po roughly, masasabi natin na napakalaki talaga, parang almost 80% nasa informal sector. At yun po yung gusto nating tignan pa ng mas malalim para nga po mas maintindihan natin kung nasaan po sila.
40 million ang informal sector according to the labor force survey. Is that what you said?
Ang total employment po natin galing sa labor force survey ay nasa 40 million. Pero yung galing po sa enterprise data, ang total workers po natin doon nasa 8 million lang. Kaya meron pong difference na 32 million. Kaya pag-iisipin mo po, saan nanggaling yung difference na yon? Yun po yung mga tao na pwede nating sabihin na nagtatrabaho sa informal sector. Ito po yung mga nagtitinda sa kalye, yung mga fisher folks na hindi naman po sila sakop ng mga enterprise survey na ginagawa. Kaya maganda po talaga na makuha natin, ma-estimate po natin mabuti ito para ma-target po natin kung sino yung mga tutulungan. So mag-coordinate po ako kila Ms. Daves at makikipagtulungan po tayo sa PSA para po maayos po natin yung data. Finally, napakatagal na pong issue nito since the 70s. Wala po tayong datos tungkol sa informal sector, puro qualitative lang. But this time, siguro po talagang napaka-importante na ma-estimate po natin ito. So, yun lang po, Mr. Chair. At siguro po, sabihin ko na rin na natanggap niyo naman po yung aming mga sulat, yung aming mga position papers na padala po sa inyong dalawa ni Senator Marcos. At kami po ay sumusuporta dito po sa ating mga fiscal stimulus package at doon din po sa digital career at digital transformation. Nandun po yung sa mga position papers yung mga detalyadong mga suggestions namin para po i-include din po sana yung mga startups kasi po napakahalaga ng papel na gagawin nitong ating mga startups dahil eto na po digital transformation po yung pinag-uusapan natin, innovation. So sana po doon po sa House version nasama na po sila pero pati po dito sa pati po dito sa Senate sana po wag po nating kalimutan kasi napaka-importante po. So yung pong mga MSME loans, yung pong assistance para sa mga startups, MSMEs, yung pong mga grants and technical assistance nakalagay din po doon, pati na po sa mga industriya, mga services, yung creative sector po, yung nandun kasama din po sila sa ating mga tutulungan at kasama din po doon e-commerce at logistics and supply chain. So yun lamang po Mr. Chair, and siguro po ihabol ko na rin kahit po nasa informal sector ang mga tao, nandun po yung mga programa ng DTI. Meron po kami mga negosyo centers, pwede po silang pumunta doon. Pwede rin po mga shared services facilities. In fact po marami po kaming tinutulungan ng mga nasa informal sector. Yung pagbili for example po ng mga makina para sa mga asawa ng mga fisher folks para binubuo po namin mga ganong klase po ng tulong. So nandyan po lahat. So kaya po siguro mabuti talaga na matarget po natin, ma-identify natin kung nasaan po sila at nang mabigyan po sila ng mga tamang programa at tamang solusyon para po dito sa mga problemang hinaharap po nila. Yun lamang po Mr. Chair. Maraming po salamat.
Yusek Caldaba, salamat. Can you also work with SSS? Kasi their database is 16 million eh. So can you work with them also, SSS, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Yusek. Administrator Hans Kakdak.
Yes
for
po.
patiently waiting. Pasensya na, sir.
Good afternoon po, sir, and senators. Good afternoon po.
Go ahead, sir. Pasensya ka na. You had to wait so long, no? You're very busy with the OFWs. Go ahead, sir.
Yes po, sir. Can I just say that we've been focused on mainly food, accommodation, shelter, transport of OFW, especially those who had returned, the repatriates as we call them. I shifted to another laptop po due to technical difficulties, so I will just show on the screen. I hope could be visualized, but what this slide says is that essentially, we've helped around 39,708 OFW since ECQ began last March 15th. And we have transport around 11,313. And then we have the ever important shelter facilities, shelter services, mainly hotel quarantine services in line with the mandatory quarantine requirement of the IATF since April 13. So this one says 15,900 na po ang napa-shelter natin sa OFW Shelter Kalinga program. We also have a tulong.
Expecting another 40,000, sir? One official was quoted last night as saying,
yes, sir. We're expecting around 40,000, but they will not come in just one big flight or one big batch, sir. They will be coming in a series of batches and arrivals over a period of a month or so. Sir, let me also add that we have been providing food assistance to those who are stranded here but never got to leave. So ito ho yung opposite ng na-repatriate. Sila yung hindi nakaalis. So around 7,000 of them we feed every day in their dorms, bed spacing, boarding houses, etc. Sir, let me get to the costing because I know this will be an issue.
Before you do that, before you go there, sir, ang ginastos niya na po so far is from your reserve fund or from a national government subsidy?
Sir, we have so far we have been spending 738 million for food, accommodation, transport, and other expenses. About 584 million of those we have tapped into the OWA Trust Fund. With Congress, with the GAA, we have a 153 million emergency repatriation fund, and we've exhausted that 100%. So right now, sir, we're tapping into the fund. So now the word sustainability starts to creep into the picture when we do this. Let me report, sir, that we have now at this stage encountered negative 4% growth on our fund. Our income and collections have dropped. Collections have dropped by as much as 46%. Although our investments showed good signs in the first quarter, 26% increase, we're expecting the worst for the second quarter, given that the ECQ mainly prevailed after the first quarter. So
How much is your reserve fund now? Magkano yung reserve fund?
Right now, we're down to 18.8 billion. We started the year on 19.6 billion. So
anyway, sorry to keep interrupting, no, but I think you're saving up. You've been saving up for a rainy day when the OFWs will need it. Ito na po yung rainy day na kailanganin nila. Ito na po
we
yun,
agree,
no?
sir. We agree, sir. The other day, the secretary instructed us to get our Balik Pilipinas, Balik Hanap Buhay livelihood fund going. It's a 20,000 peso grant for every OFW active member arrival, repatriate, and a maximum of 10,000 pesos for an inactive OWA member maximum. So we will start this program going. We're just letting the OFW settle down in their respective provinces, and by next week, sir, we'll start this program rolling. And we agree with you completely, sir. This is money straight into the hands of OFWs, and we're willing to spend them.
Okay, thank you, Administrator Akdak. Good work. Good luck with the future arrivals. No, marami yan. So, can we recognize Joshua Mata from Centro, requested by Senator Hontiveros? Sir Mata, go ahead, sir.
Hi, good morning. Good afternoon po, Senator. Good afternoon, Congressman. Chairperson, and to both chairpersons. No? Thank you for giving us the chance na mag-present po dito lang nagkaisa, the Broadest Labor Coalition and Centro as well. No? Palagay ko po hindi naman nating pagtatalunan ang pangangailangan sa stimulus package. Sa aking tingin, lahat po naman tayo ay papayag dito talaga. No? Ang para lang po dun sa Centro at saka sa nagkaisa, gusto lang po namin linawin na yung stimulus package na ipapasa natin ay talagang mapupunta para sa kabutihan ng mga mamamayan, lalo na ng mga manggagawa, at hindi lamang po mapunta sa pag-line up ng pockets ng ilang mga employers natin. No? To be honest, Senator, let me tell you po na at this point in time, we feel na yung mga manggagawa po talaga ay largely were left behind by the government, no, to fend for themselves, no, to fend for ourselves, no, kasi pag tignan niyo po yung mga ayuda na binigay ng gobyerno, bagamat at putang ko po yan mamaya ng mas detalye, no, bagamat nagbigay naman sa karamihan, pero marami ring hindi nakatanggap at ang bagal po itong nakarating sa amin, no. The rest, pag nag-aralan nyo talaga po yung policy environment ngayon, no, para sa mga workers natin, kung tutusin, wala na pong protection na pinoprovide ng gobyerno natin. Whatever it is na meron ngayon ay nag-exist na before the COVID, no. For example, yung government assistance, SSS, PhilHealth, andyan po yun bago pa yung COVID crisis, no. At ngayon, pag tignan nyo po yung DTI guidelines na in-issue po para sa mga manggagawa sa pagbabalik trabaho, talagang hindi ko kami makakapagsabi na ito ay balik trabahong ligtas. Dahil una, iniwan na nila mga manggagawa, walang mass testing po dyan, no? Hindi nire-require mass testing, wala pong transportation na nire-require sa mga employers, no? And therefore, pag nagbukas po, pag nag-ease na yung ating lockdown, pihado ko po, napakarami pong problema na dadanasin ng mga manggagawa sa pagbiyahe nila papunta sa trabaho nila at pauwi, na maari pang maging sanhi ng second wave, no, ng COVID infections na meron tayo ngayon. Kaya mayroon po kaming papel na isusumite sa inyo, kaya in interest of time po, allow me to focus on the particular issues na lang po na hinaharap ng mga manggagawa at pressing ones. One, binanggit niyo po, Mr. Chair, binanggit na kanina yung tungkol sa problema sa amelioration. Tatanong kayo tungkol sa camp, sa tupad, at saka sa AKAP. No? Ito po yung particular para sa mga formal at informal sector workers natin. At nakita naman po natin, no, sa 9th report ng Presidente po natin, na largely na natapos na po talaga 100% accomplished na po ang DOLE sa camp at saka sa tupad. Subalit sa AKAP para sa mga migrant workers, nasa 49% pa lang po yan. No? Subalit andito naman po si Admin Hans, so palagay ko naman hindi nila iiwanan yan. Subalit gusto ko lang pong bigyan ng diin na bagamat 100% ang accomplishment ng DOLE sa camp at saka sa tupad, kung tutusin po, napakaliit naman po kasi talaga ng target nito. No, limbawa sa camp ang tinarget naman po ay 657,201. Tapos sa tupad ang tinarget lang ay 337,198. Kaya mismo po ang Department of Labor ang nagsabi na nung una pa lang, no, nung Mayo pa lang sinabi nila 2 milyon na apekto. At ngayon po ang binabanggit na nila na figure ay 10 million. Kaya napakaliit po nito, no, yung dito sa camp in particular, no, at sa tupad. Now, here's another problem po, Mr. Chair. Nung pong nag-open sa camp, napakarami pong requirements niyan at maraming employers sa totoo lang hindi po in-enroll yung kanilang mga manggagawa. Kaya yun yung unang problema. Kaya hanggang ngayon, meron pong mga manggagawa na hindi ho nakakatanggap ng camp, no, ng ayuda. Pangalawa, yung pong nakakatanggap, marami po yan, mga 1 milyon, no? Inamin mismo sa amin ng Department of Labor, may 1 milyon po na nag-apply ng camp na hindi po nabigyan ng pagkakataon na mabigyan ng ayuda dahil naubusan na po ng pondo ang DOLE. Ang ginawa po nila, pinasa po nila yan dito po sa SBWS, no, na pinatupad naman ng Department of Finance, no, at ang inaasahan namin matutugunan sila niyan, no. Ang problema nung pinasa sa kanila hanggang ngayon wala pa ho kaming balita kung na-incorporate ba sila talaga ng maayos sa pinoprovide ng SBWS, no, dahil pagkatapos ng mahabang vetting process sa Department of Labor, hindi sila nabigyan ng ayuda doon. Nung nilipat naman sa DOF, may kakaibang vetting process naman po na dinaanan. Kaya napakaraking problema nito. So ang panukala namin dito po, para hindi hunahuna at maulit ito, sa darating na mga panahon, lalo na at mayroon pa naman pandemic tayong hinaharap, ang panukala po namin ay diretso na natin ang income guarantees. Huwag na ho natin tingin, no, yung mga manggagawa natin. Nahihirapan na ho sila ng ilang buwan na. No, huwag naman natin pahirapan pa sila ng patuloy pa. Ang tinutukoy po namin sa income guarantees ay yung pagbibigay ng prevailing na minimum wage or 10,000 pesos, whichever is higher, sa lahat ng mga manggagawa na hindi po makapagtrabaho, no? So yun po, kaya mahaganda po sa ating stimulus package, kasama ho sana yung pondo na yan. Subalit kahit ho mag-ease tayo ng lockdown, marami po ho manggagawa natin na hindi rin naman talaga makakapagtrabaho na, no? At dahil nagsara na yung pabrika nila at ano pa mga dahilan. Sa ganyan po, sa tingin namin, hindi ho sasapat yung tupad program ng DOLE. Ang balita namin, may 1 million na tinarget ang DOLE para sa tupad program. Subalit ang tupad program po ay pang 10 araw lang. So rather than use tupad program na programa po ito para sa normal na sitwasyon natin, no? Pero ngayon hindi ho normal yung mangyayaring recession, no? Na extreme po ito. Kaya ang panukala namin ay ilagay din po natin sa stimulus package natin ang tapat na pondo para makapagbigay po tayo ng employment guarantee sa mga manggagawang mawawalan ng trabaho. Ibig sabihin yan, ito po ay eksperimento na matagumpay na nasagawa sa ilang bansa, no, katulad sa Kerala po. Ang ibig po sabihin yan ay mabigyan ng 100 na araw. In this 10 days lang na trabaho, 100 na guaranteed na araw na makakapagtrabaho ang mga manggagawa. At ilagay ho sa mga trabaho, talagang makakatulong no, sa plano natin na ayusin ang ating ekonomiya. So yun po yung isang malaking problema, yung chunk ng problema, yung kakulangan po sa amelioration na sa tingin namin ay pwedeng solusyonan ng guarantees excuse me, at ng employment guarantees. Pangalawa po, at ito po napakahalaga rin po nito, pagka ang nagdesisyon na po na mag-GCQ na po ang Metro Manila. Subalit kasama rin po sa decision ngayon ay kahit na nag-GCQ na tayo, pa rin tayong public transportation po. No? May ilang beses rin po nagtanong si Senator Grace po kanina tungkol sa public sector. Dahil sa tingin ko nauunawaan niya po yung magiging problema dito. No? Ito yung dahilan kung bakit kami po sa sentro, sa nagkaisa, ay sumusuporta sa panukala po ng We Move as One Coalition na mag-allocate po tayo ng 110 billion para i-upgrade yung ating public transport system for the next 3 years. No? Yung 30 billion po niyan ay i-allocate natin para humigyan ng pagkakataon na makapagbigay tayo ng mura, hindi man libre at ligtas na transportation sa ating mga manggagawa pag bumalik na sila sa trabaho sa pamamagitan ng service contracting. Imagine naman ho namin yung problema talaga eh. Ngayon po, buses lang ang i-allow. At ang balita namin, ang susunod na phase, at palang i-allow ang mga PUJs natin. Please be mindful po na napakarami po sa mga transport workers natin ang hindi ko nabigyan ng ayuda. Ang tinarget po kasi ng gobyerno natin para sa mga transport workers natin ay 90,000 lamang po. Eh hindi ho yan sasapat. At ang NCR lang po yan. Ha? Sa mga jeepney drivers lang po, hindi na yan sasapat. No? Kapos na kapos. Kaya hindi ho katakataka na ang karamihan sa mga nakikita nyong nanglilimos sa mga ay mga jeepney drivers po kasi talaga pong tinamaan sila ng gusto nitong dilubyo na to, no? Kaya
Sir Joshua,
yes,
sir. Yung 90,000 na binanggit nyo, that is the number of beneficiaries? Target number of beneficiaries.
That's right po. That's just the target number of beneficiaries. And
ilan dapat yun? Ilan dapat po? Ilan po dapat?
Ay, naku po, sa transport, sa jeepney drivers pa lang po, no, meron na ho tayo halos 500,000. Sa jeepney drivers pa lang po yan, ha? Hindi po natin pinag-uusapan ang mga tricycle driver, hindi pa natin pinag-uusapan yung mga Grab, yung pedicab, no, yung mga ganyan. So talagang kapos na kapos. At alam niyo po ba, ayon na rin sa report po ng presidente natin, doon sa 90,000 po na target, eh nung huling report po nung Monday, nasa 69,000 pa lang, nasa 69% pa lang ang na-provide nila, so that's 62,000. Ngayon, meron tayong GCQ, ipagbabawal pa rin po sila magbiyahe. Ay palagay ko po, itutulak na natin sila sa brink of starvation at sila at ang kanilang mga pamilya po. No? Kaya hindi ho tama yan. No? Sa tingin po namin, total kailangan po naman talaga ng mga manggagawa ng safe na transportation. Kesa ho magpahirapan natin sila, bakit hindi ho natin i-allow ang local government or even the national government to contract the services ng mga jeepney groups na meron tayo, particularly yung mga cooperatives. No? I-contract ho sila para hindi na ho sila kinakailangan, dahil bayad na sila, no, for the day, hindi nila kailangan mag-agawa ng pasahero, hindi nila kailangan, alam niyo po yon, yung pagkasigurado na po sila sa income nila kasi susunod lahat po yan doon sa mga protocols, no? At nasa karanasan po natin yan ngayon, no? Ito pong ibang lugar, halimbawa po sa Cavite, may kahapon lang kausap ko yung mga transport workers po namin, no? Inakwento nga nila no, nagbukas nga po yung mga nang pinabayaan bumiyahe ibang jeep. Nagsisiksikan po yung mga pasahero. Eh syempre po yung driver gustong kumita, tapos yung mga pasahero natin ay gusto makauwi kagad, no? Kaya napakalaking problema niyan. Sa tingin namin at ng We Move as One Coalition, pagka po nagpatupad tayo ng service contracting, maiiwasan po natin yan. Kasi po, sigurado po ang driver na meron siyang iuwing kita at sigurado po tayo na patutupad niya ang magko-comply siya doon sa mga safety regulations na meron tayo. Isa lang po yan sa pangunahin sa tatlong mahalagang proposals po ng We Move as One Coalition. Kasama po dyan yung invest ng 10 billion para sa active transport infrastructure na alam ko ay pinag-usapan na rin ng Senado. At yung for the next 3 years, yung pag-improve po ng ating land infrastructure for road-based public transportation. So isang malaking chunk po yan, pero sa tingin ko po, Mr. Chair, ay napaka-crucial po na pag-usapan talaga ng gobyerno itong transportation. Now, allow me po to continue yung
Senator
ilang mga
Poe, you're
questions
raising
pa
your
namin.
hand. Would you like to ask a question, Senator Grace? You were raising your hand. Go ahead, ma'am.
Actually, nagpapasalamat ako kay Mr. Mata. Maraming salamat na tinalakay ninyo itong Move as One Coalition. Napakaganda po ng inyong mga minumungkahi, lalong-lalo na dapat yung ating gobyerno ay bigyan ng pagkakataon yung ating transport sector na pwedeng umupa na lang muna sa ngayon para talagang
Tama po yan.
ma-implementa natin yung social distancing. Pero gusto kong
Tama
tanongin
po
sa
yan,
inyo,
Senatora.
Mr. Mata, dalawang bagay po.
Sige po.
Yung una, nakausap na ba kayo ng DOTR o LTFRB tungkol dito? Dahil sinasabi nila na magkakaroon sila ng mga supplemental transport outlets. Pangalawa, alam naman natin na ang gobyerno ay may hangganan pagdating sa makakayanan nilang tustusan. So, kung mababayaran natin, sabihin na natin kung 300,000 ang mga PUVs, jeepneys sa buong Pilipinas, kung mabibigyan lang natin yung 100,000, napag-usapan ba ninyo yan na hindi lahat mauupahan ng gobyerno? So ano ang nararapat nating gawin? Yun po. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Salamat po sa katanungan niyo. If I may, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Oo. Salamat po sa katanungan niyo, Senadora. Una, hindi pa po sa pagkakaalam ko po, yung aming mga kasapi sa National Confederation of Transport Workers Union ay hindi pa po nakukonsulta ng DOTR at ng LTFRB tungkol dito. No, at in fact, ang gustong nila makausap po yung mga ahensya na to dahil ang isa pa nga pong pinoproblema nila ay itong Hunyo, pagka hindi pa nakumpleto sa consolidation ng mga transport workers natin sa pagtatayo nila ng kooperatiba, alam niyo po mawawalan sila ng prangkisa. Kaya milyon-milyon pong manggagawa ito na mawawalan ng trabaho pag hindi ho pinospone yung consolidation na nasa plano pa rin ng DOTR at LTFRB natin ngayon. No? So pangalawa po, yung tanong niyo po na alam ho ba ng mga transport workers na hindi ho lahat ay makabiyahe? Opo, alam po nila nila yan. No? At alam din nila na kailangan na kahit na magbiyahe sila with 50% capacity, alam nila palugi yan. No? Subalit, sa totoo lang po, kaya mas gugustuhin nila na magkaroon ng pagkakataon na magtrabaho kahit hindi araw-araw, basta meron lang silang pagkakataon magtrabaho, no? Kesa wala. No? At manlilimos lang sila sa kalye. Kasi kung 1/3 lang po, kunyari, kung 100,000 lang po i-contract natin ng mga PUVs ngayon, ibig sabihin, 1/3 lang po niyan, ang mangyayari po niyan malamang ay mag-uusap-usap yung mga asosasyon at magre-relievo po sila makapagbiyahe sa bawat linggo. Kaya para, imbis na lahat po sila ay walang trabaho, at kukunti lang sa kanila may trabaho, lahat po ay mabibigyan ng pagkakataong bumiyahe, subalit hindi po araw-araw. Kung na mas mabuti na yan kesa po wala. No, so sana po nasagot ko yun, Senadora. No?
Actually, napaka-reasonable ni Mr. Mata. Lahat po tayo ngayon ay dapat maghigpit ng sinturon. Kaya
Opo.
kung katulad nga yan, yung sinasabi niyong pagre-reliebo, yan po ay ambag ng mga ibang drivers na rin sa ating sitwasyon ngayon.
Ay, opo.
Hindi kailangan na may kaya o mayaman para tayo ay tumulong sa pagkakataon na ito. Pero intindihan ko at sa aking mga nakakausap dahil committee ko nga ito, hindi naman pwede talagang masabi na bahala na lang kayo, di ba? At saka yung mga
Tama po
practice
yun.
natin ay kalilimutan pagdating ng route rationalization. So,
Tama po yun.
basta kung ano po, Mr. Mata, alam naman ninyo, meron akong committee dito sa Senado at ang ating chair ng finance ay very receptive rin. Kung ano po ang inyong mga nais pang maiambag, pakisumite na lang po kasi ang dami pa natin
Ay,
tatanungin,
opo.
ang dami pang mga ibang senador na magtatanong. Salamat po.
Ay, salamat po, Senadora. At sa lalong madaling panahon po, itutugon ho kami sa ganyan. No? Nais ko na rin po, total nandito na, abusuhin ko na rin po. No? Isa pa hong proposal namin para maayos natin yung transport modernization natin sa panahon din na to ngayon. Ito po, meron po yung program, yung ating gobyerno po, at nandito po yata si yung Secretary Rodolfo. No? Meron po tayong programa na CARS program po tayo. Alam ko po, 9 billion po yung last tranche ng pondo niya. At ang proposal po ng DTI ay allocate yan sa pag-produce ng sarili nating mga PUVs po. Ay napakaganda pong idea niyan, no? At nakalculate na po ng DTI yung na kaya nila produce ng sasakyan na kayang tapatan, no? Yung pong mga imported na mga sasakyan. So, bahagi po yan ng mga gusto namin itulak na proposal sa transportation po. Now, let me move on dun sa yung pong mga
salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Grace.
Thank you po rin. Mr. Chair, just
to ask you to wrap up, sir. Can we ask you to wrap up?
Yes,
Kasi meron pa tayo eh. Please,
Yes,
thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, but just to point out key issues dito sa stimulus package which we have been studying very closely. One, tingin po namin maganda yung mga principles dito, pero baka dagdag natin, hindi lang yung jobs generation, ay jobs retention ang mahalaga po. Kailangan natin mag-generate din ng trabaho. At para mangyari po yan, tingin namin, napakahalaga namin agro-industrial policy tayo ngayon. At nandito naman si Yusek Sita Magdaba, po yung katulong namin na nagde-develop niyan. Tingin namin, napakahalaga na mag-focus yung ating stimulus package sa pag-encourage ng mga sektor na malaki ang multiplier effect, agriculture, garments, construction, at sa pagpapalakas ng public sector. Nabanggit na po yung sa public sector, no, public services, particularly public health, education, transportation, housing, digital technology, even energy. Yung sa public health system po na banggit na ng marami, dagdagan ko na lang po maliban sa pangangailangan ng mass testing, ay maganda rin po na hindi lang temporary facilities ang itayo natin. Kailangan po natin talagang magkaroon ng mas marami pa pong mga ospital, no? Hospital beds in particular. Kasi kung hindi nyo po na itanong, sa ASEAN po, nasa medyo kulelat po tayo sa number of parang 1,000 beds per, number of hospital beds per 1,000 persons. Nasa kulelat po tayo ng ASEAN. Maganda po, itaas naman po natin yan para maging at par tayo sa neighbors natin. And that would also require hiring permanent health workers, not temporary ones. And we need to incentivize yung pag-produce ng sarili nating PPEs. And finally, build their own CDC po, no? Yung Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Para hindi ho tayo parang ad hoc parate pagka merong pandemic, no po? Talagang humi-institution tayo na ang expertise ay bantayan talaga yung ganito mga problema at alam nila ang gagawin nila pagka tayo ay tinamaan mo uli ng susunod na pandemic. And let me end my presentation, Mr. Chair, by saying that we also believe that we should compel employers to negotiate with the workers and the unions. Kasi po, gaya na nabanggit ko, yung DTI DOLE guidelines po ay hindi po makakatulong talaga sa mga manggagawa natin. At kung hindi po tayo matutulungan ng manggagawa ng negotiate na maayos na COVID-19 protocols sa kanilang mga planta, sigurado po meron tayong second wave sa pandemic na ito. Maraming salamat po sa inyong pagkakataon na binigay sa amin.
Salamat, Mr. Mata. Thank you for your ideas. Is Ms. Nene Guevara, Ma'am Nene Guevara still here? Is she still around? Professor Nene, is she still here? Wala na? If she can unmute, if she's still there. Wala na yata, no? How about...
Ito po ako, sir. I'm here.
Yeah, ma'am. We called you earlier, but you didn't respond. So please, you have a chance now, ma'am.
We just have to change our paradigm in public finance. Kasi sanay tayo parate na controlling the deficit, raising revenues. Pero dapat ngayon, kasi extraordinary times, we really have to change our paradigm. So hindi na tayo dapat magtingin ng deficit. As long as it is, sabi ko lang nung bank BPI on kanina, we can actually incur a higher deficit than the targeted 7%. Kasi yung debt to GDP ratio natin gives us a lot of fiscal space kasi 36% lang siya. In some countries, like Singapore, is very rich, is 101%. Ang ano
In
ko lang,
Japan is over 100, diba? 200, 150 yata in Japan.
101%. Right. So, I think the proposal of CREATE is really not the time because you do not really need to cut the corporate tax because there is really nothing to tax, diba? Kasi nga losing. And I would really push, kasi sabi nga ninyo, we have to increase demand. So probably it's the time to give tax relief. For example, you're giving low interest loans. So baka pwede i-cut mo rin yung, although magagalit kayo na kasi kasama ng train yon. Baka dapat exempt muna natin sila sa documentary stamp tax kasi yun yung nagpapababa ng makukuha na loan proceeds, di ba? And then I would really strongly support that the senator look at the tax relief package of Senator Recto. And I'm sure coming from me, that is unthinkable kasi galing ako sa paradigm na really controlling the deficit and a balanced budget. But really we have, kulang na kulang sir yung mass testing, kulang na kawawa talaga yung mga LGUs. And then I was listening to the DepEd, parang madali. Pero actually, kausap ko nga yung mga LGUs sa Iloilo, yung ibang island doon, sir, walang kuryente. So, hindi mo talaga maaano yung radyo. So, again, they're talking of distributing the workbooks, di ba? Pero hindi yung kasama sa economic stimulus ninyo di ba? Sanitizing the schools, providing water system for the schools. At saka I think yung problema, hindi lang yung laptop Ang problema doon yung content, ano yung ilo-load mo. Kasi pag binuksan mo din yung DepEd Commons, kailangan doon may internet ka, may bayad ka. So kahit may laptop yung bata, hindi niya makukuha. So ako po talaga, really, I implore that we look at realities and then very strong po ako, sir, sa direct downloading sa local governments. Kasi sila talaga yung haharap ng problema. And then, huwag kayong matakot, sir, in widening the deficit. We have a lot of fiscal space. Tsaka kung very respectable yung economic performance, if you rev up the economy, we will be able to catch up. Matapos lang yung pandemic na to, matest yung mga tao and to be able to return to work. Yun lang po, sir.
Salamat, Ma'am Nene. Thank you. Can we hear from Sunny Africa of Ibon? Sunny, are you here, sir?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find the
Thanks for waiting, Sunny. Thank you.
Okay lang. Beauty about teleconferencing, you can do other things in the meantime. Sige, I'll try to be brief, no? Siyempre, papasalamat kami din sa Senate Committees on Finance and Affairs for the chance. In brief, no, we particularly welcome yung Senate proposals for stimulus. It's much more real than the corporate tax breaks and monetary measures proposed by the DOF. We share many of the points na raised by Defend Jobs, Dean Ronald, at iba pa. So we'll just focus on, I think, 6 basic points for the consideration of the Senate. Una, siguro, starting from dun sa nabanggit ni Ma'am Nene, mahalaga yung ganong klaseng premise extraordinary situation, so presumably we're compelled to take extraordinary measures. While we actually do appreciate the Senate's proposals right now, and even the lower house's proposals, we think they still fall short for what needs to be done. So I have 6 basic comments towards improving the government's response and recovery package. The first, I think already mentioned naman, that COVID-19 is most of all a health and medical crisis, but very strikingly, there's virtually no support for strengthening the public health system to directly deal with the pandemic. Again, marami na napag-usapan kanina, but we think safely approximating normal social and economic life is expensive, is unaffordable for most Filipinos and most MSMEs. I think the government should really be helping millions of poor Filipinos and hundreds of thousands of MSMEs to meet these urgent public health needs. Halimbawa rin dyan yung MSMEs, syempre in the arts. The SB 1474 acknowledges the problem kay Senator Recto, pero walang funding. Yung SBN 1414 ni Senator Marcos, allots 250 billion pero walang details. So baka pwede pagsama to actually find more direct support. Second major point, unfortunately, we still do feel, especially from the economic managers, there's still an inability to accept that the country is facing really the worst crisis of unemployment and underemployment in at least 4 decades, perhaps even its history. Even estimates at least 12, possibly as much as 18 to 19 million unemployed and underemployed Filipinos in 2020. But the wage subsidies, for instance, in SBN 1474, even assuming they receive 10,700 pesos each, the poverty line, that only helps 5.2 million workers for 2 months. Also in terms of design, it's in practice, nabanggit rin ni Joshua kanina, it's a bit too biased towards regular workers in formal enterprises. They're really a small minority of the labor force. And even if may declaration na bukas din naman sa informal, we've seen talaga na the machinery for delivering to the informal sector still means much to be desired. Tapos nabanggit din I think ni Senator Bong yata, yung pangailangan din talaga na matulungan yung farmers and fisher folk. So our proposal there really is a much larger unconditional cash transfer scheme that's not so enterprise biased, that seems to be demanded by humanitarian considerations. And again, SBN 1414 proposes that, but it's actually a very small amount. So I think a bigger amount will be needed. If a narrow economic argument is wanted for that, we can also consider this as boosting effective demand and really averting a deterioration in human capital. Third major point, unfortunately, many of the stimulus measures don't seem to take into consideration that the economy was failing even before the pandemic, and the global economic conditions have really changed a lot. I think a lot of the underlying premises may not actually stand scrutiny. The Department of Finance, for instance, is fond of saying that we were entered the pandemic on a strong footing, but in truth, economic growth was slowing for 3 years. Favorable employment figures masked a large share, majority actually, of irregular informal work created the last 4 years. Even the unemployment figures, they actually exclude, by our estimate, about 2.5 million unemployed Filipinos. Also, real wages are the lowest they are in nearly 2 decades. So tingin namin, claims that we can recover to a good place where we were before the pandemic, it's a bit overstated. Also, even that may not, actually, we don't think it's going to be possible in current global economic conditions. Senator Sani, you mentioned about the Great Depression, the global depression we're facing right now. We've been so reliant on external sources of growth, remittances, manufactured exports, service exports like BPOs. All that I think is going to be thrown out the window the next year, 2 years. So if we still assume that that's a kind of growth path we want, that probably won't happen again. And we agree with what si Joshua said kanina. Business and enterprise support should be oriented to transitioning away from old industries. I know it's difficult to hear, but tourism, I think, is going to be a laggard industry for the next 2 years. We have to wonder if the support for that.
Where can the growth come from, Sam? Where can the growth come from?
Well, we can give more priority to industries with more strategic importance. Food self-sufficiency, domestic manufacturing, science-based industries, I think, are quite important. Although I listen to budget hearings, there's always a lot of lip service to being more science and technology-oriented. Pero sa totoo lang, we don't have any science-based industries. All are bragging about our electronics exports, about all our advanced manufacturing. They're not actually Filipino manufacturers. So it's a very low value added part of the chain. So I think Senator Risa nagbanggit we have to find new drivers of economic growth. If we're hoping on the consumption boost from remittances, if we're hoping for more tourism, more service exports like call centers to happen, and of course, this desperation to attract relocating foreign manufacturers. I mean, we're facing a recession. So I think this kind of dead-end areas to approach. So even the support being given by the stimulus package, they can be made conditional on firms actually moving towards these more strategic industries. And I think, again, it might not be good to hear sana wala yung mga taga-tourism sector dito. It's actually going to be a laggard sector for the next year, 2 years at least. So we're worried that it might be throwing good money after bad. We should support them to transition to something else. I think in terms of tourism, a leaner tourism, more sustainable, it probably seems to be a more sustainable way to go. Our fourth major point, we'd also wonder why Filipino taxpayer money is being potentially used to support foreign businesses. We presume this kind of support is best given by their own governments rather than by the Philippine government. So it might be helpful to put more focus on supporting mainly Filipino firms rather than PNCs. Fifth point, nabanggit over and over again.
Which assistance did you see us supporting foreign firms, San?
It's actually open. We've seen the definitions for distressed enterprises. They actually explicitly leave an opening for branches of foreign corporations to accept that. And also, if we're going to be supporting exporting, importing firms, sa totoo lang, most of our exporting, importing firms by value are foreign firms. So I think that kind of explicit opening may not be the best thing over the long term. And again, it's going to reinforce our obsession with foreign capital. I mean, to be honest, we need to be more aggressive with the foreign capital we allow in. We want local inputs, technology transfer, more local hires, more reinvestment domestically. Actually, this is a good moment actually to put those sort of conditions in it, rather than sort of give them everything just so we can brag, oh yan na, lumaki foreign investment natin because we're giving them creator or something like that. Tapos, I think one major sacred cow we should revisit is the Build, Build, Build program. I think it's quite wrong to assume that feasibility studies drawn up in an earlier era, much more optimistic era, wala na yun eh. Mahirap lahatin yung almost 1 trillion in public infrastructure projects, but presumably many of these projects will no longer be economically or financially viable, especially marami din na tourism-oriented. So I think, again, pwede suyurin naman yung mga projects, what's still viable now in change conditions. Secondly, because of the crisis, I think maganda nga, nagkasense yung mga tao. There's infrastructure of more direct social importance. Buti nga nababanggit ngayon, invest in the public health system, invest in the public school system. Siyempre, dati pa naman yon, pero I think right now, siguro on balance, a lot of those kinds of projects will be more socially, economically urgent right now. Tapos, I think we have to be more discriminating about this claim that infrastructure has the most multiplier effects. Infrastructure projects that heavily import construction materials, equipment, foreign experts, consultants, these are large leakages. And again, in effect, they're going to be stimulus for foreign firms, foreign economies rather than ourselves. So I think, again, let's interrogate that claim a bit more. In contrast, natuwa ko na nabanggit nyo kanina from the very start, investments involving substantial income support, this supports the welfare of millions of Filipinos, but there's also a clear domestic multiplier effect. Cash transfers to poor and low-income households will definitely be spent locally, will definitely be spent immediately. The propensity to consume of low-income households is much better. I think that actually gives me a strong case for cash transfers to the poorest families actually having a greater multiplier effect than many import-intensive infrastructure projects. Lastly, I think pinaka-controversial, but nabanggit din ni Ma'am Nene kanina, change our paradigms. Actually, I think one paradigm we should change is yung where we find our funding requirements. We need a comprehensive, humane, strategic response. Diba, the last couple of months, marang tayong didinig about, all these mga warm-hearted solidarity, unity, compassion. Actually, those sort of principles can inspire more pro-poor, pro-development tax measures. We think it's worth revisiting right now. I think a wealth tax on wealth above 1 billion pesos should be considered. We can theoretically raise about 237 billion pesos just from the 50 wealthiest Filipinos, with no effect on their well-being. Natuwa din kami sa proposal ni Senator Recto for a progressive corporate income tax system. Hindi totoo. I remember attending a hearing with the Department of Finance, the Senate dati. Lumabas doon, 75% of corporate income tax actually paid for by large corporations. So any claim that the CREATE and CIT cut benefits MSMEs is not really true. If you really want to help MSMEs, without touching the bigger revenue base from large firms, pwede naman mag-progressive CIT scheme or maybe a two-tiered corporate income tax scheme. Lastly, I think I'm going to join the bandwagon. I'm not dump on CREATE. I think it's very narrow-minded. It's very misguided. It's a bit weird that every time economic crisis, 97, 2009, ang knee-jerk reaction of government is to lower corporate income taxes. It's actually quite sad because it undermines the revenues at a time when they're so needed. Tapos uncertainty yung gain. That may not even be enough to attract foreign investments. Ang problema, may ratchet effect. Historically, once corporate taxes are cut, they unfortunately tend to stay cut. So I think that narrows our revenue base in the future. One thing that seems odd isn't considered, we always talk about charity, compassion, solidarity. The government doesn't have to borrow on strictly market terms. I think this has been done a lot of times in other countries. Malala ko lang top of mind in the US. We can issue actually emergency bonds, disaster bonds. They can be tax exempt, long maturity, zero coupon bonds, low zero interest rates. Tapos, say the proceeds are going to be specifically for COVID-19 response. And I think that kind of borrowing, it's not much of a burden, less of a burden on our taxpayers. At the same time, it exploits this compulsion to help in a time of crisis. Very last and very striking din sa amin, there are huge amounts involved in these stimulus packages, but very odd that there's not much public transparency. Not that we don't trust the Economic Stimulus Board or even congressional oversight, pero yung DSWD with much less money involved, 100 billion, 40 billion pesos lamang, yung DSWD posts all the beneficiaries theoretically on their website, but it seems to make sense. Sana recipients of stimulus assistance should have the same kind of transparency. Pinakalas, to stress the obvious, fiscal decisions I think are quite important. Kaya nakatuwa yung discussion niya earlier about that. Especially in times of crisis, this is the time when the need is greatest to the state talaga to commit to respecting, protecting, fulfilling social and economic rights. So we welcome the stimulus packages. They are much improved over the pseudo-stimulus of the Department of Finance. Sana pumasa siya, but we're raising these 6 points for improvement. Thank you.
Thank you for, that's a very comprehensive discussion. Thank you, Sunny. Can we hear from some of the rural bankers? We have Ms. Milot Requillo, Director of the General Banking Committee of the Rural Bankers Association.
Good afternoon. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Sir, the Rural Bankers Association of the Philippines fully supports the proposal of the committee, and thank you so much for this initiative and showing that you really care for everyone in this time. The rural banks are among the first to confront liquidity and profitability issues from doing semi-government functions of delivering much needed financing to marginalized sectors right now. So with this, sir, in this context, we would like to express our willingness to be channels of these stimulus packages, especially to our MSME and agri-borrowers. Since RBs are located in the countryside, standing network of 2,700 business units, we believe, sir, that we can help and we can be good channels to the government to cascade all these stimulus packages and make it easier and faster for our countrymen in the countryside. Sir, however, we would like to ask help on the following. Dalawa lang po. The loanable funds from Land Bank of the Philippines and DBP and SB Corp, well, these are open and available for drawdown for accredited rural banks with existing credit lines. These facilities are still priced at commercial rates despite the crisis. So, masyadong mahal, still the same. And so with that, nahihirapan din kami magpaikot ng pera with all the costs.
What are these rates now, ma'am?
May iba, 12 or ganyan. So, depende sa package ni Land Bank. But as a general, sir, these packages are like commercial pa rin, loans. So, parang ganon. Mahirap. Then the grant of non-interest bearing loan programs in favor of rural banks is so appealed. So we would like to appeal on that case, so, sir, no, so that we can service more the needs of the MSME and we can cope up with the cost that is at hand. Tapos, sir, on the second note on the guarantee programs, we really like to appeal with Philippine Guarantee and ACPC. As of now, sir, we have 450 members, but only 40 rural banks are members of this Phil Guarantee and ACPC because there are only 40 of our members who are able to avail because they're very stringent yung requirements and very difficult to reach them. Parang mahirap, especially for us na nasa mga probinsya na mga rural bank or nasa mga barangay. Mahirap po sila i-contact, mahirap din po mag-apply, very stringent requirements. So with that, sir, would like to really ask if an appeal from them if these facilities can be also easily availed of by these rural banks. So thank you very much, sir, for this opportunity, and the rest of our position papers were already sent to you and to the secretariat. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Can we hear from the Federation of Metro Manila Rural Banks, Ms. Gidget De Luna? Are you here, ma'am? Are you here? Ms. Gidget De Luna? Going, gone. We'll go to agriculture again. Ms. Cathy Estavillo, the SecGen of the Amihan and Bantay Bigas. Ma'am, andito po kayo. Cathy Estavillo? Wala po. Mr. Rodolfo Sartin from the Pharmacy of Cavite, Chairman of Pharmacy. Andito po kayo, sir.
Kanina pa.
Rodolfo Sartin. Nakikita ko po kayo. Baka naka-off yung mic ho ninyo. Hindi ko naririnig. Sir, hindi ka namin marinig, sir. Nakikita ho namin kayo. Hindi namin kayo marinig, sir. Sir, baka naka-mute ho yung mic nyo. Anyway, let's go back to Mr. Sartin later on. Engineer Navarro of the Philippine Mais Foundation. Are you here, sir? Engineer Navarro?
I'm here.
Go ahead, sir, please.
Magandang hapon po sa lahat at maraming salamat po na binigyan niyo kami ng pagkakataon na magbigay din ng aming konting salubin dito sa pandemya at saka sa panahon natin ngayon. Alam naman natin lahat na ang mais ay secondary crop lang sa Pilipinas kasi ang pinaka-importante talaga ay bigas, no? At with the rice tariffication law, ang mais ngayon ay parang orphan kasi wala na kasi kaming ahensya na doon kami tutugon, hindi katulad nung araw na nandoon kami sa NFA kasi meron tayong sinasabing Magna Carta for small farmer which is guaranteed doon sa NFA. Pero under the new mandate ng NFA, wala na yung corn, no? At napaka-dagok, laking dagok din sa corn kasi napakataas talaga ang budget ng rice, no? Kumpara mo sa mais. Ang mais lang kakarampot lang ng mga 180 or 200 pesos per hectare ng intervention coming from government. Pero kung ikumpara mo sa rice, nasa 8,000 na, 6,000 pesos per hectare. Pero alam naman din natin na talagang napaka-importante din yung rice kaysa mais. Pero marami kasing area sa Pilipinas na halos kumakain na ng mais, no? At ngayon mayroon kaming programa sa rice corn blend, no? So ang amin lang talagang maibigay sana at may sabi sa iyo, sir, na talagang suportado namin itong stimulus package. Ang amin lang panawagan, kanina mayroong nagsalita dyan sa rural bankers, no? Ito sa meeting last time, amin din kine-question yung Phil Guarantee at saka ACPC. Kasi mayroon tayong EGFP. Itong EGFP, sir, ito pa yung Agri-Agra sa ama mo pa, no? Sa ama mo pa ito. At nagbibigay ito ng penalty sa bangko ng 5% kung hindi ka nagbibigay ng utang sa farmer. At ngayon mayroon tayong pera sa EGP. Anong araw minamanage ito ng ECPC? Ngayon daw minamanage na ngayon ng PhilGuarantee. Kanina nagbibigay ng salita yung ating taga-rural bankers na nahihirapan sila magkukuha o mag-participate doon sa programa na yon, no? Na samantalang 40 lang daw na rural bankers ang na-accredit doon sa programa ng guarantee. Sa amin wala kaming problema doon, sir, pero meron lang sana kaming request na hindi, kasi yung pera na yon is penalty coming from banks. In other words, yung mga bangko na hindi nagpapautang ng mga farmer. So bakit i-guarantee pa niya yung bangko ngayon na magpautang ng farmer, no? Dapat i-guarantee niya yung farmer na short yung collateral cover niya, hindi yung bangko na nagpapautang. Pero kung ganun man yung pamamaraan, sana ma-consider din na kung mayroong, let's say for example, ang farmer mag-utang ng post-harvest facility, kasi napakalaking requirement natin ngayon sa mais, sir, yung post-harvest facility. Sa buong Pilipinas po, ang ating post-harvest facility ng mais nasa 5% lang siguro or maybe less than 10% of all over the country. Napakalaking post-harvest facility nasa Isabela po. Pero hindi nga ito sapat sa 10% ng harvest ng Isabela po ng Region 2. So in other words, napakalaki pa ang kailangan natin ng post-harvest. Pero sino yung mag-loan na hindi siya mabibigyan doon sa mga bangko? Napakalaki ang interest at saka napakaraming requirement. Kung may collateral pull out ka o kulang ang collateral mo, hindi mo ma-access yung EGP funds to cover yung kakulangan mo. So ito yung isang problema din natin, sir. Sana mabigyan natin ng ito, sir. Ang isa din, hanggang ngayon, sir, nandiyan pa rin yung ating tinatawag na mga technical smuggling, no? Sa tinatawag natin na MFN, sir, yung mga most favored nation kasi mayroon tayong tariff rates na 35 or 45. Pero sa ASEAN, mayroon tayong 5%. So ang nangyayari hanggang ngayon, tini-technical smuggling pa rin nila. Niraroute nila yung mga mais nila doon sa Vietnam. Ang Vietnam 5% na lang mag-export sila to Philippines. So isa pa rin itong problema, sir. At sana po, kasi may kakulangan tayo doon sa mais naman na programa, sana mabigyan tayo ng tinatawag nating taripa galing sa mais. Kasi sa ngayon wala na talagang malaking tulong yung magsasaka, sir, sa mais. So napakarami ang aming problema. Sana po kung proactively mabibigay natin yung rationalization ng ating trade policy, sir, at saka yung support ng ating farmers. Kanina meron din nagsabi doon sa database. Ito din siya ang problema ng corn farmers hanggang ngayon. Kung makikita natin, ganito din yung problema sa mga kanayunan. At sana po, sir, ma-institutionalize na natin yung corn development to support the farmers through the creation of Philippine Corn Development Authority or administration. Kasi wala na kasi kami ngayong orphan na kami, sir. Wala nang nagmamanage sa amin in terms of marketing. Katulad nung araw, mayroong NFA, pero we will understand na NFA naman ay concentrated sila sa rice kasi mas importante naman din yung rice, sir. Ang gusto kasi namin sa mais, sa corn, sir, meron tayong stability ng price, stability ng supply, ay ito lang Philippine Corn Development Authority ang makikita namin na solusyon para magkaroon ng stability. Hindi po research, sir, kasi ang research natin sa corn, sir, mas advanced na tayo compared to rice. Marami na ang research for corn. So, dapat ang pagtutuunan natin ng pasensya yung ating marketing sa ating mais. Magkakaroon tayo ng commodity exchange in the future. Pero siyempre magkaroon muna tayo ng infrastructure katulad ng mga post-harvest facility at saka mga silo. At saka sana po, sir, atin ding masuportaran yung aming hadikain sa aming corn seed program, no? At saka itong mga talagang napakarami pang kulang ng post-harvest facility sa kanayunan, yung mga storage facility, At mga problema na dapat matutunan din ng pansin, sir. Mayroon kami programa ng rice corn blend. Kung nabigyan kami ng pautang sana noon, sir, o bigyan kami ng tulong, let's say for example, ng Land Bank, mayroon kami proposal, nagpautang sila doon sa mga Koreano na Hanjin doon sa Subic, sir, tumakbo pa yung Koreano, kung binigay nila sa Filmation, sir, siguro sa ngayon, nakakatulong na tayo ng rice corn blend na para sa ating pandemya na makakatulong tayo sa mga tao na kailangan ng bigas, mais, no? So marami kaming gusto, sir, pero konti lang ang panahon dito at gusto lang namin ibigay ito formal sa inyong komitiba para for consideration, sir. At maraming salamat, magandang hapon po.
Engineer, can we hear from, again, kanina natawag na ho natin, hopefully gumagana na po yung mic niya, si Mr. Sartin of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. Ready na ho ba siya? Wala ho. Sa MSMEs, we have Ms. Maria Lourdes Rebueno, the General Manager of the National Development Company. Ma'am, are you here? Ma'am Lourdes Rebueno, andito po ba? Wala na ho?
Sir,
Okay.
andito po ako. Hello, sir.
Hi, okay. Go ahead, ma'am, please. Thank
Sir,
you.
NDC is not in charge of the, I'd just like to clarify, NDC is not in charge of the MSMEs. We're an
Okay.
investment company. See, ano po, SBC, which is a Small Business Corporation. Sila po
Okay.
in charge. Opo.
Are you in charge of any program under the Bayanihan? Do you have any suggestions for
Well, actually, for NDC, even before the COVID, we were already looking at, in fact, we have one investment proposal in the testing facility, manufacturing for the COVID, for the COVID. This is Manila Tech, which is the manufacturer of the testing kit, which developed by the UP. So that's one of our contribution. We're also looking at investments in startup innovations, including in healthcare. And one of our subsidiaries or companies is involved in the supply of medicine. So we're actively also pursuing developments that would assist the government.
Good, that's good. Oh. Sige, thank you, ma'am.
And we
Thank you.
fully support, sir, your stimulus bill.
Salamat po. Thank you,
Opo,
ma'am.
Thank you po.
Is Chair Popoy De Vera still here? I saw him earlier, but perhaps wala na. Chair? I heard from him last week naman. No?
Wait, andiyan si Popoy.
Sir, pasensya na po. Pasensya na po. Kasi
Si Popoy.
we're able to talk to you. Sir Amy, I have a question. Here? Sir Amy? Yeah.
Hi, Popoy.
Sir Amy, do you want to ask something?
No, nothing.
Okay.
Balik
So,
na si
Chair,
Popoy eh.
Yeah, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a concurrent hearing in the House on the CHED bill. That's why I have to jump between meetings.
Sorry. Okay. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Oh.
Like this. Yes. As far as the commission is concerned, Mr. Chairman, we fully support the various Senate bills that have been discussed this morning, particularly for higher education institutions. There are just 3 or 4 points that we would like to include in the discussion and consideration. The first one is we really ask the Senate to seriously consider the effect of COVID-19 on the personnel and operations of higher education institutions. Medyo nakalimutan sa usapan. It appears that from the perspective of that the higher education institutions can fully function in a pandemic and they are not affected by the economic conditions. There are more than 50,000 part-time faculty members in higher education institutions who suffer because there is no teach, no pay for them. They are not included in any amelioration program of government. And we have to help them, Mr. Chair, especially because the opening of classes for private universities is moving to August. So many of them have not had anything since the end of the semester all the way to August. That's about half a year already. So we ask that they be seriously included.
Chair Popoy,
Yes.
sila kasama sa SAP? Are they not part of the SAP Social Amelioration Program?
Hindi sila nasama sa kahit na ano. Hindi sila sinama ng DOLE, hindi sila sinama ng Department of Finance. So they're basically hanging out there. They have not received anything, Mr. Chairman. So we ask that their plight be seriously considered.
The database, you have their names and of all these people, names and addresses of all these people.
We can require the affected private universities to provide in their list the part-timers that have not been paid. Meron namang payroll yan, Mr. Chairman. They have the list pero walang pagkukunan talaga ng ibibigay sa kanila.
Second, why wouldn't they be part of the SAP? Because the SAP covers 18 million families eh. Bakit hindi sila kasama doon?
Hindi sila kasama sa SAP kasi ang database ng SAP iba eh. Hindi malinaw kung sino sa mga part-timers ang pinasweldo, sino yung walang sweldo at all. Because some private universities out of their magnanimous heart continued to pay some of them. Others simply told, there's no more classes, you will not get paid, depending on the financial situation of universities. Some HEIs who have more money were able to continue paying, but they cannot pay them until August, definitely, Mr. Chair. So this is a big sector that is affected. Second, we would like to ask the Senate to seriously consider the possibility of a significant dip in enrollment when classes end in August. That the dip in enrollment is caused by number one, the economic downturn and its effects on families. And number two, the tremendous number of OFWs going home who might not be redeployed in time. And the first effect of this economic downturn is they will not have any money for the education of their children when schools open in August. That's why we ask the Senate to consider the financial plight of private universities because in the end, if private universities lay off faculty or worse, close, there will be no schools for these students to go in anyway, even if they have money. Now, if they don't have money, then that is a double whammy that will affect the higher education sector come the opening of classes. The third point, Mr. Chairman, is the Commission has realigned some of its slow-moving funds to fund the flexible learning system. We are focusing on the training of teachers. We have some funds to start the training. But there's a huge number of teachers out there, and we will need some funding to continue the training program of teachers. The second element of flexible learning that we need to address is universities setting up their learning management systems in the university so they could do flexible learning. Many of them are using free software now, especially Moodle, to establish their learning management system. But down the line, they may need financial assistance from government to use proprietary software like Canvas and Blackboard to make it easier for them to do flexible learning. And maybe the Senate can give direct grants to both public and private universities in the acquisition of proprietary learning management system. And finally, Mr. Chair, the difficult task going forward in flexible learning is how do you develop content that will be used in the values degree programs. The Commission will be funding some of this, but many of these may have to be purchased, and some of this will need funding from the Senate. So we ask that the Senate consider this in their discussions on the stimulus package.
You'll have to give us details, no?
Yes.
Regarding those proposals. I see Senator Pia, who heads the subcommittee on higher education, so you can give it to her, no?
Yes.
The specific para she can pwede niyang himayin yan. She's very familiar with the
Yes,
education budget.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, yung sa impact financially on private universities, I was told that COCOPE has already submitted to the Senate and the House the financial impact on the operations of private universities. What the Commission can prepare are the possible subsidies or grants that could be given to public and private universities to adjust to flexible learning.
Yeah. But also bear in mind that SSIS and PSIS chair are also looking at providing educational loans long-term, relatively long-term, 10-year loans for their beneficiaries. So that would solve part of the problem of the private education, preventing the diaspora to public schools. No? Chair Amy, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I think in that regard, we can probably have a look if Senator Pia will also agree at the student voucher system, which hasn't really worked very, very well. And perhaps some of the student vouchers budget could be realigned in the future towards equipping and enabling the universities themselves. Kasi kung minsan talaga yung student voucher, hindi naman naliliquidate kung saan napupunta yung pera. Ano ba naman yung bahagi nun? Sabihin natin 70-30, ibigay rin sa eskwelahan para makapag-Wi-Fi, bumili ng software, bumili ng mga computer. Kasi doon din naman napupunta yung quality of education. Salamat.
Thank you, Chair Amy. Senator Pia, did you want to chime in? Did you want to chime in on the?
Well, I'm just noting the comments, and I'm interested in Senator Amy's proposal. Baka si Chair Popoy can weigh in on that din, no? Kasi at the end of the day naman, we just want whatever is most effective and not to plug the leakages. So can we work on that together? Chair, I don't know kung ready ka to comment, but you can just write down your proposal and specific amounts, because as Chair Sani said, pagdating din sa budget, kailangan din namin yung specific amounts, no? Hindi namin kayang hulaan kung medyo magkano yan, eh. So, thank you. That's all for now.
Mr. Chair, yung voucher system, that is a very laudable initiative. We can target, for example, as the first batch, yung mga anak ng OFWs na umuwi na hindi mali-deploy. And maybe grant them a one-time grant just so they can pay the tuition for this school year. Pwede namang one-shot grant muna para may pambayad sila. The expectation is next school year, hopefully the economy has picked up. Hopefully they can be redeployed. So kakayanin na ng pamilya na magbayad ng tuition. But we can work with the Department of Labor because they have the database on the returning OFWs and grant a one-time voucher to at least one child of every OFW. May pambayad man lang ng tuition pagdating ng pasukan. That can be a project that will be done with the Department of Labor.
Okay, yan.
Along the same line kami ni Chairman Popoy. Sorry.
Suggestion ko, Chair Popoy, is that you work with OWA because the OWA charter also authorizes the OWA to give educational assistance, I believe. So if you could work para walang duplication ng grants. Chair Amy, go ahead.
Chair Sani, yung POEA may scholarship din para sa mga OFW kids. Kasi nag-a-avail rin kami sa POEA.
Right. So I think you have to talk to those agencies so there's no
Yeah, well,
duplication, no?
Mr. Chairman, Secretary Bebot Bello and I have started the discussions on this already. And we're trying to figure out the most feasible way. Yung second, Mr. Chair, is DICT and CHED have already rolled out a system to measure the connectivity of all 300 plus campuses of all state universities and colleges. The data is already with us. We are organizing it. Because once the data is available, we can launch a project between the ICT and CHED to help the different campuses become a smart campus. Minsan kasi, kahit na may signal sa munisipyo, walang signal dun sa external campus ng SUC kasi mali ang pagkakadesign ng kanilang connectivity. Sometimes it can be as simple as that and the ICT can help. Minsan naman yung mga SUCs, ang nilagyan lang na fiber optics yung main campus lang, ayaw i-develop yung mga external campuses. So pag nag-flexible learning ka, very uneven yung delivery kasi may mga area na halos walang connectivity, meron namang area na very strong yung connectivity. We have the data already. We can report to the Senate on the connectivity data that we have, and we are ready with the DICT to determine how best to assist the universities improve their connectivity.
I think because in the interest of time, we're time bound by the 3 days left in our legislative calendar. But we can form smaller TWGs like for education or agriculture during the break. And I'm sure Senator Spia, Senator Amy, Senator Sherwin will be interested in these subgroups, no? So that's what we'll do para we can monitor the progress, Chair Popoy.
Marathon.
Masyado tayong marathon. Si Spia lang ang magaling sa marathon dito.
Mr. Chair, just a quick intervention. I had a forum with the SUC presidents almost a month ago siguro. And a lot of them said that some of the info they're getting from their students, especially those in further flung areas, talagang hindi papasok next semester, no? So I think Chair Popoy, the schools, the universities and colleges should already do a survey, because it's one thing to provide subsidy through other means for the subsistence of the family. It's another thing to give school allowance or whatever it is. Kung hindi naman talaga papasok, then sabi, hindi talaga papasok dahil kailangan siya sa pamilya niya at this point, kailangan ma-differentiate natin yun. Those are just information that really help us make tough decisions. And that's why in one hearing, I already commented that at the end of the day, if you find out, there was a figure given, parang something like not only 30% will be going back to school. Kung 30% lang yun, edi kaya na natin yung pondohan yun. I'm not happy that the 70% are not going to school. Don't get me wrong. But I'm just saying, if that is the reality, na 30% lang ang papasok, edi that's what we deal with first, yung 30% na papasok. Something like that. Thank you.
Yes, we will do that, Mr. Chair. We will instruct the SUCs to start the inventory of students.
Siguro some in line with what Senator Pia said, relaxation of some of the rules siguro, like if you were absent for 1 year, siguro if it's for reason of hardship, economic hardship, hindi naman siguro siya sisipahin, di ba? Wala sanang ganong relaxation of those kinds of rules, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair, the CHED has already issued its latest advisory based on the IATF resolutions, and we put a major policy in the advisory that universities must respect the decision of parents and students if they cannot or won't go to school because they're afraid of the health and safety of children. And they must adjust their policies like maximum residence rule to make sure that students can continue their education. So we have issued that policy already, including a policy of respecting their senior faculty who might be afraid to go to class because of the pandemic if they have comorbidities. So hindi pwedeng pilitin yung mga 60 and above na may comorbidities na mag-residential class kung takot sila. So we have issued that already, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. So any other questions for Chair Popoy before we move to the next? Senator Sherwin, do you want to ask anything from Chair Popoy? No? Okay, thank you.
Thank
Salamat,
you.
Chair Popoy. Thank you.
I'll jump to the other meeting.
Okay, thank you. Can we hear from Asek Kaintik of DICT? Asek, are you here? Asek Kaintik, are you here?
Hello, sir.
Asek, yeah, hi. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, okay.
Go ahead.
We'd like to express our support to the bill, sir. I'll just read the prepared statements of our secretary. The DICT expressly manifests its support on the passage of these bills into law. May we recommend further the consolidation of the bills to come up with a substitute bill. Considering the comprehensiveness of Senate Bill number 1474, it is suggested that the same be used as the basis in the consolidation of the said bill. Further to this, may we respectfully raise the following inputs and or recommendations for possible inclusion in the bill. Recent developments have put the DICT at the forefront of the fight against global COVID-19 pandemic. In order to respond to the crisis, relevant plans and timetables are being revisited and adjusted in order to accelerate and fast-track the government's digital transformation initiatives in 6 major aspects, namely digital connectivity and access, digital government, digital education, digital workforce, digital cities and provinces, and cybersecurity. Number 1, digital connectivity and access, which encompasses the National Broadband Program, free Wi-Fi for all in public places, and state universities and colleges, government emergency communication systems, is the national government strategy in creating and enhancing the existing digital infrastructure in the country. A faster and more accessible internet connectivity is necessary to mitigate the current COVID-19 outbreak, as well as to equip the nation in addressing the needs of the new normal framework. With digital government, the DICT has commenced recalibration of its digital government initiatives to address the new normal requirements. The recalibration is in line with the recommendations of the NEDA-led We Recover as One report, which has highlighted digital government as one of the key priority areas vital to enable remote government operations, strengthen existing online platforms, and allow access to justice while practicing physical distancing. Example, telehearings, e-filing systems. The DICT is introducing a portfolio of intersectoral initiatives to ensure greater public reach and to strengthen sectors' delivery of critical services under the new normal. On digital education, the digital education program is a proposed restructuring of DICT's capacity building initiatives to focus on developing digital teachers. Digital teachers are envisioned to have the capacity and knowledge to deliver K-12 pedagogy or higher education curricula using digital or digitized tools and methodologies. It aims to promote technology through learning management systems and digital learning content in coordination with DepEd, CHED, and TESDA. It also aims to provide training through the ICT Academy. The Digital Workforce Program is designed to accelerate the digital transformation of the local workforce and communities across the country through a whole of government approach. It aims to create virtual and physical platforms where developing digital skills, stimulating the creation of ICT-based jobs and industries, and facilitating adaptation and participation of public and private sectors in the evolving digital society. As part of the DICT's realignment of its strategic programs this year, the DICT aims to establish the Digital Cities and Digital Provinces program, which will consist of initiatives that will help cities and provinces to build their local economies and governance systems. This initiative is in line with Executive Order number 114 or the Balik Probinsya, Balik Pag-asa program of the national government. As such, Preparatory work will commence this year. The Digital Cities and Digital Provinces program will help strengthen local institutions and economies. One of its sub-programs is the development of the local information technology business process management industry. As an ICT-enabled industry, the IT BPM industry has been proven to generate jobs and been a catalyst for the growth of other sectors such as the real estate sector, retail, and transport industries. As work, education, medical, and financial services and other vital activities become increasingly available online to comply with quarantine restrictions, becoming the new standard in a post-COVID-19 world, it is not necessary to secure the ICT infrastructure to ensure that these undertakings are not hampered. It has been highlighted by the report of the Interagency Task Force for Anticipatory and Forward Planning that the use of technology in the new normal must be all the more supported by reliable digital infrastructure system with strong cybersecurity protection. It cannot be emphasized enough that the government reforms in cybersecurity strategies, policies, interagency partnerships, and ICT and capacity development investment must be pursued to ensure the protection of the country against unscrupulous cyber attacks and crimes that could further damage the Philippine economy, government, and society. The government's response to the new normal depends highly on the state of the country's ICT infrastructure. Part of the DICT's challenges right now are to accelerate the provision of robust, secure, and resilient ICT infrastructure to connect all our citizens, to allow the government to implement various multi-sectoral initiatives to ensure the delivery of health, educational, social, and financial services, as well as to build and sustain a digital economy in the long term. It is the DICT's prayer that the support be given for the approval of the department's proposed budget for the DICT strategic programs to address the new normal.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can we hear from NCCA? We have Executive Director Al Ryan Alejandre. He was been here for a while. Are you still here, sir? NCCA, Al Ryan. I see his computer here, but I don't know if he's still here. Sir, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm here, sir.
Go ahead, please, sir.
Sir, good afternoon, Senator Angara, and the rest of the honorable senators with us this afternoon, and to all the resource speakers with us this afternoon also. We at the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, or NCCA, would like to express our heartfelt gratitude and support to all of our above-mentioned Senate bills and resolution, and of course to the honorable senators for authoring these legal measures, which serve as a solid and direct responses to COVID-19 pandemic in order to definitely help our people and our nation in moving towards recovery and beginning a new normal. Believing in the valuable contribution of the artists, cultural workers, and the creative in the country's development, we are cordially proposing for the inclusion of the arts and culture sector, specifically in SB and 1474, known as the Philippine Spark Act, by your good self, which we thought as possibly the mother bill, largely similar to the Philippine Economic Stimulus Act filed and discussed in the House of Representatives, which we also give our strong support, Mr. Chair. Being one of the sector adversely affected by COVID-19 pandemic, the government support towards continued growth and development is urgently needed. And following the government policy of no one should be left side, we strongly urge for much needed attention, Mr. Chair, to the welfare of the artists, cultural workers, and the creative. The 1987 Philippine Constitution provides that it shall be the policy of the state to give priority to the arts and culture and to foster patriotism and nationalism, accelerate the social progress, and promote total human liberation and development.
Okay, are you done, sir?
Mr. Chair, the arts and culture sector has long been marginalized, yet it has kept its confidence that culture and the arts will continue to provide a significant contribution in the healing and rebuilding of our nation. Thus, the NCCA's strong advocacy and its be recognized as most deserving of much stronger support from the national government is hereby advocated, Mr. Chair. So I hope, Mr. Chair, on this new stimulus package bill, our sector would be included. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Salamat, sir. We'd like to repeat what we said to Chair Liza Dino of the Film Development. You encourage a lot of the artists who are in the informal sector to register, to formalize themselves. So it's easier to extend assistance. I think that's a fact, no? That nahihirapan ng gobyerno kapag that person does not appear on any government registry at all. So so if the NCCA could assist us in that respect, it would be a member of either SSS or BIR or an NCCA registry, that's fine. So yun lang po. Can we hear from TESDA? Ms. Rosana Ordaneta is here. Ma'am, are you here? Ma'am Rosana Ordaneta?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm here.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon to the Honorable Chair, Senator Angara and Senator Marcos, and members of the Senate Committee on Finance and Economic Affairs, as well as to my fellow colleagues. On behalf of our Director General, Secretary Isidro La Peña, I would like to thank you for inviting TESDA in this online public hearing and share with you our position on the proposed Senate bill. When the enhanced community quarantine was declared by the President, TESDA has suspended trainings and assessment in all public and private TVET institutions across the country. This has affected the implementation of all our programs, especially the TESDA scholarship programs. The suspension of classes and assessment has greatly affected the employment of TVET trainers and assessors. Based on the latest data as of end of April, there are 2,085 assessment centers nationwide with an estimated 10,425 assessors and personnel, all of whom are affected by the pandemic crisis. There are 4,044 private TVIs that are currently closed. Based on the results of the rapid assessment by TESDA conducted from April 25 to May 15, out of the 1,333 TVIs that responded, 99% or 1,317 of the TVIs are temporarily closed, while 15 TVIs or 1% will close permanently due to financial constraints brought about by this situation. We also estimate that around 16,863 national TVET trainers hired by these TVIs are currently out of work. We shall be needing 237.54 million to support this 192,182 affected teaching and non-teaching personnel and assessors in private institutions and assessment centers. As earlier mentioned, the implementation of scholarship program was also suspended, and this adversely affected the expected output and fund utilization for the year. As of May 9, 2020, a total of 44,750 onboard scholars with an equivalent amount of 894.67 million started training before the ECQ were affected due to the suspension of classes. I would like to highlight, Mr. Chair, that the most important element in TVET is hands-on or practical training, and this crisis will prove to be very challenging to the sector even during the new normal. Private TVIs worry about business losses and they anticipate
Hello? What happened, ma'am?
as well as financial support and relaxing of certain guidelines. To respond to the challenges of the pandemic, TESDA has crafted and implemented the operations plan, which we call TESDA Abot Lahat, TVET Towards the New Normal, which outlines our response, direction, and priorities during this crisis and beyond. Through this OPLAN, TESDA aims to contribute to the nation's food, health, and job security and be able to adapt to a new normal state. This OPLAN is divided in 3 phases, consistent with the NEDA's 3-phase approach. Phase 1 is the survival, which is currently being implemented and involves the immediate response of TESDA during the crisis. Phase 2, from July to December 2020, provides for the TESDA action plans and programs during the modified community quarantine as the country transitions to the new normal. At this phase, we shall be exploring and developing flexible learning arrangements such as online training, online assessment, improving agility and flexibility of TESDA processes. We shall be looking into other innovative and technological methods on teaching, learning, and work processes. The structural phase, which will be implemented from 2021 to 2022, will involve already the regular implementation of all programs under the new normal condition. Consistent with the operational plans and mission, TESDA will be focusing on agriculture, health, ICT, and construction in developing skills training programs. As we move towards the new normal, we need to expand TVET capacity and improve the quality of delivery. The provisions of the bills could appropriate funds for the building up of physical and digital infrastructure of TVET. This shall include the upgrade capacity through establishment of more TVET institutions or course offerings, modernize and upgrade facilities, labs, equipment, especially for higher level fourth industrial courses. Construction of e-learning centers, facilities, procurement of equipment and supplies, establishment of innovation centers in TESDA institutions to encourage creative and innovative activities from TVET learners. Upgrading and expanding of the TESDA online program, which to date has 68 programs within its platform. Upgrade, expand IT infrastructure for flexible learning delivery and other alternative modalities, and capacitating TESDA offices through digital communication and collaboration platform systems. Honorable chairs and members of the committee, TESDA seeks your consideration that the education sector, especially TVET, being one of the most heavily affected sectors in this pandemic, be included in the assistance under the proposed stimulus package. TVET, as you are very well aware, is part and parcel of economic activities as part of the services sector. As we recover from this pandemic, the role of TVET cannot be undermined as all the planned infrastructure projects will be needing skilled workers. All the displaced and affected workers need to be upskilled, retooled, and reskilled. Thus, it is even more imperative to invest and develop in TVET in line with the country's policies and national economic goals. Honorable chairs and members of the Committees on Finance and Economic Affairs, we are supportive of all the bills at hand, given that these are all supportive of our priorities and way forward for the TVET sector. We have submitted officially our inputs and positions on the bills at hand, and we would be glad to be answering further questions and clarifications. Thank you po.
Thank you. Thank you, Ma'am Rosana. Thank you. Can we hear from Attorney Candice Cabrido of the Small Business Corporation? Ma'am, are you here? Attorney Candice? Attorney Candice Cabrido? Attorney Candice Cabrido of the Small Business Corporation. It's an important government agency in this time, because a lot of the aid, I think, from DOLE has moved to the SBC. Are you here, ma'am? I cannot unmute the mic. We cannot unmute your mic also, ma'am. So I see a message here. I cannot unmute the mic. So is there? Well, anyway, we'll get back to you, Ma'am Candice, no? While we maybe hope to address that I'm not sure if that's controllable. We'll check on with our COMSEC if that's something that they control, no? COMSEC, can you take a look at Ma'am Candice's mic kung magawa natin ng paraan, please? In the meantime, let's go to Marina. We have Deputy Administrator Lingad from Marina. Are you here, sir?
Yes, sir. Nandito po ako. Good afternoon po, sir. Thank you po, sir.
Go ahead po.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the honorable members of the Honorable Committee of Finance and Committee on Economic Affairs, and to our honorable senators. The Maritime Industry Authority respectfully submits its support for the approval of the subject bills with specific recommendations for consideration by the honorable committees. We have submitted our detailed position paper earlier to the Department of Transportation as inputs to the House Committee on Transportation's Economic Stimulus Package initiatives.
Ko na.
It is...
Nakapasok na ako, oo.
Can I continue, sir?
Yeah, just a note to Ma'am Candice, i-mute nyo na muna, ma'am. Mamaya nyo na i-on pag turn nyo na po. Kasi may nagsasalita ho ngayon. So si Mr. Lingad ho. Ma'am Candice, can we get back to you, please? Go ahead, sir, Lingad. Thank you.
Salamat po, sir. It is to be noted, however, that it only tabulates estimates for domestic shipping and shipyard sectors. The entire maritime industry should be given adequate attention, akin to essential sectors affected by the ongoing pandemic, especially considering its vital contribution to the national economy. Deserving of equal attention are other maritime professionals, particularly those engaged by our shipyards and boatyards, especially in the countryside, who are responsible for manufacturing a total of 2,161 locally constructed ships in 2017, and a major workforce in placing the Philippines as the 5th largest ship producer in the world. With their sources of livelihood uncertain as of even date, may they, as displaced workers and their families, be prioritized as beneficiaries in the proposed transitional interventions as well as social protections or sustento package of the subject bills. In addition to the proposed sectoral interventions, through the review of industrial policy measures, grant of tax reliefs, incentive package, and interest-free loans, as well as regulatory forbearance by suspending payment of government fees and charges to affected businesses, assistance to these smaller stakeholders should also be prioritized. Accordingly, preference in the grant of relief measures should not only be limited to farmers, fisher folk, and other individuals engaged in agricultural and fisheries production, considering that subsistence maritime stakeholders may well qualify as micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises made subject of the proposed legislations. The agency particularly supports the role of the DOT, or the Department of Tourism, in providing assistance to promote domestic tourism, since it is expected to benefit owners of small motor bancas serving inter-island tourist destinations. In line with the devolved authority to municipal and city governments to register small fishing vessels, displaced domestic seafarers on board 35 gross tons vessels and below may be realized with the empowerment of local government units in the overall implementation of proposed relief measures. We equally look forward to providing further assistance whenever necessary as part of our proposals in the continuing discussions of the Honorable Senate committees. Mr. Chair, we have submitted this paper together with our position paper to the Senate Economic Affairs Committee for your consideration po. Salamat po, sir.
Salamat, sir. Thank you. Can we now hear from Attorney Candice of the Small Business Corporation? Ma'am, are you ready? Attorney Candice? Attorney Cabrido of Small Business Corporation? Laho. Okay, we'll go to Pag-ibig. CEO, Mr. Ahmad Rizal Dimoti, sir. Excuse me. Andito ho kayo, sir? Mr. Moti?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've submitted our detailed possession papers, and we fully support the proposed Senate bills submitted by the honorable senators. And as far as Pag-ibig Fund is concerned, just a quick info, Mr. Chair. So we've allocated 10 billion. Our Board of Trustees, led by Secretary Del Rosario, Secretary of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, we've increased our budget and set aside 10 billion as economic stimulus package targeting the socialized and low-cost housing industry. The 10 billion peso part of our corporate funds will serve as bridge financing so that our socialized housing developers and low-cost housing developers can ramp up their operations. And we are hoping that the said industry, low-cost housing industry, can keep or minimize loss of employment, and also for them to be able to start taking care of their suppliers, among others, Mr. Chair. And as of the moment, even during the lockdown, Pag-ibig Fund also has been processing calamity loans. We know that our members badly need financial assistance, so that's what we've been doing, even for our housing, just to make sure that credit will be available, that cash flows will still be there for the housing industry. We've been processing also under interim takeout procedures the mortgage applications of our members so that the accredited developers would still be liquid. We all know that without credit, without the availability of credit, it's so hard to recover. So that's what we've been doing, Mr. Chair. And again, thank you so much for this opportunity. And we've submitted the detailed position papers of Pag-ibig Fund, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Salamat po, sir. Can we hear again from Mr. Rodolfo Sartin? We recognized him already a while ago, but he had some... Sir, okay na ho ba yung computer?
Hello. Hello, sir.
Okay.
Hello.
Sige, sir.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Sartin. Narinig namin kayo.
Sir, ang akin lang po yung sa bilang isang kumakatawan sa mangingisda, yung ayuda po, naniniwala po ako na iyan ay mapapadali at na maibigay agad sa mga piser po. So, meron lang po sana akong hiling na matagal na namin gustong makamtan na mapahiwalay po yung pangisdaan sa agriculture na maging isang departamento po ito. Kung po pwede po sana, baka napapanahon na po na magsarili po yung Bureau of Fisheries na maging isang departamento upang matugunan talaga ang talagang karaingan ng mga mangingisda sa kanila na lang nadadiretso. Yun lang po.
Okay, salamat ho. Pero hindi siguro sa stimulus bill ho yun. Siguro separate bill to create a department. Pag-aaralan na lang ho yun.
Oo nga po, sir. Para naman po, palagay ko, yun po yung tugon na mapadali ang mga ayuda o ibibigay na para sa mangingisda. At higit po kasi silang nakakaalam para sa aming sektor. Salamat po.
Salamat po, Mr. Sartin. Can we hear again? Can we try Attorney Candice Cabrido of Small Business Corporation? Dito ho kayo, ma'am. Attorney Candice. Well, let's go back to SSS. Attorney Desnya wants to add to what they said earlier, what SSS said. Attorney Desunya, dito po kayo.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon po.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Opo, good afternoon. First is our response po sana doon sa statement ng isang resource person, but it will come later with your permission. But for this second round po, we wish to highlight a couple of observations in selected provisions of Senate Bill 1474 and Senate Bill 1449, because these are the two bills that mentions SSS in relation po to our charter, Republic Act number 11199. The first po has to do with the actuarial soundness determination, because this is a statutory requirement in our charter before implementing an additional or any increase in existing benefits. So it is there in the law to be complied with. The other po has to do with the funding mechanisms of the proposals in the bills mentioned. There are two basically, the special COVID-19 sickness benefit proposal, and the other is the special COVID-19 unemployment benefits proposal. As regards po the special COVID-19 sickness benefit, we realize that this is similar to the existing SSS sickness benefit program, but with additional modifications. One thing of concern, sir, as regards the unemployment benefits is in Senate Bill 1474, our Actuarial Services Division has noted a crucial omission in terms of where the money will be coming from. So yun po ang aming concern dito. Whereas in the other bill, there is a proposal to allocate a 1 billion budget for this as the funding support, with GSIS and SSS supposedly sharing in the fund. But it's not clear in the bill po how is the sharing or how the fund will be accessed, because we know for a fact that SSS members greatly outnumber GSIS members. So baka po pwedeng may recommend na maisali din po doon sa bill on how these things will be done. And if this is totally used up already, ano po yung parang mangyayari in regard to this program? We will be submitting po a written position statement as soon as our governing board, the Social Security Commission, approves it. And also, as to the clarification earlier regarding the statements po of another resource person, si Ms. Babes Tishorna, in the interest po of truth and fairness, it is not true po that voluntary members don't receive the same regular benefits received by other members. On the contrary po, the SS Charter allows the voluntary members together with all other SSS members, the self-employed, the employed, the non-working spouses, the OFWs, to avail of all the regular benefits and loan programs. Marami po ito: sickness, retirement, maternity, unemployment benefit, death benefits, marami po. Kalintulad po nila nakakatanggap po sila for as long as the qualifying contributions are fulfilled. Now, pagdating po sa employees compensation benefits, doon lang po nagkakaroon ng pagkakaiba because this is the only benefit that is available only to the employed members of the SSS, because the employers of the employed workers pays for the contribution in the EC Fund. Yun pong mga voluntary members natin at saka mga self-employed members natin, wala po silang binabayaran na employees compensation contribution. So yun po ang pagkakaiba. And also, in the last point of clarification, it is not true po that for self-employed coverage, we require business permits. In fact po, as early as 1980, the SSS has already expanded the coverage of the self-employed. Tumatanggap po tayo ng mga balut vendors, tumatanggap po tayo ng mga sampagita or cigarette vendors. Yung farmers and fishermen po, marami pong members sa SSS na nakakapaghulog at nakakatanggap ng mga benepisyo dito sa isang contributory program. Earlier po, the question that has arisen in the regard of the members of the so-called informal sector addressed to our chief actuary, si Attorney Ed Cruz. We just would like to inform po, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, that in the new charter that you approved last March 2019, meron na pong nakalagay doon sa batas ng SS na ang Social Security Commission ay may kakayahan na. Meron na po siyang power to develop and to come up with a special program for certain workers characterized by unique economic, social, and geographic characteristics. So ito po yung inaaral ngayon sa kasalukuyan ng SSS. Isa pong sektor na talagang magbe-benefit dito is ito nga pong members ng ating informal sectors na admittedly napakahirap naman talagang i-map out, because as now it is being made part of the discussion. Minsan po hindi talaga sila makover kasi wala po sila sa BIR, wala rin po sila sa DOLE, wala rin po sila sa AMEN, sa SSS. So these are the challenges that we encounter in the field. So rest assured po that the SSS is very supportive of all the efforts po of the Senate, subject to the comments that we have now propounded and what we will be submitting. We understand po that the country is reeling from this great debacle. And so po, without taking much of the time, we assure you po that we are behind the Senate and the government in this whole of the government and the whole of the nation approach in combating this pandemic. Yun lang po at maraming salamat, sir.
Thank you, Panyero. Senator Win, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I asked Attorney Cruz earlier for some data, no, because this is actually in connection with what Ma'am Babes Desoro mentioned earlier. Kasi yung binibigay ng SSS, attorney, is for, yung binibigay na dumaan sa SBWS is for MSMEs. At binibigyan nila, I found out kanina, na binibigyan lahat. Doon po sa SAP, ang binibigay naman doon, ang qualifier doon, families earning 10,750 and below. Pero may mga workers tayo kanina, no? And they call it informal workers. They call it informal workers but they work in formal companies or formal organizations. For example po, yung mga on-call waiters. For example po, doon sa mga audiovisual companies, ito yung mga cameramen, ito yung mga staff and crew. These are on-call basis, meaning kung meron silang shooting o meron silang audiovisual project, tinatawagan sila. Kung wala, wala sila. And ito yung nasabi kanina ni Ms. Dino na who have fallen through the cracks because they're neither in the SAP because kumikita sila above 10,750 pero wala naman sila sa SBWS because hindi sila binabayaran ng SSS o ng BIR. So they're neither there, they're neither in SSS. So meron talaga tayong group of employees and kasama na dito yung tinatawag natin no work, no pay or daily wage earner because ito yung talagang pag pumasok ng araw, binibigyan ng sweldo. Kung wala, hindi sila binibigyan. So I know this is a challenge, and I'm not pointing my fingers at SSS because the companies, they don't pay SSS to these employees because they treat them as no work, no pay, no? And pero sa SAP hindi rin sila qualified. So Mr. Chair, I just want to bring this out because we have really a batch of people or a group of people that are not being given amelioration or assistance because they're neither qualified in the SAP and they're neither qualified in the SBWS. And we need to look for them and also give them because kung kumikita ka, let's say, ng 12,000, let's say, a taxi driver earns more than 10,000, hindi na sila qualified kaagad eh. No? So dito sila na naiipit.
Are you done, sir?
Yeah, yes, I'm done. I just want to bring that out.
Okay, thank you. That's a good point. Yeah, we appreciate your concern for the informals. And Attorney Joseph, siguro let's keep thinking of a way to capture the, sabi nga ni ASEC Fita, there may be about 30 to 32 million.
Yes, sir. Yes,
So,
sir.
could we just ask you to submit the breakdown of your 16 million members? Ilan doon ang kasambahay? Ilan doon ang working for enterprises? Ilan doon ang self-employed? And if possible, you can break them down per sector kung yung makakatulong ho sa amin.
Sige,
Hingin
sir.
na lang ho namin sa inyo kahit hindi ngayon. Maybe in tomorrow or kasi we have to finalize something by Monday. We have to have at least a very basic committee report. Yeah, Senator Grace, did you want to chime in here? Senator Grace? No? Okay. Si Ma'am Babes is raising your hand. Yes, go ahead, Ma'am Babes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kanina po yung sinabi ng SSS, I respect that, pero hindi po yung mga regular programs ang aking tinutukoy. Kung hindi itong sa SAP, then yung sa EC po, please be informed na sa Employees Compensation Commission, meron na pong naipasa na policy doon na over and above our SSS contribution, ay qualified na po kami doon sa EC. But then, ang kakulangan doon, only the self-employed. You have a group of voluntary members, just like us. Voluntary members kami. Hindi pa rin kami na isama doon sa EC kasi self-employed lang yung naipasok doon. Self-employed is different from voluntary. So yun yung tingin namin. At medyo tingnan nyo rin po yung sa maternity protection kasi ang dami pong nagsumbong sa amin na kahit nakakontribute na sila ng 58 contributions sa SSS, mga solo parents pa, single mothers, hindi maka-avail ng ano. And I have cases raised before the Department of Labor sa Region 4A on that matter. And for your information, Mr. Chair and SSS, doon sa addressing barriers, doon sa tinatawag na sa DTI and DOLE partnership on addressing barriers to formalization. With the help with the technical assistance ng ILO and all government agencies, ang NAPSI Workers Informal Sector po ay nag-create ng 5 thematic clusters. One of the thematic clusters is social protection, which is chaired by your boss, one of your bosses, Mr. Argabuso. At aware po kami doon sa bagong charter nyo na yung aming advocacy noon na tinatawag na customized, ang tawag nyo na doon ay special workers. So tama po yun. Pero hanggang ngayon po, we have been introducing na ang issue kasi namin ngayon is affordability. It's no longer access. Noon access. Ngayon you can pay anywhere. But it's now the affordability kasi doble nga. That's why that committee or that NAPSI Workers in the Informal Cluster on Social Protection, ang isa po ang ina-address yan is to develop new packages of benefits that can be given based on the needs of every particular sector in the informal. So parang customized na nga talaga siya. So I hope na matapos na yon under the leadership of Mr. Tony Argabuso of the SSS. Again, yung problem na po namin doon sa EC, kasi voluntary lang po ang meron. At saka kasambahay malaking problema po yung statistics. Kasi hindi magtugma yung statistics ng pag-ibig, statistics ng DOLE at statistics ng SSS, lahat yan magkaiba po kasi hindi tamang na-interpret yung registration nila. Dapat kung nandito si DILG, under the law sa IRR, I guess this section 9, it is the DILG who will create the task force or the kasambahay desk in the barangay level para doon mag-emanate ang registration ng kasambahay. At saka ng employer niya. Doon po dinideposit ang contract and from there i-submit sa peso. Peso ang mag-collate ng all municipality, submit it to DOLE and distributed doon sa social protection agencies. But it's not happening. It's not happening, but there is already 2 DILG memorandum circulars tungkol dyan. And there is also one HLURB resolution that entices or that encourages all the homeowners association to assist the barangay. Kasi kung kami po mga organizers, mga manggagawa, hindi kami pwedeng pumasok ng bahay-bahay. Mga pagbentangan pa kami. So we want the homeowners association but there is legal basis on that. It's the Magna Carta of Homeowners and Homeowners Association. In what one of the provisions requires them to assist the local government in any program. So yun po yung ginamit naming basahan in advocating for that resolution. So back again, hanggat hindi naayos yung sa DILG, magkakaiba ang datos. And we had nagkaroon ng National Technical Working Group meeting at kasama naman po kami at yun yung problema ng tatlong agencies. Sana yung tatlong agencies nag-uusap. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ma'am Babes. And finally, maybe we can ask Attorney Cabrido if she's available. Sagutin niyo na po kami. 4 na beses na po namin.
Good afternoon, Mr.
Ayan.
Chair. Sorry about that.
Yeah. All right. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Yes, go ahead.
This is Attorney Cabrido from Small Business Corporation.
Yes.
We only have some comments with respect to Senate Bill 1474, specifically Section 17, wherein we want to clarify whether we could partner with the private sector with respect to the rollout of the extended loan program.
Ma'am, there was a
Hello?
comment. I don't know if you heard the comment earlier by one of our resource persons. They said that, is it true that the
Yes.
camp program was devolved to you from the DOLE? It was given to you after the DOLE? Or was it DOF? Yung camp, after the DOLE exhausted it, it was given down to another agency. Was that the SBC?
Sir, it is DOF, sir. DOF.
Not SBC.
It's the DOF. Kasi I received also a letter coming from them.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Sige, SBC, go ahead. How did you want to partner with who did you want to partner with sa loans? Attorney Cabrido, yeah? Are you there? Attorney Cabrido? Okay. Well, anyway, we don't have any other resource persons. No, do any of the senators or resource persons want to, before we suspend the hearing, any comments coming from the body? I need to ask guidance from our colleagues how to proceed. Medyo malawak ito, no? How to delimit our draft bill. Maybe we'll send a message to maybe this is not the place to talk about it, no? But we'll send you some. The committee will, in consultation with our co-chair, try to come up with a bill by Saturday or Sunday, maybe. Sunday night, maybe is the deadline, and we would appreciate inputs
Bukas
from.
na yun, son.
Kaya ba? Oh, we'll try. So we would welcome the comments of our colleagues before then. as to what they think should be in that bill. Bearing in mind what our senior members and leaders said, like si Senator Frank, Senator Migs, said that if it's too much, we may not be able to pass it. So definitely the extension of the bayanihan, I think that's non-controversial. Definitely yung mass testing, I don't think it's only the amount I think that we have to discuss for mass testing. I think we're united in the need for that. Ano pang tingin nyo non-controversial items? Maybe some of the financing programs and continuing the existing programs like the SAP, etc. Kayo, what can I hear from you guys?
I think the existing programs kaya naman i-expand na lang at saka siguro simplify the mechanisms.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yung mga wage subsidy, di ba? Yung mga usual, tapos yung mga DSWD, sustainable livelihood, all that stuff.
Sani, ako, I do agree with Senator Marcos to ride on the existing programs. Like yung SBWS, pwedeng buhayin ulit yung camp para sa... Ito yung mga sinasabi ko kanina na, sabi nga kanina ni Dino, fallen through the cracks na hindi na nakita ng system. So we can reach out through the camp. Ito yung mga no work, no pay, daily wage earner. So I would advise para at least we don't create new ones, we ride on and fund the existing ones.
Siguro yung bago na lang na talagang pipilitin natin maliban doon sa testing, yung agricultural support. Kasi wala tayong kakainin eh.
Yeah. Okay. And then, yung sinabi lang ni Popoy na hindi nakatanggap na any program, let's put them as priority doon sa SAP, those who have not received any assistance in the previous months, no? Something like that, to that effect. So, if not,
madami na yun.
Yeah, madami na yun. Okay. So, anything else from our resource persons before we suspend? Wala na po. Thank you very much then. Thank you, Co-Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Sani.
All our